Hello, my dear friends, and welcome to another quiet night, here at chilly midnight. I'm Leanh, and wherever you are in the world right now, I'm very happy that you've chosen to spend a little time with me. Before tonight's story begins, I want to ask you something simple. How was your day? Did you have a peaceful day, or was it one of those days that seemed to take more energy from you than you expected? Maybe work was busy. Maybe there were too many things to think about, too many responsibilities to handle, or too many little problems demanding your attention. And how are you feeling physically? I hope you've been taking care of yourself. I hope you've eaten well, had enough water, and found at least a few quiet minutes to rest. Sometimes we become so focused on getting through the day that we forget to notice what our mind and body have been asking for. So, wherever you are right now, I hope you can make yourself comfortable. Sit back, lie down, turn the lights a little lower if you can, and allow the noise of the day to slowly fade into the background. And as always, I'd love to know where tonight's story is meeting you. What part of the world are you listening from? Are you in a crowded city, a quiet town, somewhere near the ocean, or perhaps somewhere far away, where the night already feels completely still? And what time is it there? Leave a comment and tell me your country or city and the time you're listening. I love seeing those messages from different places around the world. It's a beautiful reminder that even though we may be separated by thousands of miles for a little while, we can all share the same story together. Whatever today has brought you, I hope tonight gives you a softer ending. I hope tomorrow feels a little easier, your health remains strong, and the things that have been weighing on your mind become lighter with time. Thank you for being here. Make yourself comfortable. Let the outside world grow quiet. And when you're ready, let's begin tonight's story. Story 1. The first thing Marcus Hale noticed about the tower was that someone had painted over the numbers on the inside of the windows. Only the little pencil marks along the lower frames. Faint, vertical strokes where some lookout had apparently kept count of something. The white paint was newer than the wood, brushed on too thick. In two places, graphite had bled back through like old bruises. Marcus noticed because noticing was what he had once been paid to do. He set his duffel beside the radio cabinet and looked through the glass at the Blue Ridge Mountains, folding away in every direction. The afternoon haze made the farther ridges pale and unreal. Below, the forest pressed against the tower in a dense green surface, broken only by the access road and a silver thread of creek. For 6 weeks, this would be home. The volunteer coordinator, Elaine Rusk, had driven him up in a Forest Service truck with failing air conditioning. She was in her 60s, narrow as a fence rail, and had spent the climb explaining practical things: radio procedure, lightning protocol, visibility reports, the propane stove, the temperamental rain gauge. She had not mentioned the painted-over marks. Previous watcher, leave in a hurry? Marcus asked. Leanh followed his glance to the bunk. One army green blanket remained folded at the foot. Caleb finished his rotation. Didn't take his blanket. That one belongs here. Her answer came too quickly. Marcus let it go. He had learned over the last year that questions could sound like accusations when they came from him. Leanh checked the radio, then walked him around the catwalk. To the south lay a campground near Coldwater Gap. Through binoculars, Marcus could make out RVs and bright tents between the trees. Farther west, the land dropped into a valley where primitive sites were hidden from the road. Busy this weekend? 8 parties checked in as of noon. Marcus lifted his camera without thinking. Leanh looked at it. He lowered it again. His equipment had once felt like part of his body. Now the long telephoto, lens, and weather-sealed bag looked more like evidence. He had told Leanh he was a landscape photographer. He had not told her that his name still brought up articles, or that a magazine had returned an award after investigators found he had altered smoke in a wildfire photograph and removed a rescue vehicle from the frame. He preferred ethical breach. Other people preferred fraud. Near sunset, Leanh left him with a clipboard of procedures and a dented thermos. At the door, she stopped. One other thing. Marcus waited. If you see campfires after dark, don't count them. He smiled, assuming it was a local joke. Leanh did not. Campground limit is 8, he said. You just told me. I told you not to count them. What, bad luck? She looked through the western windows toward the valley. Caleb said the same thing to me when he left. I'm saying it to you. That's enough. Then she started down the stairs. Marcus stepped onto the catwalk. Why? The metal steps rang beneath her boots. Just don't make a game of it, she called. By full dark, Marcus had closed 2 windows against the cold. Moths battered softly at the screens. The radio hissed. Somewhere below, an owl called once and stopped. He heated canned chili, wrote the day's visibility in the log, and avoided looking toward Coldwater Gap for nearly an hour. Then, habit 1. He took the binoculars from their hook. The valley was almost completely black. At first, he saw only the weak amber line of the campground road. Then one by one, he found the campfires. Small orange wounds in the dark. Marcus lowered the binoculars. He told himself he was not counting. He was locating. There was a difference. He raised them again and moved slowly from left to right. 1 near the creek, 2 beyond it. 3 in a clearing. He stopped, then began again carefully this time, because if he had already broken the rule, he wanted to know whether he had broken it correctly. When he reached 12, Marcus kept the binoculars pressed to his face. 8 parties were registered. 12 fires burned below. And beside the 12th, just beyond the last legal campsite, someone was standing perfectly still, with their face turned up toward the tower. The figure below did not wave. Marcus watched for another 10 seconds. Then, 20. Waiting for the movement that would turn it into something ordinary. A camper stretching. Someone checking the ridge. A person stepping away into the dark. Nothing. The fire moved. The figure did not. At last, Marcus lowered the binoculars and immediately felt foolish. Distance distorted posture. Firelight distorted faces. Fatigue filled. Gaps the eye could not resolve. He wrote nothing about it in the log. By morning, the valley looked harmless again. Sunlight entered the tower from every direction, warming the glass and showing him how much dust lived in the corners. Marcus made coffee, recorded humidity, checked the wind speed, and scanned the horizon for smoke. The work had a pleasing sequence to it. Observe, record, report. Do not embellish. He liked those verbs. Within days, he had developed a routine. Coffee before sunrise. Weather instruments after. A slow sweep of the ridge lines with binoculars. Radio, check breakfast. Then photographs, but only for himself. He had promised he would not post them. That promise mattered more than he wanted to admit. A year earlier, editors had once waited for Marcus Hale's photographs. His wildfire work had appeared in magazines, tourism campaigns, conservation reports. He had built a reputation on patience. Then came the Black Fork image. The original photograph had been good. That was the part he hated remembering. A wall of fire moved behind a burned stand of pine, while smoke turned the sky copper. In the foreground, a rescue vehicle sat partly inside the frame. Its white roof pulled the eye away from the flames. Marcus removed it. Then he thickened the smoke. Only slightly, he told himself afterward. Not enough to invent a fire that had not existed. Not enough to change what had happened. But he had changed what people saw. When another photographer recognized the terrain, the edited file was compared with the raw image. Everything followed quickly. The award withdrawn, the magazine statement, the calls he stopped answering. The cruelest accusation came from a colleague who had once admired him. You didn't document the fire. You decided what it was supposed to look like. Marcus had spent months convincing himself the sentence was unfair. At the lookout, fairness did not matter. A smoke column was either there or it was not. Wind came from a direction, whether he liked it or not. He could not crop the valley. That was why he had taken the volunteer position. Responsibility without interpretation. Near midday, on his fourth day, Elaine's voice came over the radio. Tower 4. You seeing anything around Coldwater Gap? Marcus looked south. Nothing unusual. A pause. We've got an abandoned site at West Primitive. His hand tightened around the receiver. What do you mean abandoned? Vehicles there. Tents are there. Food too. 4 campers unaccounted for. Marcus looked through the binoculars. In daylight, the primitive sites were mostly hidden beneath the canopy. Which site? West 7. He remembered one of the fires from the first night, low and orange beyond the creek. He did not remember whether it had been the 7th. Could they have gone hiking? Without packs, Marcus said nothing. Leanh continued. Rangers are checking the trails. If you see smoke, signal mirrors, anything that could be them, call it in. Understood. He almost told her about the 12 fires. Instead, he looked at the blank logbook page. To report something, he needed to know what he had seen. Marcus knew what happened when he claimed certainty he had not earned. The search continued all afternoon. He watched Ranger vehicles move along the distant road like pale insects. By dusk, nobody had been found. Marcus ate without appetite. Darkness filled the valleys first, then climbed the slopes until the tower seemed to float above an empty world. He waited longer than the previous night before touching the binoculars. He told himself he was checking for the missing campers. That was responsibility, not curiosity. The first fire appeared near the creek. Marcus counted despite himself. 1, then another. 2. His mouth had gone dry by 6. At 8, he stopped. He lowered the binoculars and stared at his own reflection in the black window. Then he lifted them again. 9, 10, 11, 12. Marcus held still. A new orange light flickered deeper in the trees where no marked campsite existed. 13. Around the 13th fire sat 4 motionless figures. The 4 figures around the 13th fire did not move. Marcus watched until his forearms began to ache from holding the binoculars. Their arrangement bothered him more than their stillness. They sat at equal distances from one another, knees, raised hands resting in their laps, all facing outward into the trees. Their backs were turned to the flames. No one camping in mountain cold sat like that. He lowered the binoculars and reached for his camera. The motion felt automatic, almost shameful. For 4 days, he had kept the telephoto lens zipped inside its case except during daylight. He had told himself. The restriction was practical. Night photography from a tower was useless without a tripod, and he had not come to Coldwater Gap to make pictures. But his hands knew the equipment better than they knew most people. He mounted the long lens, fixed the camera to the tripod, and opened the western window. Cold air entered immediately, carrying the smell of wet leaves and wood smoke. Through the viewfinder, the 13th fire became larger, sharper. The figures did not. They remained indistinct. At first shapes, wrapped in smoke. Marcus adjusted focus manually. The flames snapped into detail. He could see bark blistering on one half-burned log. The people stayed soft. He changed settings. Focused again. One shoulder sharpened. Then a hand. Pale fingers rested on denim. Marcus pressed the shutter. The sound seemed offensively loud inside the tower. He took 6 more photographs, altering exposure each time. In the last frame, one of the figures turned its head slightly. Marcus froze. It had not turned toward the fire. It had turned toward him. He stepped back from the camera. For several seconds, he listened to the tower creak in the wind. Then he told himself what he would have told an editor years ago. Inspect the file before inventing a conclusion. He transferred the photographs to his laptop. The first image showed almost nothing, beyond orange flame and dark bodies. The second was better. By the fourth, the nearest figure had enough detail to show a green jacket, brown hair, and the pale arc of an ear. Marcus enlarged the photograph. Digital noise crawled across the shadows. He enlarged it again. The face came apart into blocks. "Come on," he whispered. He opened the sixth frame. The figure's head was turned 3/4 toward the tower. Now, a woman. Mid-40s, perhaps. Narrow face. Dark hair tied loosely behind her neck. A small white patch at the left temple. Marcus knew her. Not personally. That afternoon, while searching the campground slopes for any sign of the missing four, he had photographed a ranger vehicle. Beside Site 3. A couple had been standing nearby, speaking with the ranger. The woman had worn a mustard yellow fleece and held a blue enamel mug. Marcus found the daytime image. He had taken it casually from nearly 2 miles away, testing visibility through afternoon haze. The woman stood in profile. White patch at the left temple. Same jaw. Same nose. Marcus moved the two files side by side. His first thought was that Site 3 had moved camps after dark. His second was that distance had made two women look alike. His third was the one he refused. He pulled the campground registration sheet from beneath the radio log. Site 3. Owen and Laurel Bennett. 2 occupants. Marcus looked south through the glass. The legal campground was hidden by darkness, but he could see one fire exactly where Site 3 should have been. He aimed the camera there. It took him several minutes to find the clearing. 2 people sat beside the fire. One was a man in a knit cap. The other wore a mustard yellow fleece. Marcus zoomed in. Laurel Bennett lifted a blue enamel mug to her mouth. Alive. Awake. Sitting beside her husband. Marcus slowly turned back to the laptop. In the photograph from the 13th fire, the other, Laurel Bennett, was no longer looking toward the tower. She was smiling at the camera. Marcus did not sleep. By dawn, he had built 6 explanations for the photograph. The first was compression artifacting. The second was atmospheric distortion, caused by heat, rising from the fire. The third was coincidence. 2 women with similar features, seen from nearly 2 miles apart. The fourth was fatigue. He liked the fourth best. Exhaustion altered perception. Every photographer knew that. Spend long enough staring through glass, and the eye began inventing edges where none existed. The smile bothered him. He enlarged the image until Laurel Bennett's face dissolved into colored squares. A person could see anything in pixels. By sunrise, Marcus had almost convinced himself. Then he checked the metadata. The photographs of Site 3 and the 13th fire had been taken less than a minute apart. That proved nothing, he told himself. It merely proved the camera was functioning. Marcus carried coffee onto the catwalk and watched mist collect in the hollows. Search teams were already moving through the forest for the 4 missing campers from West 7. Their radios occasionally broke through the tower receiver in clipped fragments. No tracks. No response. Vehicle still secured. Marcus tried to concentrate on visibility. At midday, Leanh arrived. Night, she climbed into the tower, carrying groceries and a cardboard box of replacement radio batteries. Marcus had placed printed photographs across the desk before she came. He did not mention them immediately. Leanh checked the weather sheets. You missed yesterday's evening humidity. I was occupied. With what? Marcus slid the photographs toward her. Her eyes moved across them. Nothing changed in her expression. This woman is Laurel Bennett, Marcus said. Site 3. Leanh said nothing. That photograph was taken at her campsite. He pointed to the second print. And this one was taken beyond West Primitive. Leanh stacked the photographs together. Distance does strange things. Marcus gave a short laugh. I've been photographing at distance for 15 years. Then you know that? I also know the same person cannot sit in 2 clearings at once. Leanh put the photographs down. Delete them. For a moment, Marcus thought he had misheard. What? You're here to watch for fires. These are fires. No, those are photographs. The distinction irritated him. Marcus opened the files on his laptop and showed her the timestamps. He explained. Focal length, exposure angle. The distance between sites. He heard himself becoming precise in the old way, the way he had spoken during the investigation into the Black Fork photograph. Technical certainty as armor. Leanh turned toward the windows. How many did you count? Marcus stopped. That's not relevant. How many? He hesitated. 12 the first night. Leanh closed her eyes. Last night, 13. She looked older when she opened them. Not surprised. Just tired. You knew, Marcus said. Leanh walked to the radio cabinet. You need to stop looking at them. You knew there were extra camps. I knew. Caleb warned you. Caleb told you too? Elaine's hand tightened around the cabinet latch. Marcus stepped closer. 4 people disappeared after I counted 12. Her face changed then. Only slightly. But Marcus saw it. What happened to them? I don't know. That's a lie. Leanh turned. Be careful with that word. Marcus almost laughed again, but something in her voice stopped him. Outside wind moved through the pines far below. The sound rose against the tower like distant surf. He picked up the photograph of Laurel. If you know what this is, tell me. Leanh studied the print. Photographs are safer. Safer than what? Numbers. Marcus waited. Leanh looked toward the southern valley. When you photograph something, you keep a piece of what was already there. That's not how photography works. I know. She pointed at the picture. But when you count something, you separate it from everything around it. You say, this is one, this is two, this belongs, this doesn't. Marcus felt a pressure beneath his ribs. You're saying counting caused those people to disappear? I'm saying Caleb told you not to do it. That isn't an answer. It's the only one I have that might keep you alive. That night, Marcus waited until the valley was fully dark. He did not count. Instead, he chose one legal campsite and one extra fire and aimed the camera at each in turn. At Site 6, a young man in a red flannel shirt stood beside a cooler. Marcus photographed him. He swung the lens toward the trees, beyond the registered sites. At an unauthorized fire, a figure rose slowly from the ground. Red flannel shirt. Same torn left sleeve. Same silver watch. Marcus pressed the shutter. Before he could lower the camera, both men turned their heads toward the tower. At exactly the same time, the two men moved together. Not approximately. Not with the delayed resemblance Marcus might have blamed on expectation. At Site 6, the camper in the red flannel shirt lifted his left hand to scratch his neck. Beyond the registered campsites, the other man did the same. Marcus stopped taking photographs. For the rest of the night, he sat beside the radio with the tower lights off, watching the valley without binoculars. At that distance, the unauthorized fires became harmless orange points again. He refused to count them. Near midnight, the wind died. The silence that replaced it was so complete. Marcus could hear the soft ticking of the cooling propane stove. Then someone laughed below. He looked toward the floor. The sound had risen through the trees, faint but unmistakable. A woman laughing, followed by a man, saying something too distant to understand. Marcus opened the western window. Cold air touched his face. The voices came again. Told you. We should brought the bigger tent. Another laugh. Marcus recognized the woman's voice. Laurel Bennett. He had heard it that afternoon when she and her husband stopped beneath the tower to speak with a ranger. They had been discussing whether the missing campers might have taken the creek trail. Now, Laurel's voice drifted upward from somewhere far west of her registered campsite. Marcus took the directional microphone from his camera bag. He told himself it was evidence gathering. The same excuse had once allowed him to stand close to burning homes while residents watched from behind police tape. He aimed the microphone toward the unauthorized fires and listened through headphones. Static. Leaves. A crackle, like burning wood. Then, Laurel again. Owen, did you put the medicine in the side pocket? Marcus held his breath. A male voice answered. Blue zipper. A pause. Then both voices repeated the exchange. Exactly. Same rhythm. Same breath between words. Owen, did you put the medicine in the side pocket? Blue zipper. Again. This time, the woman's voice was flatter. Again. On the fourth repetition, the pause before blue zipper was too short. They were correcting it. Marcus removed the headphones. The forest seemed larger than it had a moment before. He checked the campground with a telephoto lens. Laurel and Owen's tent was dark. Site 6 was dark too. Most campers were asleep. The voices continued from the extra fires. Not conversations. Rehearsals. Marcus spent the next hour recording them. Fragments came from different parts of the valley. A child asking for water. A man complaining about his knee. Someone whispering, "Don't wake her." Each phrase repeated until the cadence became natural. Occasionally, a voice stopped midway through a sentence and began again. Marcus wrote nothing in the official log. Instead, he filled 3 pages of his personal notebook. At some point, he realized his hands were shaking. Then the voices stopped. Every one of them. Marcus checked the recorder. The waveform flattened. For several seconds, there was only the soft hiss of the microphone. A man spoke. Very close. You can clean that up in post. Marcus nearly dropped the headphones. The sentence had not come from a camper. He knew, because he had said it. A year earlier, Black Fork. He had been sitting in a rental car with Jonah Pierce, another photographer, reviewing the wildfire shots on his laptop. Jonah had pointed at the rescue vehicle, cutting into the foreground. Marcus had answered, without looking up. You can clean that up in post. Nobody else had been in the car. Marcus stared into the valley. The microphone remained aimed west. His own voice came through the headphones again. You can clean that up in post. Then another sentence. Different day. Different memory. No one's changing what happened. Marcus stood so quickly. The chair struck the wall. He remembered saying that to the magazine editor during the first investigation. The voice below repeated it. Closer this time. No one's changing what happened. Marcus pulled off the headphones. The tower had become unbearably warm. He crossed to the door, needing air distance, anything outside the room. Before his hand reached the latch, something spoke beneath the floorboards. In Marcus Hale's voice, perfectly rehearsed. It said, I only changed what people saw. The voice beneath the floor did not speak again. Marcus stood with one hand on the door latch, listening until the silence became more frightening than the sentence. I only changed what people saw. His own voice, his own words. Not memory now. Proximity. He backed away from the center of the room and looked down. The tower floor was made of narrow pine boards, scarred by boots and chair legs. He had crossed them hundreds of times, without noticing anything unusual. Now, one board near the western wall looked darker. Marcus crouched. There were pencil marks beside it. Not on the floor itself, but on the lower window frame above. The same vertical strokes someone had painted over. He ran a thumbnail across the white paint. It flaked. Beneath, it were more marks than he had realized. Groups of 4 vertical lines, crossed by a 5th. Tally after tally. Between 2 clusters, someone had drawn an arrow, pointing down. The room seemed to contract around him. Marcus took a screwdriver from the maintenance drawer and worked it into the seam of the dark floorboard. At first, nothing happened. Then the board lifted half an inch. Cold air breathed through the gap. Not the clean mountain cold from outside. It smelled of dust, old paper, and something faintly burned. Marcus pulled the board free. Underneath was a shallow cavity lined with metal. Inside lay 6 oilcloth-wrapped bundles. The first contained notebooks. The oldest was cracked leather, its pages brittle at the edges. The first legible entry was dated nearly 70 years earlier. Weather observations filled most of it. Wind visibility. Lightning strikes. Dry conditions. Then the handwriting changed. 12 lights tonight. Did not count aloud. The next page. 3 people missing from Mill Creek. The page after that had been torn out. Marcus opened another journal. Different handwriting. Same subject. There are fires where no camps are permitted. Do not count. Do not name them. Do not do answer voices from below. He opened the 3rd notebook. A sentence had been underlined 3 times. Never let the valley know you. Have recognize what it is making. Marcus read it again. The words did not become more sensible. The second bundle contained maps. They had begun as Forest Service maps, but generations of watchers had drawn circles in red pencil across the valleys below the tower. Dates clustered beside them. Coldwater Gap appeared on almost every sheet. Marcus compared the maps with the journals. Extra fires. Missing campers. Voices. Then fire. The word appeared again and again. Big fire. Crown fire. 3,000 acres. Evacuation failed. Marcus stopped reading. The 3rd bundle held photographs. Most were black and white prints with curled edges. Forest clearings, campsites. Distant flames. People. One photograph showed campers eating at a picnic table. The next showed 5 figures around a fire in the woods. Same clothes. Same faces. One man existed in both photographs. Marcus turned the print over. Someone had written, "Original alive at time of exposure." Below that, in different ink, copy seen on Highway 9 2 days later. The next photograph showed a woman standing beside a ranger station. On the back, she knew her husband's name, children's names, home address, scar on left knee, could not remember losing her first tooth. Marcus lowered the picture. Something moved beneath the tower. A soft, dragging sound. He froze. At the bottom of the final bundle was a small spiral notebook, much newer than the others. Caleb's name was written inside the cover. Only 3 pages had been used. Marcus turned to the last. The handwriting had become jagged. If you photograph them, they watch. If you listen, they practice. If you count, one gets chosen. Marcus stopped breathing. There was one final line beneath it. Written so hard, the pen had torn the paper. Once they know, you understand what they are. They stop practicing the campers. They start practicing you. From beneath the open floor, Marcus heard himself whisper, "Read the next page." Marcus did not turn the page. For several seconds, he stared at Caleb's handwriting while his own voice waited beneath the floor. "Read the next page." The tone was patient, almost amused. Marcus closed the notebook. The voice stopped. He sat on the floor, with the journals spread around him, and forced himself to breathe through his nose. Dust clung to his palms. Somewhere outside, wind had returned to the ridge, but the trees below remained strangely quiet. He chose the oldest journal instead. If there was an answer, he wanted one. Written before Caleb had become frightened enough to hide beneath the tower. The first pattern emerged slowly. Unexplained fires appeared before disasters. Not always immediately. Sometimes 3 nights before. Sometimes 5. Once, according to a lookout named Samuel Greer. Nearly a week. Then came wildfire. The entries grew more precise over the decades. 8 false camps before Bear Hollow. 11 before Mason Ridge. 14 before the Dry Creek burn. Each event had notes about duplicate people. A child seen twice on the same trail. A husband arriving at an evacuation center before his wife had watched him leave their tent. A ranger, who spoke to 2 versions of the same elderly man less than an hour apart. Marcus pulled the maps closer. The red circles were not marking where the wildfires began. They marked where the extra campfires appeared. And the fires always appeared inside the area that would later burn. His throat tightened. The 4th journal contained a photograph, paper-clipped to 1 page. A family of 3 stood beside an old sedan, smiling beneath a wooden campground sign. The picture had been taken in 1978. The next photograph showed the same family at a school. Gymnasium being used as an evacuation shelter. On the back, someone had written, "Survivors from Little Fork." Marcus turned to the journal entry. Official casualty report. 3 members of Harlan, family deceased, at Site 12. He read it twice. Then again. The photographs showed them alive after the fire. He found another. A man named Everett Cole, officially killed during the Bell Ridge fire. Photographed 3 days later, buying gasoline 40 miles east. Another, 2 teenage sisters, listed among 9 fatalities at Black Pine. Seen alive at an evacuation center, where their mother reportedly insisted something was wrong with the way they remembered childhood. Marcus spread the pictures across the floor. The implication arrived before he was ready for it. Some of the people who walked away from those fires had not been the people who entered the forest. His stomach turned. He reached for Caleb's notebook again. This time, he turned the page. There was writing there. Only one paragraph, I thought. The counting was a warning system. It isn't. Counting completes something. Gives one of them permission, or direction, or maybe identity. I don't know the word, but I know what the old watchers did. Marcus searched the older journals with new urgency. He began, finding entries he had overlooked. Counted the seventh, intentionally. Mrs. Vale had 2 children. Counted 3. Fireline moved faster than expected. Chose the boy, because the original could not be reached. Marcus stopped. The room tilted slightly. He had imagined generations of frightened watchmen trying to prevent something. That was not what the records described. They had participated. Some had counted deliberately. Selected deliberately. Marcus found one entry, written in a hand so controlled, it looked printed. We cannot stop the fire. We can sometimes decide who comes back from it. He let the journal fall shut. Outside, dusk had begun, pressing blue shadows into the valleys. Marcus thought of the missing 4 from West 7. He had counted 12 fires. The next morning, 4 people vanished. He thought of the 13th fire. 4 figures around it. Maybe counting did not create them. Maybe they were already being made. Counting simply chose which version was allowed to finish. A photograph slid from between 2 pages and landed face up on the floor. Marcus stared at it. The picture showed the lookout tower. This tower, taken from somewhere in the trees below. A man stood on the catwalk, looking down through binoculars. On the back was a date from 23 years earlier, and beneath it, one sentence. Watcher counted himself by mistake. Marcus kept staring at the sentence. Watcher counted himself by mistake. He turned the photograph over again. The man on the catwalk was too small to identify, but Marcus could see binoculars raised to his face. Below him at the edge of the photograph, something pale stood between the trees. Not a person, exactly. A person unfinished. Marcus found the matching journal, entry near dawn. The lookout's name had been Thomas Bell. Bell had recorded 14 unauthorized fires during a dry September. On the 4th night, he wrote that one fire seemed unusually close to the tower. Then, saw myself below. Counted before I understood. 2 pages later, smoke knows the face first. Voice comes next. Memory takes longer. Marcus read faster. The old watchers had never understood what lived beneath Coldwater Gap. Some called it the valley. Others called it the timber, the smoke, the second camp. But over decades, they had learned its process. The false people appeared around false fires, several nights before major burns. At first, they were crude. They sat incorrectly, spoke in fragments, forgot ordinary things. Then they improved. The journals described copies, stealing conversations from sleeping campers, repeating them until pauses and inflections matched. One watcher believed dreams were involved. Another wrote that people woke after nights near the extra fires, complaining of headaches and memories that felt handled. Marcus thought of the voices practicing Laurel Bennett, the camper in the red flannel shirt scratching his neck, his own sentences rising from beneath the floor. The forest was not imitating appearances. It was collecting people, testing versions, preparing them. But preparing them for what? The answer waited in Samuel Greer's journal. Marcus had already read the entry about the Harlan family surviving Little Fork, despite being listed among the dead. He had assumed the records were wrong. Now he found a note several pages later. Bodies recovered at Site 12 matched dental records. 3 bodies. 3 survivors. Marcus closed his eyes. The official reports had not been mistaken. The original Harlans had died. Something else had walked out. A line farther down had been boxed in red pencil. The second ones appear before the death, not after. Marcus felt cold, spread through his arms. That changed everything. The valley was not responding to wildfire casualties. It knew beforehand. Days before flame crossed, a ridge before lightning struck or wind changed direction, the fires appeared. The copies were preparation. As if something beneath the forest-ite understood who was about to die and began manufacturing replacements before the originals knew they needed replacing. Marcus walked to the western windows. Morning mist lay between the mountains. For the first time, the beauty of the valley looked obscene. He thought of the missing campers. Had they died somewhere? No search party had found. Or had the forest taken them early because their replacements were already ready? He returned to the journals. One question remained. Why counting? Thomas Bell had an answer, or the closest thing to one. The lights are possibilities until witnessed individually. Numbers make boundaries. To count one is to distinguish it. To distinguish is to tell the valley, this one. Marcus remembered Leanh. When you count something, you separate it from everything around it. This is 1. This is 2. This belongs. This doesn't. His nausea sharpened into understanding. The Watchers had discovered they could choose. Not perfectly. Not safely. But when wildfire made rescue impossible, some of them had looked into the valley and counted. A mother. A child. A trapped ranger. A family they knew could not outrun the flames. They had called it mercy. They had allowed something wearing those people to continue because the alternative was death. And then they had hidden what they had done. Not because they were guarding humanity from monsters. Because they had spent generations deciding which monsters deserved human lives. Marcus sat very still. He had spent the last year telling himself his worst act had been altering an image. But the deeper sin had always been choosing for strangers. What reality they were allowed to see. Now, the valley had placed the same power in front of him. Outside, the radio crackled. Elaine's voice came through strained. Tower 4, report immediately. Smoke column, northeast of Coldwater Gap. Marcus reached for the receiver. Before he touched it, his camera shutter clicked behind him. Once, by itself. On the laptop screen, a new photograph appeared. Marcus stood at the radio, and through the window behind his photographed reflection, 13 distant campfires were burning. One had been circled in red. The red circle had not been drawn by Marcus. He touched the laptop screen anyway. The marked fire sat west of Coldwater Gap, close to the primitive sites, but farther uphill than any registered campsite. Nothing in the photograph explained why it had been chosen. Then Elaine called again. Tower 4, do you copy? Marcus grabbed the receiver. Copy. Confirmed smoke northeast. He turned toward the opposite windows. At first, he saw only morning haze. Then a darker column lifted behind the ridge, thin at the base, widening as it rose. Marcus reached automatically for the binoculars. The smoke was brown-gray, turbulent, already building height. Not fog. Not a campfire. Wildfire. How far? Elaine asked. Marcus estimated distance, direction, wind. His professional voice returned, as though it had been waiting inside him. Approximately 6 miles northeast of Coldwater Gap. Column increasing wind, pushing southwest. Silence. Southwest. Toward the campgrounds. Toward the valley. Elaine understood at the same moment. Oh, God. Marcus looked at the evacuation maps, pinned beside the radio. Coldwater Gap held more than the primitive sites. There were family campgrounds, trailheads, rental cabins, a youth group farther south. Hundreds of people. One road out crossed the valley. The radio erupted with ranger traffic. Reports of flame. Requests for units. Wind measurements. Then, a dispatcher said the words Marcus had been dreading. And prepare evacuation recommendation. He thought of the journals. Voices collected from sleepers. Memories practiced beside impossible fires. Copy piece. Appearing before the people they resembled were killed. What happened if hundreds passed through Coldwater Gap together? Children calling for parents. Families shouting names. People trapped in traffic, breathing smoke, terrified enough to repeat. Addresses, phone numbers, memories, prayers. An entire moving archive of human beings. The forest would not have to hunt for subjects. They would deliver themselves. Marcus stared at the 13 fires frozen on his laptop. Maybe that was why the old watchers sometimes stayed silent. Not cruelty. Containment. Let the fire take those already marked, rather than give the valley hundreds more faces. His hand loosened around the receiver. For one terrible moment, the choice felt reasonable. He could delay. Report uncertain wind. Recommend observation. 20 minutes might close the road. Then there would be nothing to decide. The fire would decide for him. Marcus knew that feeling. the seductive relief of making an alteration and pretending circumstances had demanded it. The rescue vehicle distracts from the photograph. The smoke should look heavier. No one is changing what happened. He heard his own rehearsed voice beneath the floor. I only changed what people saw. Marcus looked at the smoke column. That had always been the lie. He had not merely changed what people saw. He had decided that his version mattered more than what was there. And now he was doing it again. Except the thing he wanted to remove from the frame was hundreds of living people. Elaine's voice returned. Marcus? He pressed the transmit button. Recommend immediate evacuation of all cold water gap facilities. The words left him before fear could edit them. Elaine said nothing. Marcus continued. Fire behavior is increasing. Southwest wind puts the campgrounds and access corridor at risk. Do not wait for secondary confirmation. The radio filled with voices. Orders. Sirens in the distance. Engines starting far below. Marcus stepped onto the catwalk. Through binoculars, he watched. Vehicles began moving between the trees. Campers emerged from tents. Doors slammed. People pointed toward the growing smoke. The valley was waking. Then Marcus heard something beneath the radio traffic. Voices, not from the receiver, from the forest. Hundreds of them. At first they overlapped into a low murmur. Then individual words separated. Names, children calling mothers. A man shouting for someone to bring the keys. A woman saying an address. Every sound echoed, seconds later, from somewhere deeper among the trees. Marcus lowered the binoculars. One by one, faint orange lights began appearing beneath the daylight canopy. Too dim to be real campfires. Too many to count. He forced himself not to try. The evacuation road filled with cars. And from the dark timber on both sides of it, voices began practicing the instructions the rangers had not yet given. The evacuation did not look like rescue from the tower. It looked like migration. By late afternoon, headlights threaded through Coldwater Gap in a continuous white line, while smoke thickened above the northeastern ridge. Ranger vehicles moved against them. Compers, abandoned tents, coolers, bicycles, anything that slowed them down. Marcus watched until the binoculars fogged with his breath. The extra lights were everywhere now. Some were headlights. Some were campfires. Some appeared where no road or campsite existed. Small orange points, opening beneath the trees and remaining perfectly still while vehicles moved around them. He stopped, trying to distinguish one from another. That, at least, he had learned. Do not count. Wind pushed ash across the valley in pale sheets. The first particles reached the tower before sunset, landing on the catwalk like gray snow. Marcus kept the evacuation channel open. Reports came quickly. North Campground cleared. Youth group accounted for. Primitive sites still being checked. West 7 remained empty. Then came stranger reports. A ranger insisted. She had seen the same boy, twice along the evacuation road, once inside an SUV, and again standing among the trees. Another transmission mentioned a woman refusing to enter a vehicle because someone identical to her was already sitting in the back seat. The dispatcher ordered everyone to stay focused. Marcus closed his eyes. He had done this. Not created it, but opened the frame wider. Given the valley more people to study. For a moment, shame rose so strongly that he nearly convinced himself he had made the wrong choice. Then a school bus emerged from the campground road. Children pressed against the windows. Alive. Behind it came two vans, an elderly couple in a pickup. Then Laurel and Owen Bennett in their car. Alive. Original or not, Marcus thought. He hated himself for thinking it. That was the valley's final cruelty. Once you knew copies existed, every human being became a question. He lowered the binoculars. There had to be a point at which observations stopped being useful. A point at which seeing more became another kind of cowardice. Marcus stepped away from the camera. Smoke turned sunset into a red smear behind the mountains. The radio hissed with the sound of people making it out. For the first time since arriving, he did not photograph the view. He went onto the catwalk, empty-handed. Ash swirled around the tower. Far below, Coldwater Gap flickered with lights. Too many. He refused to count them. He thought of Black Fork, of the rescue vehicle he had erased, because it complicated the image. Reality had been inconvenient, so he had simplified it. Down there, now, nothing was simple. Some people might already have copies. Some might die despite the evacuation. Some things in the forest might survive, wearing names they had stolen. Marcus could not control that. He could only refuse to choose who deserved the chance to leave. The realization brought no relief, only responsibility. A voice drifted up from beneath the tower. Marcus. He gripped the railing. His own voice. Then, Elaine's. Tower 4, report. The radio, inside the cabin, crackled at the same moment. Marcus did not answer either one. Something warm touched his face. Marcus leaned over the railing. Directly below in the clearing, at the base of the stairs, a campfire burned where none had been before. Its flames rose without moving in the wind. Around it sat 4 figures. One wore Elaine's green forest service jacket. One wore Laurel Bennett's mustard, yellow fleece. One wore red flannel. The 4th sat with its back to the fire. Gray shirt, dark pants. His boots. His shoulders. The figure slowly lifted something to its face. A camera. Marcus felt the old instinct arrive before the fear. Frame it. Focus. Prove it. He forced his hands to remain on the railing. Below the other, Marcus lowered the camera. Then it stood. The 3 figures around the fire turned toward it, as though waiting for instruction. From inside the tower, the radio clicked. Marcus's own voice came through the speaker. Calm, professional, perfectly rehearsed. Tower 4 to dispatch. Evacuation complete. Marcus had not spoken. Below him, the 14th campfire burned brighter. And the man, wearing his face, put one foot on the first stair. Some horrors ask whether we can recognize a monster. Marcus's story asks something harder. What happens after recognition makes certainty impossible? The copies in the valley are frightening because they may preserve a life, but only by replacing the person who lived it. Marcus finally refuses the oldest temptation in his life, the belief that he has the right to decide which version of reality others should receive. Yet his choice may have given the forest exactly what it needed. If a perfect copy carried every memory you loved, would survival make it human, or only convincing? Story 2. By the time Claire Bennett reached the last service road, the rain had thinned to a cold gray mist, hanging between the trees instead of falling. She had been driving nearly an hour without seeing another vehicle. The rental cabins in this section of Daniel Boone National Forest had been empty since Labor Day, and the winter closure meant nobody was supposed to be out here except maintenance crews, rangers, and the occasional hunter willing to treat a locked gate as a suggestion. Claire's job was simple. Check each cabin, photograph damage, record anything that might become dangerous over winter, and leave a red inspection tag on the front door. Simple jobs were useful. Simple jobs did not ask questions. She parked beside cabin 14 and let the engine idle well. She finished cold coffee from a paper cup. On the passenger seat lay a clipboard, a flashlight, a road atlas, and a blank incident form. She had not needed all day. She kept looking at it anyway. Blank paper had a way of reminding her of paper that had not been blank when it mattered. Claire switched off the engine. The silence arrived at once. No highway, hum, no voices, no electrical buzz. Just wet leaves, slipping from branches, and the faint ticking of cooling metal beneath the hood. Cabin 14 stood 20 yards away, dark and square among the tulip poplars. Its porch sagged slightly in the middle. One shutter hung loose. A ceramic deer leaned against the steps, with moss growing over its painted eyes. The door was locked. The windows were intact. There were mouse droppings in the pantry, a water stain beneath the upstairs bathroom, and one missing smoke detector. Ordinary neglect. Ordinary decay. Claire wrote it down, took photographs, and left the red tag. At cabin 15, a raccoon had gotten into the chimney. At 16, a branch had punched through the roof. At 17, she found a child's yellow mitten behind the sofa, stiff with dust, and shaped as though a small hand were still inside it. She almost threw it away. Instead, she set it on the kitchen counter. By late afternoon, the woods had begun losing color. Fog thickened low to the ground, winding between roots and stumps. Claire returned to the truck and marked the last cabin complete. That should have been the end of the route. But the service road continued. She frowned at the map. According to the forestry survey, the road curved another half-mile before ending at an old turnaround. No structures were marked beyond cabin 17. Claire started the engine and drove on. The road narrowed until branches brushed both sides of the truck. Rainwater filled the ruts. Twice, she considered backing out, but each time the trees opened just enough to suggest. The turnaround was close. Then she saw the light. Warm yellow, steady. A porch light. Claire stopped. The cabin stood perhaps 50 yards ahead, partly hidden behind wet hemlocks. It was smaller than the others, built from dark logs, with a steep roof and narrow porch. The bulb above the front door glowed softly through the mist. For a moment, Claire assumed a maintenance crew had restored power. Then she remembered the local electrician saying the line to this section had been disconnected years ago. She checked the dashboard map. No cabin. She checked the paper survey. Nothing. The light remained on. Claire thought of something the cashier at the gas station had said when Claire mentioned her closure route. If you see a porch light where there shouldn't be one, keep driving. The woman had smiled afterward, embarrassed by her own seriousness. Claire had smiled too. Now, she reached for the radio. Static answered. She looked back at the cabin. Someone was standing behind the front window. Not moving. Not waving. Just standing in the yellow light. Claire stared until her eyes watered. Then the figure stepped away from the glass. A second later, the porch light went out. Claire's hand tightened around the radio. On the passenger seat, beneath the blank incident form, the county map had slipped open to an older page. She did not remember unfolding. A handwritten note had been added beside the service road. Cabin burned, 1986. Claire looked up. The porch light came back on. The porch light stayed on while Claire sat in the truck, with the old map spread across her knees. She told herself there were explanations. Outdated records. A rebuilt structure never added to the survey. A generator hidden behind the cabin. Someone squatting there. All were better than admitting. The handwritten note had frightened her. Cabin burned 1986. She did not get out. Instead, Claire reversed until the trees swallowed the yellow light, then drove back toward the ranger station. The station occupied a low brown building beside the county road. Inside, fluorescent lights hummed above filing cabinets, and a corkboard covered in fire warnings. Roy Talbot, the maintenance coordinator, was pouring powdered creamer into coffee. "Thought you'd be gone by now," he said. Claire unfolded the survey map on his desk. "What's past 17? Roy glanced down. "Turn around. There's a cabin." He stirred his coffee without looking at her. "No, there isn't. I saw it. Then you saw an old hunting shack. It had a porch light. There stopped the spoon. Only for a second. Power's dead past 15. I know." His left thumb rubbed slowly over the rim of the cup. "Did you go inside?" No. Good. The word came too quickly. Roy sighed. People around here tell stories. Somebody sees a lantern through fog. Next thing you know, there's a ghost cabin eating tourists. That isn't what I asked. I'm telling you not to make paperwork out of fog. The sentence irritated her more than it should have. Paperwork mattered. It had mattered once, when Warren Pike slid a typed incident report across his desk and told her the wording was wrong. Claire had been 28, then 3 months into her first seasonal appointment, eager enough to mistake approval for trust. The report concerned a controlled burn that had jumped a containment line after Warren ignored a wind advisory. No one died. 2 volunteers were treated for smoke inhalation. A privately owned equipment shed was destroyed. Warren had leaned back in his chair and said, "You didn't personally hear me authorize ignition." Claire had. She changed the sentence anyway. She changed 2 others after that. By morning, the report described a sudden wind shift no supervisor could reasonably have anticipated. Warren signed it. Claire signed beneath him. She had told herself she was protecting the district. For years, she had almost managed to believe it. Claire, Roy was watching her. She folded the map. Has anyone else reported a light out there? He looked toward the dark windows. Then he said quietly, "If you ever see one already burning, don't knock." Claire stared at him. Roy picked up his coffee. That's the whole story. It was not. The cashier at Miller's Fuel said. Almost the same thing the next morning. When Claire mentioned the unmapped structure, the woman's smile vanished. Light was on? Yes. You didn't enter? No. Then, don't. Why? The cashier straightened packets of sugar. Because if the light's on, somebody's home. Who? The woman looked at her. And not somebody you want to interrupt. Back on the service road, Claire found no cabin beyond 17. She drove all the way to the turnaround. Nothing. No foundation. No chimney stones. No tire tracks except her own. She photographed. The area more annoyed than frightened, now. On the return trip, she stopped at cabin 11 to replace an inspection tag. The rain had torn loose. Inside, the air smelled of dust and pine cleaner. Claire crossed the living room, then stopped. A yellow ceramic bowl sat on the dining table. There had not been a bowl there yesterday. 3 painted blue flowers circled its rim. Claire touched one with her thumb. The glaze was chipped in exactly the same place as the bowl her mother had kept on the kitchen table when Claire was 9. For apples. For car keys. For loose change after her father moved out. Claire stepped back. A hallway door stood open beyond the table. Yesterday, it had opened onto a utility closet. Now pale blue wallpaper was visible inside. Tiny white rabbits ran across it in rows. Claire knew that wallpaper. She had peeled one rabbit's ear away with a thumbnail as a child, then hidden the damage behind her dresser. Very slowly, she walked to the doorway. The room beyond was not a closet. And behind the dresser, one paper rabbit was missing half an ear. Claire did not enter the blue room. For several seconds, she stood in the doorway, one hand still resting on the frame, looking at the torn rabbit behind the dresser. Then she backed away. She left cabin 11 without replacing the inspection tag. Outside, the cold steadied her. Trees were trees. Gravel was gravel. The truck was exactly where she had parked it. She locked the cabin and photographed the front door 3 times. Then she checked the photographs. Cabin 11 appeared normally. So did the dining room photographs from the day before. Claire scrolled backward. Empty table. Plain walls. Closed utility door. No yellow bowl. She went inside again. The bowl was still there. So was the open doorway. Claire raised her phone and photographed the dining room. On the screen, the image appeared. Empty table. Plain wall. Closed utility door. Her breathing became shallow. She took another picture while staring directly at the bowl. The camera shutter clicked. The bowl vanished from the photograph. Not blurred. Not distorted. Absent. Claire lowered the phone. 3 blue flowers stared back at her from the ceramic rim. She left without touching anything else. At the ranger station, Roy was gone, and the administrative office was locked. Claire uploaded the inspection photographs to her laptop and enlarged every image from the previous afternoon. Cabins 12 through 17 were there. The turnaround was there. The road beyond 17 was there too, disappearing between wet trees. But there was no cabin. In the photographs where Claire distinctly remembered, aiming directly at the porch. Light there was only forest. She opened the file information. The timestamps were correct. The GPS data was correct. Even the exposure settings looked normal. Claire told herself. The fog had confused her sense of distance. Then she remembered the figure behind the window. By late afternoon, she was driving back. She did not tell Roy. She did not tell anyone. She brought the paper map, the flashlight, and an old film camera from the station evidence cabinet that had probably not been used in 15 years. The service road was darker than the day before. Cabin 11 passed on her right. Claire did not stop. At the turnaround, there was nothing. She sat behind the wheel for several minutes, feeling ridiculous. Then she noticed light moving across the windshield. Not headlights. Hello, light. Behind her, Claire turned. The cabin stood between the trees. The porch light was already on. This time, she did not drive away. She parked 20 yards short of the porch and stepped out with the film camera hanging from her neck. The forest seemed unnaturally quiet. No birds. No dripping water. No wind. The cabin windows glowed with domestic warmth. Claire lifted the camera and took one photograph. Then another. She did not approach the door. Instead, she moved toward the side window. Through the glass, she saw a kitchen. Not a rustic cabin kitchen. White cabinets, green tile backsplash, a narrow oak table pushed against the wall. A crooked print of Cape Cod above the sink. Claire stopped breathing. It was Meredith's kitchen. Not similar. The same. The apartment in Lexington where Claire had lived for 4 years with Meredith Shaw. Before long shifts and unreturned calls and Claire's talent for turning every difficult conversation into something that could be postponed. A saucepan sat steaming on the stove. 2 plates had been set at the table. Someone had made chicken with rosemary. Meredith used to cook it on Sundays. Claire stepped closer to the glass. There was even a wine stain on the table, where Meredith had knocked over a glass during their last argument. Claire remembered scrubbing at it afterward until her wrist hurt. She had thought removing the stain might somehow reduce the importance of what had been said above it. Then she saw the yellow envelope. It lay beside one plate. Claire pressed both hands against the cold glass. Nobody knew about that envelope. Not Meredith. Not Warren Pike. Nobody. Claire had hidden it inside the lining of an old suitcase 3 years ago. Inside was the first version of the controlled burn report. The version she had written before. Warren asked her to change it. The version with his authorization, recorded clearly. Claire had never destroyed it. She had never admitted. She kept it. Inside the cabin, a chair scraped backward. Claire froze. Someone entered the kitchen. A woman seen only from behind. Dark hair falling to her shoulders. Meredith's old gray sweater. The woman placed a hand on the yellow envelope. Then, without turning around, she said through the closed window, "You always keep the things you're too frightened to sign." Claire stayed outside the window long enough for condensation from her breath to cloud the glass. The woman in Meredith's sweater did not turn around. Her hand remained on the yellow envelope. Claire told herself there was a person inside. That mattered. A person could obtain photographs. A person could learn addresses, names, old relationships. Warren knew where Claire had lived. Forestry, employment files contained emergency contacts. Meredith had once attended a district Christmas dinner. Someone with enough time could assemble fragments. Even the envelope could be reproduced. The thought was absurd. It was still better than the alternative. Claire walked around to the porch. The light above her gave off no heat. She stood beneath it and looked for wiring. There was none. The bulb, screwed into a black metal fixture, attached directly to the logs. No conduit. No cable disappearing beneath the eaves. She remembered Roy's voice. If you ever see one already burning, don't knock. Claire did not knock. She opened the door. The kitchen was empty. No woman. No movement. Only the faint smell of rosemary and cooked chicken. Hello? Her voice seemed to disappear into the room. The yellow envelope remained on the table. Claire crossed toward it. Beside the stove, a refrigerator hummed. That sound stopped her, more effectively than a scream would have. There was no electricity. She opened the refrigerator. Cold air touched her face. Inside were Meredith's habits, arranged with humiliating precision. Almond milk on the top shelf, mustard in the door, half a lemon wrapped in plastic, a carton of eggs with one missing. Claire closed it. On the refrigerator door was a grocery list held beneath a magnet, shaped like a red canoe. She remembered buying that magnet during a weekend trip. Meredith had called their last good vacation. Claire reached for it, then stopped. The handwriting on the grocery list was hers, not merely similar. Hers, coffee soap, rosemary, light bulbs. She turned toward the front door. It was still open. Forest waited beyond it. Claire exhaled. She had taken 3 steps toward the porch when something scraped behind her. The kitchen table had moved. Only a few inches. One chair now stood, pulled away from it. Claire stared. She looked toward the counter, then back. The wine stain was gone. In its place lay a faint burn mark from Claire's mother's old kitchen table, made when her father had set down a skillet without a trivet. No. The Cape Cod print above the sink had changed too. Now it was a framed school photograph of Claire at 10 years old. She moved quickly to the door. Outside was not the forest. A narrow hallway extended beyond the threshold. Blue wallpaper. White rabbits. Claire slammed the door. Her heartbeat thudded in her throat. She opened it again. Forest. Wet leaves, hemlocks. Her truck visible through the mist. Claire stepped backward without taking her eyes off the exit. Her heels struck something. A cardboard moving box sat behind her. It had not been there before. Claire. Bedroom. Written in black marker. Her mother's handwriting. Claire refused to turn around. She moved toward the door while watching the room in the reflection of the dark window. That was how she saw the cabinets change. White became oak. Green tiles became yellow wallpaper. The refrigerator narrowed into the beige model from her childhood home. Objects rearranged themselves soundlessly whenever her direct gaze slipped away, as though the room were correcting mistakes. Claire reached the porch. Her hand touched the doorframe. Then she heard Meredith laugh somewhere deeper inside the cabin. Not frightened. Not calling for help. The soft laugh Meredith used to make from another room when Claire said something unintentionally funny. Claire turned. A doorway now stood where the pantry had been. Beyond it was Meredith's living room. The old, gray sofa. Books stacked beside the radiator. Even the blanket Claire used to fall asleep beneath while pretending she was only resting her eyes. Meredith? No answer. Claire forced herself to face the open front door again. The forest had disappeared. This time, the doorway opened into the kitchen of her childhood home. Sunlight rested across yellow linoleum. Her father's jacket hung beside the back door. Claire felt something inside, her chest fold inward. Her father had taken that jacket when he left. She remembered, watching him carry it over one arm. She remembered her mother sitting at the table afterward, staring into the chipped yellow bowl. From somewhere inside that impossible kitchen came the sound of a man setting down his keys. Then, her father's voice, exactly as it had sounded before the divorce, called gently, "Claire, you home?" Behind her, the cabin's real front door clicked shut. The click behind Claire sounded small, domestic, the kind of sound a door made when someone closed it against winter. She turned and pulled at the knob. It did not move. There was no lock beneath her hand anymore. Only painted wood. Claire. Her father called again. The kitchen beyond the doorway was exactly as she remembered it before everything changed. Morning sunlight lay across the yellow floor. Bacon hissed in a skillet. A radio murmured somewhere near the sink. The chipped bowl sat on the table, full of red apples instead of loose change and unpaid bills. Her father stood at the stove, younger than Claire, remembered him at the end. His shoulders still broad, his hair still dark. He glanced back and smiled. "There you are." Claire could not answer. At 10 years old, she had believed the divorce happened in a single afternoon. Her father carrying suitcases. Her mother refusing to look at him. The yellow bowl falling when Claire bumped the table, rolling once before cracking against the floor. But the cabin had chosen an earlier morning, a morning before anybody had packed. Her childhood bedroom waited down the hall. Claire knew because she could see the open door. Blue rabbit wallpaper. A quilt her grandmother had made. A shelf of paperback horse novels. Everything restored to the moment. Before, a child learned that a home could continue existing after it stopped belonging to you. Her father set a plate on the table. "Sit down." For one terrible second, Claire wanted to. Not because she believed him. Because disbelief did not make the bacon smell less real. She backed away. The hallway lengthened behind her. When she turned, she was standing in Meredith's kitchen. Evening now. Rain streaked the windows. 2 wine glasses waited on the table. Meredith stood at the counter, chopping rosemary. This Meredith was older. There were faint lines beside her eyes Claire had never seen. "You're early," she said. Claire stared at her. Meredith smiled, without accusation. No final argument. No suitcase by the bedroom door. No years of silence afterward. On the refrigerator was a photograph of the 2 of them standing beside a lake. Claire did not recognize, both sunburned and laughing. Beneath, it was another photograph. Claire, in a Green Ranger uniform. Not seasonal gray. A permanent badge. District Ranger, Bennett. Claire stepped closer. The room changed. The kitchen opened into an office. Her office. A brass nameplate stood on the desk. Framed commendations covered the wall. There were photographs of prescribed burns, trail restoration crews, school groups gathered around Claire while she demonstrated a compass. A life assembled from the career she had imagined when she first met Warren Pike. On the desk lay an incident report. Claire knew it before she touched it. The controlled burn. She opened the folder. Her original wording was there. Warren Pike authorized ignition despite changing wind conditions. No alteration. No second version. No yellow envelope hidden in a suitcase. Her signature at the bottom was steady. Truthful. The office door opened. Warren entered. Not old Warren. The Warren she remembered from 6 years ago. Pressed uniform, silver watch, easy confidence. He looked at the report and nodded. You did the right thing. Claire's throat tightened. Those were the words she had wanted from him. Not protection. Not promotion. Permission to believe. She was the person she had intended to become. Behind Warren, Meredith appeared in the doorway, carrying 2 cups of coffee. Her father's laughter came from somewhere down the hall. The cabin had stopped being frightening. Claire understood then. That was worse. It had shown her impossible rooms, changed walls, stolen faces from memory. But none of that was the purpose. Fear was only how it learned where to look. The house was searching, testing, discarding the versions that made her retreat and keeping the ones that made her hesitate. It did not need to trap people. It needed to find the room they would refuse to leave. Claire looked at the report again. Her truthful signature waited at the bottom. Outside the office window, afternoon sunlight warmed a forest ranger station that had never existed. A phone rang on the desk. Claire answered, without thinking. For several seconds, there was only breathing. Then Roy Talbot whispered, "Whatever room you're in, don't let it finish furnishing it." Claire looked up. Across the office, a new door had appeared. Beside it stood the yellow ceramic bowl. Inside the bowl were Claire's apartment keys, and attached to them was a key she had never owned, stamped with 2 words. Front porch. The key marked front porch was cold enough to hurt Claire's palm. She kept it anyway. Roy's call had disconnected when she tried to speak. The office phone now gave only a flat dial tone, and when Claire looked toward the doorway, Warren and Meredith were gone. So was the office. She stood again inside the cabin kitchen. White cabinets. Green tile. Rosemary cooling in the saucepan. Then she heard a vacuum cleaner. Claire turned. The sound came from beneath her feet. It passed slowly under the kitchen floor, fading toward the far wall. A child laughed somewhere below. A cupboard closed. Silverware clinked against a plate. Then, faintly, a television audience applauded. Claire stared at the floorboards. The cabin was scarcely 20 feet wide. There was no basement on the exterior. She had walked around the structure. The logs sat low over stone piers with nothing beneath them but mud and leaves. Another sound drifted upward. Someone humming while washing dishes. Not one household. Several. Claire moved the table aside. A woven rug lay beneath it. She was certain it had not been there before. When she pulled it back, a square seam appeared in the floor. No handle. Only a small brass keyhole. Claire looked at the key in her hand. "Front porch," she whispered. It fit. The lock opened with a soft click. The floor lifted easily. Warm air rose from below, carrying smells that could not belong together. Coffee, laundry, detergent, cigarette smoke, cinnamon, tomato sauce, furniture polish. Night. A narrow staircase descended into yellow light. Claire should have closed it. Instead, she took her flashlight and went down. The stairs continued, far beyond the depth the ground could contain. Bare, timber walls became wallpaper. Green stripes becoming roses, roses becoming wood paneling becoming a child's planets and stars. The staircase ended in a corridor. Doors lined both sides. Apartment doors, bedroom doors, screen doors. One was painted bright red. Another held a Christmas wreath. Fresh pine needles scattered across the floor. Behind each came the sounds of ordinary life. A man complaining about a baseball game. No. A woman asking someone to pass the salt. Running bathwater. A baby fussing, then quieting. Claire opened the nearest door. An elderly man slept in a recliner beneath an Afghan, while afternoon sunlight filled windows that should have looked into dirt. Outside was a suburban street. Curse passed. A mail carrier crossed a lawn. On a side table lay a newspaper dated 12 years earlier. The man opened his eyes and smiled politely. "Can I help you?" Where are you?" His expression tightened and... "Home?" "What town?" "Somerset." Claire knew his face. She had seen it on an old missing person bulletin in the district office. Henry Voss, retired teacher, disappeared while hiking. Claire backed into the corridor and opened another door. A young woman sat cross-legged on a bedroom floor, wrapping Christmas presents. Snow fell beyond the window. A calendar showed a year, more than 2 decades past. Another missing visitor. Another home. Claire moved faster. A motel room opened into a farmhouse kitchen. A farmhouse closet opened into a college dormitory. Behind one narrow door, a family ate birthday cake while a teenage boy, missing since 1997, argued cheerfully with a sister who had grown old in the real world without him. None looked imprisoned. None asked to leave. The deeper Claire went, the less the structure resembled architecture. Rooms nested inside rooms. A staircase descended through the ceiling of a nursery. A pantry door opened onto a sunlit porch. Hallways folded back through kitchens from different decades. Everywhere people lived. Cooking, reading, sleeping beside spouses who might be dead. Raising children who had never existed. Claire finally understood what the cabin kept underground. Not bodies. Lives. She entered one more room. A dining table stood beneath a yellow lamp. 2 plates had been set. On the wall hung a framed forestry photograph. Claire approached it. The picture showed a winter inspection crew standing outside cabin 17. Roy was there, younger. Warren Pike stood beside him, and between them was Claire. The photograph was dated 1986. Behind her, someone pulled out a chair. A woman's voice said gently, "You took longer this time." Claire spun around. The woman seated at the table was not Meredith. She was perhaps 70, with white hair pinned loosely behind her head and a faded green cardigan buttoned to the throat. She looked at Claire with the patient disappointment of someone whose guest had arrived late for dinner. "Do I know you?" The woman smiled. "You always ask that." Claire's eyes moved back to the photograph. 1986. Impossible. She had not been born yet. When she looked again, the woman's chair was empty. Claire left the room. The corridor outside had changed. Cardboard boxes, now lined one wall, stacked among backpacks, suitcases, boots, and coats. Unlike the perfect rooms around them, these things were decayed. Real things. Mildewed fabric, cracked leather, mud hardened into soles. Claire opened the nearest box. Inside were ranger forms, missing person reports, search summaries, vehicle recovery sheets. She recognized names. Henry Voss, Alicia Monroe, Thomas Reed. People she'd just seen living ordinary lives behind impossible doors. But stamped across several files in red ink were words that made Claire's hands go cold. Object returned safely. Henry Voss had supposedly walked into a gas station 3 days after disappearing. Alicia Monroe had reportedly called her parents from Louisville. Thomas Reed had been documented boarding a bus to Tennessee. Claire had seen all 3 less than 10 minutes ago. None had aged. She dug deeper. Statements accompanied the reports. A sheriff describing Voss as confused but unharmed. A motel clerk claiming Monroe stayed one night before leaving west. Signatures, dates, administrative closures. The bureaucracy of people who had come home, except they had not. Claire noticed something else. Several statements used nearly identical wording. Subject expressed embarrassment regarding unnecessary search efforts. Again. 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 Different decades. Different counties. The same sentence. Claire thought of Roy. Don't make paperwork out of fog. Her stomach tightened. At the bottom of the box lay a brown forestry folder. The paper had softened with age. Across the front, someone had written, "In structure beyond, Unit 17. Inside was a hand-drawn map. The cabin, the turnaround, a square marked where no square existed on any modern survey. Claire turned the page. The handwriting stopped her. Warren Pike. She knew the sharp, backward slant of his capital letters. She had watched him amend enough reports to recognize it instantly. But the date at the top was 1986. Warren would have been barely out of high school. Claire read. The report described an abandoned rental structure discovered after a wildfire inspection. Electrical service had been removed years earlier, yet the porch fixture remained illuminated. 3 forestry workers entered. Only 2 came back. The missing man was officially located the following week in Ohio. The report continued. Recovered subject showed no recognition of personnel involved in search and insisted he had never entered the forest. Then, recommendation. Structure should not appear on public maps, maintenance routes, rental inventories, or future forestry surveys. Access road to remain unmarked. Beneath that, if illumination is visible before, approach, structure is occupied. Do not enter. Claire read the signature twice. Warren Pike, a floorboard creaked behind her. She turned. Roy stood at the far end of the corridor. Not the Roy she knew. This Roy was 30 years younger. His uniform shirt was clean, his hair dark. Roy? He looked at the folder in her hands. His expression collapsed. You weren't supposed to find the old reports. How did Warren write this? Roy shook his head. Claire, put it back. These people never came home. No. You signed some of the recovery records. Roy said nothing. Claire understood. The false reports had not begun with her. Her altered burn report was not an isolated act inside an otherwise honest institution. The Forest Service had been teaching itself the same survival skill for decades. Change the document. Close the file. Call the missing person safe. Make the problem disappear on paper. Claire looked down at Warren's recommendation. At the bottom of the last page, beneath the official signature, someone had added one handwritten sentence. The ink looked newer. Claire recognized her own handwriting. If you are reading this below the cabin, it already has enough of you to send something home. Claire read the sentence in her own handwriting, until the words stopped looking like language. It already has enough of you to send something home. When she looked up, Roy was gone. So were the boxes. The corridor had become carpeted. Soft, beige. Clean, a brass plaque hung on the wall ahead. Durstridge Ranger, Claire Bennett. She did not move. The house had stopped pretending now. It knew what she wanted. A door opened by itself. Beyond, it was the office. She had seen before, but completed. Not just furnished. Lived in. A coffee ring stained the desk. A rain jacket hung over the back of a chair. On one shelf stood photographs from years Claire had never experienced. Claire leading prescribed burns, accepting an award, shaking hands with county officials. There was a photograph of Warren Pike pinning a permanent ranger badge to her uniform. He looked proud. Claire stepped inside. The door closed quietly behind her. Warren sat at the desk. He was older this time. Gray-haired. softer around the face. Retired, perhaps. You finally made it, he said. Claire stared at him. You wrote the 1986 report. He smiled sadly. That isn't what you came here to ask. She hated that he was right. On the desk lay her falsified burn report. Beside it lay the original version. 2 lives, separated by a few changed sentences. Warren folded his hands. You think you did it for me? Claire said nothing. You've been telling yourself that for years. I protected you. No. His voice remained gentle. You protected what I represented. The room seemed to tighten around her. Warren tapped the false report. You were temporary, overqualified, underpaid, afraid every season would be your last. You thought I could make you permanent. Claire remembered his office, his praise, the way he called her dependable. How carefully she had carried those words home. I told you, the district needed people who understood loyalty, Warren said. Claire felt nausea rise. That doesn't excuse you. I didn't say it did. The answer hurt more than denial would have. Behind him, the office window brightened. Outside stood a life. Her life corrected. Meredith crossed the parking lot, carrying lunch for 2. Claire's father waited beside a truck, older but still present. Coworkers waved when Claire passed. Her name remained on the office door. No investigation. No ruined reputation. No years spent taking temporary assignments. Because permanent interviews always seemed to end with someone politely saying they had chosen another candidate. Warren slid the truthful report toward her. In here, you signed this one. Claire looked down. Her signature was clean. No hesitation. No guilt. And everything still worked out, he said. That was the cruelty of it. The cabin did not offer forgiveness. It offered a past in which forgiveness was unnecessary. Claire backed away. A hum passed through the walls. Not electrical. Human. Hundreds of voices, speaking behind wood. She thought of Henry Voss, asleep in his recliner. Alicia, wrapping Christmas presents. Families eating dinners that had ended decades ago. The porch light. Always warm. Always waiting. It did not run on electricity. It ran on consent. On the moment, someone stopped, asking whether the room was real, because reality had become less desirable. Every person below was feeding it, simply by staying. Memory became structure. Longing became heat. A surrendered life became light for the next guest. Claire looked toward the office door. A narrow strip of yellow shone beneath it. Why the porch light? She asked. Warren smiled. So the lonely know someone is home. Claire closed her eyes. For 1 second, she heard Meredith in the next room. Her father, laughing. Rain against the apartment windows. A kettle beginning to boil. Everything she had lost. Everything she had damaged. Everything the cabin promised could still be waiting. Then, Claire understood what it wanted from her. Not death, not confession, not punishment. It wanted her to choose the lie again, to accept a beautiful false record, because the truth cost too much. Claire opened her eyes. Warren had disappeared. In his chair sat another Claire. Permanent, uniform, wedding ring, no exhaustion in her face. The woman smiled. Then she lifted Claire's original report, tore it carefully in half, and said, "You already know how easy this part is." The other Claire tore the report once more. 4 pieces. Then 8. Each rip sounded louder than it should have. Claire watched the scraps fall onto the desk. The room brightened. Meredith appeared in the doorway with 2 cups of coffee. Her father stood behind her, smiling. Warren leaned against the filing cabinet with a satisfied expression. Claire remembered from the first year of her career, when praise from him had seemed indistinguishable from rescue. No one looked frightened. That was how Claire knew they were part of the room. Real people were rarely so perfectly forgiving. Meredith crossed toward her. "You can stop now," she said. Claire looked at her face. The cabin had gotten the details right. The tiny scar above her eyebrow. The habit of holding a mug with both hands when it was too hot. Even the tired kindness Meredith had possessed near the end, when anger had already exhausted itself into disappointment. "Stay," Meredith said. Claire wanted to. That was the final trap. Not because she believed this woman was Meredith. Because some part of her had decided belief might not matter. She looked down at the shredded report, then at the office walls, awards, photographs, a life without consequence. A life built from the same principle as the lie she had signed years ago. If the record was pleasant enough, perhaps, truth could be treated as unnecessary. Claire reached for the desk lamp. She pulled it free. The cord led nowhere. Of course, it did. Still, the bulb glowed. She threw it against the wall. Glass burst across the carpet. The room dimmed. Every face changed. Only slightly. Meredith stopped smiling. Her father lowered his eyes. Warren straightened. The other Claire stood. "What are you doing?" Claire grabbed the framed photograph of Warren, pinning the permanent badge to her uniform. She smashed it against the desk. The image beneath the glass changed before she could look away. Now it showed Meredith and Claire beside the lake. She struck it again. A childhood Christmas. Again, her parents together. Again, Claire alone in a ranger uniform, smiling in front of an office she had never earned. "Stop," her father said. Claire froze. His voice broke on the word. For one awful instant, he sounded real. Then she remembered the morning he left. Not the softened version, and the cabin had given her. The argument through the bedroom wall. Her mother crying quietly after the front door shut. The yellow bowl cracked on the floor. Painful. Incomplete. Real, Claire lifted the frame and brought it down again. The office wall split. Behind the drywall was raw timber. Behind the timber, dozens of voices cried out. The room shuddered. Meredith grabbed Claire's wrist. Warm skin. Strong fingers. Please. Claire pulled away and seized the false report from the desk. The paper felt heavy. She carried it to the wastebasket beneath Warren's desk. There was no lighter. No matches. Then she remembered the old incident report. The burn. The wind. Fire behaving differently once released. Claire looked at the glowing desk. Lamp fragments scattered across the carpet. One piece still burned. She pressed the report against it. The page blackened, then caught. Flame moved quickly across Warren's altered sentences. Meredith screamed, not in pain, in grief. The room reacted, as though Claire had stabbed something living. Wallpaper peeled away. Awards dropped from the walls. Her father vanished. Warren collapsed into drifting ash. The other Claire remained longest. She stood across the burning desk face, twisting with fury. You'll lose everything. Claire watched the fire reach her own signature. I already did. The paper curled inward. The office disappeared. Claire fell hard onto wooden boards. All around her, the nested rooms began changing. Doors burst open. Television stopped. Dinner plates shattered. People stepped into corridors, waxing expressions of stunned confusion. Henry Voss emerged from one doorway, suddenly old. Alicia Monroe dropped a wrapped Christmas present and stared at her hands as decades seemed to return to them all at once. Someone began screaming for a husband who had been dead for 30 years. Another person shouted that this was not their house. Then another. Then dozens. The entire structure awakened. Claire ran. Behind her, rooms collapsed into raw wood as people poured into the corridors. The warm yellow light overhead flickered. Once, twice, then every door beneath the cabin opened at the same time, and from far below, something began climbing the stairs. Claire never saw what was climbing the stairs. She heard it. That was enough. Not footsteps, exactly. More like the settling sounds of a house compressed into movement. Boards creaking, pipes knocking, cupboard doors closing one after another, as something enormous pulled itself upward through the rooms. Claire ran with the others. The corridor no longer obeyed itself. A bedroom opened into snow. A kitchen door revealed a hospital. Waiting room. A screen porch looked onto an ocean at dusk. People stopped when they recognized something. That was how the cabin tried to keep them. Henry Voss froze before a suburban doorway. Someone inside called his name. Claire grabbed his coat. Don't look. He resisted for only a second. Then, the room behind him said in a woman's voice, Henry, supper's getting cold. He began to cry. Claire pulled harder. The yellow lights overhead dimmed as more people abandoned their rooms. Darkness spread through the impossible structure. Ahead, she saw stairs. Real stairs. Bare timber. Mud at the top. Cold air. Claire climbed. Behind her, the thing below moved faster. The walls began furnishing themselves as she passed. Rabbit wallpaper. Meredith's green tiles. Her ranger office. Her childhood kitchen. Each room appeared for only seconds incomplete. Now, desperate. At the top of the stairs waited a front door. Claire used the key marked front porch. The lock turned. She fell into rain. The cabin stood behind her. Its porch crowded with people emerging into the forest, as if waking from anesthesia. Some collapsed. Some screamed. Others simply stared at the trees. The porch light flickered above them, then went dark. Claire looked back once. There was no cabin, only burned earth between the hemlocks. Weeks of investigations followed. Questions Claire could not answer. Missing people whose ages no longer matched their records. Families contacted after decades. Names reopened in databases that had long treated them as resolved. Roy Talbot resigned before anyone formally questioned him. Warren Pike denied knowing anything about the 1986 report. Claire did not argue. She had something else to correct. She requested the archived file from the controlled burn. Then she submitted a statement. The real one. She described Warren authorizing ignition despite the wind advisory. She described altering the report. She described signing her name beneath a lie because she believed loyalty would purchase the future she wanted. There was no supernatural explanation in that document. Claire refused herself that escape. She lost the winter position. A review of her previous work began. Her certification was placed under investigation. Meredith did not call. Her father did not return. Nothing repaired itself, because Claire had finally told the truth. That, she discovered, was what truth actually cost. Her apartment felt smaller afterward. Realer. The faucet leaked. The upstairs neighbor walked heavily after midnight. The radiator clicked whenever the temperature dropped. For the first time in years, Claire stopped wishing those ordinary irritations away. Then, small things began changing. A yellow bowl appeared in a cabinet. She donated it. 3 days later, it was on the kitchen table. A red canoe magnet appeared on the refrigerator. Claire threw it in the trash outside the building. The next morning, it held a grocery list in Meredith's handwriting. Coffee, soap, rosemary. Light bulbs. Claire moved apartments. She told nobody why. The new place had no memories attached to it. White walls. Cheap carpet. A narrow porch outside the front door with a fixture whose bulb had burned out before she signed the lease. Claire deliberately never replaced it. One rainy evening, she came home carrying groceries and found a yellow envelope lying on the kitchen counter. She did not open it. She did not need to. From the bedroom came the faint sound of her father humming. Claire stood motionless. Then she heard Meredith laugh softly from the kitchen behind her. Neither sound belonged to the apartment. Claire closed her eyes. "No," she said. When she opened them, she was alone. She walked to the front door. Through the small window beside it, warm yellow light lay across the porch. Claire stared at the dead fixture. The bulb was glowing. No wiring had been repaired. No one had touched it. Across the wet glass, her reflection looked pale and exhausted. Then another reflection appeared behind her. A woman in a permanent ranger uniform, smiling. Claire did not turn around. Outside, the porch light stayed on. And somewhere beneath the floor, someone began setting the table. Some haunted places do not follow us because we failed to escape them. They follow because they learned what escape means to us. Claire believed the cabin's greatest weapon was memory. But memory was only the material it used. Its true weapon was the possibility of correction. The promise that one painful choice could be erased without consequence. That is what makes home dangerous in this story. Home is not merely where we belong. Sometimes it is the version of the past we would destroy reality to recover. If the perfect life opened its door for you, how long would you remember to ask whether it was real? Story 3. The first thing Owen Mercer noticed about the campsite was that someone had already swept it clean. Not clean in the ordinary sense. Pine needles still lay beneath the picnic table. Charcoal stained the fire ring, and silver bark peeled from the nearest birch. But the earth around the tents was smooth. No deer tracks. No boot marks. No scratches from squirrels. It looked less untouched than erased. "Luxury?" Ben Halpern said, dropping his pack. "The forest staff ironed the dirt for us." No one laughed, except Priya. Owen set down the food crate. He had spent the drive from Richmond telling himself that 4 days in George Washington National Forest would be easier than the group chat had made it sound. He had been wrong before they even parked. Lucas Dane stood at the edge of the clearing, looking down the wooded slope. He had not spoken to Owen for nearly an hour. Nora Bell was pretending not to notice. That made Owen uneasy. They had all been friends once, the kind who knew which cheap beer you hated and which professor you imitated. Then there had been the mountain. After that, friendship became something they referred to in the past tense without admitting it. Owen opened the cooler and began arranging food that did not need arranging. "You brought enough for a church picnic," Nora said. "I teach teenagers," Owen replied. "I assume everyone is always starving." She smiled briefly. Lucas turned from the trees. "You still do that?" Owen looked up. "Do what?" "Make everything sound harmless." The clearing seemed to become smaller. Ben busied himself with a tent pole. Priya stared into her pack. Owen kept both hands inside the cooler. We've been here 20 minutes. Exactly. Lucas. No, it's fine. Lucas laughed once. Reunion weekend. Fresh air. Pretend we're 38 instead of 21. And nobody ever got left on a ridge. Nora, said his name sharply. Owen felt the old sentence rise inside him. I went back, but did not say it. Lucas took a cigarette from the crushed pack in his shirt pocket. You said you quit, Priya said. I did. He put it between his lips and drew out his lighter. Owen recognized it immediately. Matte. Brass dented at one corner with a black mountain etched into the side. Lucas had carried it since senior year. He had a habit of snapping the lid open against his thigh with one hand. Click, flame, click. Then he shouldered his day pack. Where are you going? Ben asked. Down the trail. We just got here. That's why I'm going now. Owen straightened. Don't go alone. Lucas looked at him for a long moment. You don't get to say that to me. He walked out of the clearing. For several seconds they heard his boots grinding through dry leaves. Then the sound vanished, downhill. No one suggested following him. That was the part Owen remembered later. All four of them stayed where they were. They finished pitching the tents. Ben made coffee. Nora found a warped deck of cards. Priya asked Owen about his students, and he answered too eagerly. By late afternoon, the light had thinned to the color of old brass. Then Lucas came back. He entered from the same trail, sweating lightly, breathing hard, his expression emptied out by embarrassment. Happy? He said. I took a walk. Nobody answered. Lucas dropped his pack beside the fire ring and reached for the cigarette, still tucked behind his ear. He held the lighter in both hands, turned it over, pressed his thumb against the hinge, frowned. Then he tried to pull the lid straight upward, as if opening a small box. Owen watched him, struggle for several seconds before Lucas noticed. What? Lucas said. Owen looked at the lighter, then at the man who had owned it for more than 10 years. Nothing. Lucas stared down at the brass case. Very softly, he said, How do I open this? For a moment, nobody moved. Then Ben laughed. It came out too loudly, and because they all needed somewhere to put the discomfort. Nora joined him. You've officially become an old man, Ben said. Next you'll forget your own pin. Lucas smiled without looking up. Owen reached across the fire. Ring took the lighter and flicked his thumb beneath the lid. It snapped open with the familiar metallic click. He rolled the wheel, flame. Right, Lucas said. He watched Owen extinguish it. Right, of course. He took it back and opened it correctly on the first try. That should have ended the matter. Instead, Owen found himself listening for the click all evening. Lucas used the lighter 3 more times. Each time his thumb moved naturally. Each time Owen almost convinced himself that fatigue had done something strange to him. That 2 hours on the trail, dehydration, anger, maybe low blood sugar, had interrupted a habit for a few seconds. People forgot familiar things. Owen taught history. He told his students that memory was not a recording. Every recollection was an act of reconstruction. He had depended on that idea for 17 years. By dusk, they were sitting around the fire, with enamel cups and food balanced on their knees. The forest beyond the clearing had become a dark wall. Somewhere down the slope, water moved over stone. Priya mentioned the old climbing club first. Not Miles. Not directly. She told a story about their second year at college, when Ben had tried to impress graduate students by pretending he knew how to tie a rescue knot and had somehow secured himself to a picnic table. Even Lucas laughed. For several minutes, they sounded like themselves again. Then Nora said, "Miles would have cut the rope." The silence that followed was complete. Owen stared into the fire. A branch collapsed inward, sending sparks toward the trees. He remembered Miles Avery's gloves. That was what came first now. Not his face. Not the shouting. The gloves. Red leather, soaked almost black from melted snow. Owen remembered, seeing one pressed against the rock, as Miles tried to pull himself over the lip of the ridge. He remembered saying, "Stay there." Or maybe, "Don't move." He remembered turning away. Only for help, he told himself. Always for help. "You know what I remember," Lucas said. Owen looked up. Lucas was staring into his cup. That night, after the spring formal junior year. Nora groaned. "Absolutely not." Lucas smiled. "When Priya found me crying behind Kessler Hall." Priya frowned. "You weren't crying." "I was absolutely crying." "No, you were drunk and throwing up into the hydrangeas." Ben pointed at her. "That I remember." Lucas shook his head. "No, I'd just gotten the call about my dad." The humor drained away. Owen knew this story. Lucas's father had not died until 6 years after graduation. The call that night had been from Lucas' older brother, telling him their parents were separating. Lucas had disappeared from the formal, and Nora, not Priya, had found him sitting behind Kessler Hall. Owen remembered because Lucas had made him promise never to tell anyone he had cried. "Nora found you," Owen said. Lucas looked at him. "No, she did." Priya gave Owen a puzzled smile. "I found him." Owen turned toward her. "You just said he was throwing up." "I said he was drunk." "No, you said." He stopped. Priya's face had changed in the smallest possible way. Not fear. Not confusion. Annoyance. As if Owen were deliberately misquoting her. "I found him behind Kessler," she said. His brother had called about his dad. Nora stared at the fire. Ben nodded slowly. "Yeah," he said. "That's right." Owen felt something tighten beneath his ribs. Lucas lifted the brass lighter. Click. Flame. Click. There, he said softly. See, you remember. Owen looked from face to face. Priya was already eating again. Ben had moved on to another story. Only Owen seemed to hear how quickly the past had changed. He reached into his jacket for his phone, meaning to write down exactly what had been said before he could lose it too. There was no signal, but the Notes app opened. A blank page appeared. Owen typed Priya said he was throwing up. He stared at the sentence. Then beneath it, another line appeared. He did not type it. Priya, him, crying. Owen's hands went cold. And before he could show anyone, the first sentence disappeared. Owen locked his phone without showing anyone. For the rest of the evening, he kept feeling its weight against his thigh. He told himself. The Notes application had synchronized something old. An accidental autocomplete. A cached sentence. Some obscure software behavior he would have accepted without question if it had happened anywhere, except beside Lucas Dane. Across the fire, Lucas was telling Ben about a student protest. They had attended sophomore year. Owen listened carefully. Every detail was correct. That frightened him more. He waited until the others began preparing for bed. Then took a small spiral notebook from the teaching supplies he had packed with the maps. He carried notebooks everywhere. His students joked that Mr. Mercer trusted paper more than people. Tonight, he did. Inside his tent, using a headlamp turned low, Owen wrote, Lucas forgot how to open his lighter. Priya first remembered Lucas, vomiting behind Kessler Hall. Then Priya remembered finding him crying. Ben agreed with the second version. Nora did not confirm either version. He underlined the final sentence twice. Outside, someone laughed. Lucas. Then Nora said, Don't call me that. Owen stopped writing. Come on, Norbert. The name pulled something loose in him. He opened the tent flap. Nora stood beside the dying fire, with her arms folded. Lucas was grinning at her. Seriously, she said. I haven't heard that in years. Ben looked delighted. Oh my God. Shut up. Owen crawled outside. Who used to call you that? Nora glanced at him. Miles. The name settled over the clearing. Lucas poked the fire with a branch. Miles started it, he said. We all used it. No, Owen said. Lucas looked up. We didn't. Ben frowned. Didn't we? Owen remembered Miles, leaning across a cafeteria table, singing Norbert, until Nora threw a packet of ketchup at him. He remembered Lucas refusing to use the nickname because he thought it was childish. That memory was unusually sharp. Lucas shrugged. You used it. I never called her that. You did at Blackwater. Owen went still. What? The night you and I walked down to the river. There was no river. Lucas smiled faintly. At the campground, we never camped at Blackwater. Nobody spoke. Owen could hear insects ticking somewhere beyond the firelight. Lucas tilted his head, studying him. Sure we did, after graduation. You and me, Miles, Priya. Priya emerged from her tent carrying a sweatshirt. What are you talking about? The Blackwater trip. She paused. Owen felt a brief surge of relief. Then Lucas said, "The night Owen told me, he was afraid Miles would get somebody killed." The relief vanished. Owen stared at him. "I never said that." Lucas's expression changed. Not triumph. Hurt. You did. No. We walked down to the water because you couldn't sleep. You said. Miles took stupid risks, and everyone confused confidence with competence. Owen became aware of Nora watching him. That conversation never happened. Lucas gave a tired laugh. You made me promise not to tell him. Owen's mouth had gone dry. There had been no Blackwater camping trip. He knew that. After graduation, he had spent June working at his uncle's hardware store. Priya had been in Maryland. Miles had gone west for climbing training. Facts, dates, things that could be checked. Yet, Priya was staring into the darkness with the peculiar concentration of someone searching a crowded drawer. Wait, she said. Owen turned toward her. I remember that place. No, you don't. Her eyes narrowed. There were wooden platforms for the tents. Lucas nodded. And that awful bathroom near the parking lot. Yes. We never went there, Owen said. Nora rubbed her arms. I think I remember the platforms too. Owen backed away from the fire. Nobody followed him. Inside his tent, he opened the spiral notebook. He added, there was no Blackwater trip. Then he began recording everything he could remember, where they had traveled, who had been present, who had said, what? He wrote quickly, terrified. That hesitation itself might become permission for something to change. When he finished, 6 pages were filled. Owen read them from the beginning. On the 4th page, between 2 lines, he clearly remembered writing, was a sentence he did not. You told Lucas because you needed someone else to know what you were going to do. The handwriting was almost his. Almost. But Owen had never crossed his lowercase. He's that high. He stared at the sentence until a soft, scraping sound came from beneath the tent floor. Then something under the earth whispered, in Owen's own voice, you remember Blackwater. Owen did not sleep. The whisper came only once. Afterward, the ground beneath his tent was silent, but every shift of his body made the nylon floor rasp against the earth, and each sound seemed to answer the one he had heard. You remember Blackwater. By morning, he had decided that exhaustion was becoming dangerous. Not the forest. Not Lucas. Exhaustion. He repeated the word while making coffee. Lucas looked completely ordinary in daylight. He complained about his back. Ben burned oatmeal. Priya found a tick on her sock and spent several minutes inspecting everyone else with exaggerated disgust. Nora sat on the picnic table tying her hair. With her right hand, Owen noticed. He hated himself for noticing. Anyone want water? Nora asked. We've got enough, Ben said. I mean, actual cold water. There was a spring pump near an old trail junction, less than half a mile away. They had passed it hiking in. Owen put down his cup. I'll come. Nora looked at him. I'm capable of walking 10 minutes alone. I know. Do you? Lucas stopped chewing. The question carried more weight than it should have. Owen glanced at him, then back at Nora. Fine. Nora took 2 empty bottles and left. Owen listened to her footsteps fade downhill. The same direction Lucas had gone. His stomach tightened. He told himself not to be ridiculous. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Ben began washing the pot. Priya was showing Lucas photographs on her phone. Owen stared at the trail. When Nora finally appeared between the trees, she was carrying both bottles in her left hand. See, she said, survived. She set them down. Owen watched her unscrew the first cap. Left hand. She poured water into her cup. Left hand. When Ben tossed her an apple, she caught it with her left. Owen felt the back of his neck grow cold. Nora. She looked at him. What? You're using your left hand. She blinked. So? You're right-handed. Ben sighed. Owen. No, she is. Nora gave a small laugh. I'm not. Owen stared at her. You are. I write left-handed. No, you don't. Priya looked between them. She does. Owen turned. You watched her fill out the permit yesterday. Priya shrugged. With her left hand. No. I was sitting beside her. Owen could see it clearly. Nora leaning over the registration slip at the ranger station, pen in her right hand. Wrist bent inward, because she always pressed too hard when she wrote. I saw her. Ben rubbed his forehead. Why are we arguing about this? Because you all know I'm right. Nobody answered. Lucas clicked open his lighter. The sound made Owen flinch. Remember chemistry lab? Lucas said. Owen looked at him. Nora used to complain because all the scissors were for right-handed people. Nora smiled. Yes, that never happened. Ben frowned. Actually, I remember that. Owen felt something inside him begin to give way. Not a thought. A boundary. He turned to Priya. Tell me which hand she uses to drive. Priya hesitated. For 1 second, Owen saw uncertainty. And then it vanished. Left. You don't steer with one hand because you're left-handed. You asked. Ben? Left. Lucas? Lucas smiled without warmth. Always left. Owen looked at Nora. She had started cutting the apple with a pocket knife. The blade moved awkwardly. Not enough for anyone else to notice. Enough for him. Her grip was too tight. Her wrist angled incorrectly. Twice, the knife slipped against the skin. Nora, Owen said quietly. Switch hands. She stopped. What? Cut it with your right. Why? Please. The others were watching now. Nora rolled her eyes, transferred the knife to her right hand, and sliced the apple cleanly in one effortless motion. Silence. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Then Nora stared at the two halves in confusion. That's weird. Owen exhaled. Finally, then Ben laughed. What? You're ambidextrous. Nora looked up. Priya nodded. You've always been ambidextrous. Owen's relief disappeared. Lucas leaned back against the picnic table. Yeah, he said. She has? Owen opened his notebook. His hands were shaking. On the page where he had written everyone's habits. The night before, one line remained unchanged. Nora Bell, right-handed. Below it, in the handwriting that almost matched his own, someone had added, not anymore. From beneath the roots, at the edge of the clearing, came 3 soft knocks. Then Nora's voice whispered from underground. Owen. Owen did not answer the voice beneath the roots. Neither did anyone else. Nora was standing 10 feet away, still holding the knife. Owen, she said again. This time her mouth moved. He looked from her to the roots. What? She asked. Nothing. Lucas watched him closely. Owen closed the notebook. That became the pattern of the morning. Every disagreement ended, not with someone changing their mind, but with the disagreement itself becoming difficult to hold. Ben remembered Nora being ambidextrous. Then Priya remembered teaching her to throw left-handed in college. Nora remembered breaking her right wrist as a child and learning to write with the other hand. 20 minutes later, Owen almost remembered the cast. He could see it. Blue, fiberglass. Nora complaining that everyone had signed too close to her thumb. Leanh. The image arrived with the warm familiarity of something long stored. He dug his fingernails into his palm. No. He had known Nora since they were 18. She had never broken her wrist. Had she? Owen opened the notebook again. Nora Bell, right-handed. The sentence looked less like evidence now. It looked like an accusation, written by a stranger. He began asking questions. Carefully, at first. Where did we stay after graduation? Blackwater, Priya said. When did Lucas's parents separate? Junior year, Ben answered. Who found Lucas behind Kessler? Priya, Nora said. Every answer came easily. Only Owen hesitated. Lucas sat across the fire ring, scraping dirt from beneath his nails with a twig. You should stop doing that, he said. Doing what? Testing us. I'm not. You're treating memory like an exam. Owen almost laughed. That was exactly what he did for a living. Memory can be wrong. Lucas looked at him. Yes. Something in the way, he said. It made Owen close the notebook. A wind moved through the upper branches. At ground level, nothing stirred. That was when Owen heard the breathing again. Not a voice this time. A slow intake. A pause. Then release. He thought. At first it was Ben behind him. But Ben was near the tents packing food into a dry sack. Owen walked toward the edge of the clearing. The sound strengthened. Inhale. Pause. Exhale. It came from beneath a mass of exposed roots where an old oak leaned downhill. Owen crouched. The soil there was dark and smooth. Too smooth. He suddenly remembered arriving. The campsite had looked swept clean. No prints. No animal scratches. Erased. He pressed 2 fingers into the earth. It yielded immediately. Loose soil. Now packed only at the surface. Owen? Priya had come up behind him. He withdrew his hand. Look at this. At dirt. It's been disturbed. She glanced around. It's a campsite. No, look. He moved to another patch beside the fire ring and pushed his fingers down. Again, the top layer broke like a crust. Beneath it, the earth was soft, recently turned. His heart began beating harder. He followed the smooth ground toward the tents. Everywhere the same. Around the oak roots. Behind Lucas's tent. Beside the picnic table. Long, shallow sections of soil had been pressed flat and disguised beneath scattered needles. And not holes. Burials. The word entered his mind before he could stop it. He stood abruptly. Lucas was watching him. What did you find? Owen did not answer. Instead, he walked to the place where Lucas had re-entered camp the previous afternoon. The trail itself was hard-packed. But beside it, beneath a rhododendron thicket, the earth formed a narrow raised line. He knelt, put his ear close. For several seconds, there was nothing. Then something below him breathed in. Owen recoiled. A hand seized his shoulder. He nearly shouted. It was Ben. Jesus, what is wrong with you? There's something under us. Ben stared. Owen pointed at the raised earth. Listen, I'm not putting my face in the dirt. Ben, behind them, Lucas said. He's doing it again. Owen turned. Lucas stood with Nora and Priya. 3 faces. All concerned. All familiar. For an instant, Owen wondered whether they were right. Maybe the mountain had finally reached some weak place in him that had been waiting since Miles died. Then the soil beneath the rhododendron moved. Not much. Only enough for a thin crack to open. Something pale pressed against it from below. A fingernail. Then another. 5 fingertips slowly pushed through the dirt. Ben stumbled backward. From beneath the earth came a muffled voice, raw from whispering. Lucas's voice. Don't let him hear me. Owen looked toward the man standing beside the fire. Lucas had gone perfectly still, and beneath the roots, Something began scratching its way upward. The scratching stopped the moment Lucas moved. Not the Lucas beneath the earth. The one beside the fire. He took one step toward Owen, and the buried voice went silent. Ben backed away from the cracked soil. What the hell is that? Lucas looked at the ground, then at Owen. His face was pale. I don't know. Owen believed the fear. That was almost worse. Nora grabbed Ben's arm. Priya said, they should leave. Nobody argued. Then the voice came again. Not from beneath the rhododendron. Farther downhill. Owen. Everyone froze. It was faint, distorted by soil and distance. Owen, please. The man beside the fire whispered, don't. Owen looked at him. Lucas's expression was no longer frightened. It was pleading. That decided it. Owen took the small camp shovel from beside Ben's pack and walked toward the trail. Owen, Priya said. He kept going. The voice called once more from below the slope. He followed it past the spring turnoff, through mountain laurel and wet ferns until the campsite disappeared behind the trees. The ground changed there. Roots crossed the trail like black veins. Several yards downhill an oak had fallen long ago, pulling a wall of earth upward with its root system. Behind it was darkness. Not a cave. A gap. Owen crouched and saw that soil had been scraped away beneath the exposed roots, creating an opening barely wide enough for a person. The smell coming from it was warm and sour. Sweat. Wet clay. Something sweet beginning to rot. Owen. The voice came from inside. He turned. The others had followed him. Even Lucas. Stay here, Owen said. Ben stared at him. Absolutely not. There isn't room. That's not an argument. Owen switched on his headlamp and crawled inside. Anyway, the earth closed around him immediately. Roots brushed his shoulders. Damp soil pressed against his elbows. He had to move on his stomach, pushing the shovel ahead of him. Behind him, Nora called his name. The tunnel bent. Her voice disappeared. Owen kept crawling. The space widened after perhaps 20 feet. He raised his head. His light found a shallow chamber, supported by thick roots overhead. Someone was lying against the wall. For one irrational second, Owen thought it was a mirror. Lucas Dane stared back at him. Same gray shirt. Same narrow scar beside the eyebrow. Same face. But this Lucas was thinner. Much thinner. His cheeks had collapsed inward. Dirt filled the creases around his mouth. His wrists were bound together with a tangled mass of roots, so tight that the skin beneath them had been rubbed raw. Owen, the man began crying. Not dramatically. His face simply folded with relief. You came. Owen could not speak. Lucas tried to move toward him. The roots tightened. He gasped. Don't pull them, he whispered. They tighten when you pull. How long? I don't know. Lucas? He came back, didn't he? Owen stared. The buried man closed his eyes. Of course he did. There's someone up there who looks like you. I know. How? He talks. Lucas looked toward the ceiling. You can hear everything. Owen remembered the soft breathing beneath camp. His stomach turned. Who is he? I don't know. What happened? Lucas swallowed. When I left yesterday, something followed me. He spoke quickly, now terrified of losing time. I heard Ben calling from behind the trail. Then Priya. Then you. Every time I turned around, nobody was there. His eyes flicked upward again. Then I heard my own voice. A root shifted somewhere in the darkness. Owen flinched. Lucas whispered. It grabbed me near the spring. You've been here since yesterday. I think so. The man at camp knows things you know. I know. He remembers college. I know. He remembers your father. Lucas's face changed. My father. The separation. Kessler Hall. Lucas stared at him. Then very slowly, he shook his head. My parents never separated. Owen's chest tightened. What? They're still married. A cold sensation moved through Owen's body. Lucas leaned closer. Owen, listen to me. Whatever is up there doesn't just copy you. From farther inside, the chamber came a scrape. Then another. Lucas turned toward the darkness. His voice dropped to a whisper. It practices. Owen lifted the headlamp. Beyond Lucas, the earthen passage continued. Something shifted inside it. Then a second, Lucas spoke from the dark. Owen? A pause. And, farther away, a third identical voice said, Don't listen to him. The second voice came from perhaps 15 feet, beyond the first chamber. The third sounded farther still. Owen did not move. The Lucas nearest him began, shaking his head. They're not me. From the darkness, the second voice answered immediately. He says that every time. Owen's skin prickled. Every time? No one answered. He crawled past the first Lucas. The man caught his sleeve with bound hands. Don't let them change what you know. Owen pulled free. The passage narrowed, then widened into another chamber. A second. Lucas sat there, cleaner than the first. Less starved. His left ankle was trapped beneath a lattice of roots, but his hands were free. He looked at Owen with unmistakable relief. Thank God. Owen stared at him. Same scar. Same hairline. Same chipped front tooth. What happened to your lighter? The second Lucas blinked. What? Your brass lighter? I lost it years ago. Behind Owen, the first Lucas shouted. He's lying. The second closed his eyes. He thinks he still smokes. You do smoke. I quit after my mother's surgery. Your mother never had surgery. She had her gallbladder removed. Owen felt the old pressure returning behind his eyes. Details, multiplying, each one arriving with the weight of memory. He forced himself onward. The third Lucas was in a chamber, so low Owen had to lie almost flat. Roots crossed the man's chest like ribs. He looked older somehow. Not physically older. Exhausted in a way that made his face belong to another decade. When Owen's light touched him, he began to laugh. "You finally came down." Owen stopped. Finally, the third Lucas's smile vanished. "Oh. What? You don't remember this part yet." Owen's mouth went dry. He opened his notebook. "Tell me something only Lucas would know." All three began speaking. At once. His first bicycle was green. His mother called him Luke only when angry. He hated bananas because Ben once put one inside his sleeping bag. His first kiss had been with Aaron Holloway behind the university theater. He had cheated on a statistics exam and confessed to Nora. He had driven 6 hours through freezing rain when Priya's sister was hospitalized. The details overlapped, contradicted, corrected one another. But the affection in them did not. That was the worst part. When the first Lucas remembered Ben's wedding, his face softened. When the second spoke about Nora calling him after his father's cancer diagnosis, his voice broke. When the third described Priya falling asleep on his shoulder during a train ride to Boston, he smiled before realizing Owen did not remember the trip. They all loved them. Whatever else they were, that was real. Owen crouched between the chambers. "Tell me about Miles." Silence moved through the tunnels. The first Lucas spoke. "Miles died on Seneca Ridge." "Yes." "You went for help?" Owen's heart kicked. The second Lucas frowned. "No." Owen looked at him. "You weren't there." The tunnel seemed to contract. "What?" "You'd already gone back to the lodge." The first Lucas shouted, "That's wrong." The third Lucas began crying. Owen turned toward him. "What do you remember?" Lucas stared at the roots across his chest. "Miles fell. We know that. You didn't leave him." Owen felt a terrible, immediate relief. So powerful. It made him ashamed. The third, Lucas continued. "You weren't on the climb at all." Owen's hand tightened around the notebook. Behind him, the first Lucas screamed. "He was there." The second said, "No, he wasn't." The third looked directly at Owen. "You hated climbing." A memory appeared. Owen sitting beside a lodge fireplace, while the others prepared their gear. Warmth on his face. Snow striking the windows. Miles laughing as he left. Owen nearly accepted it. Nearly. Then his thumb found the old scar across his palm. A thin, white line from the ice axe he had dropped while trying to climb back toward Miles. Physical evidence. He pressed the scar until it hurt. "I was there." None of the Lucases answered. Owen opened the notebook to the pages he had written the previous night. The sentence about Miles was gone. In its Place, 3 different lines occupied the same space, layered over one another, in nearly identical handwriting. You left him. You were already gone. You never came. From somewhere above them came the metallic snap of a lighter. Click. Flame. Click. All 3, Lucases looked toward the ceiling. Then, in perfect unison, they whispered. It knows which memory you want. Owen understood the pattern. Only after he stopped asking which Lucas was real. That question assumed there had been one copy, one replacement, one moment when the original ended and the imitation began. The chambers beneath the roots suggested something worse. The creature was revising, trying versions. The first Lucas remembered, the lighter, the separation, the ridge. The second remembered different illnesses, different trips, a different Owen. The third remembered Owen absent entirely. Each version was not merely a body. It was a correction. Owen opened his notebook and crawled backward through the tunnel. The 3 Lucases called after him. Take me. He's not the first. Ask Nora about Boston. Ask Ben about the wedding. Please. Their voices tangled together until he could not tell which one belonged to which chamber. At the entrance, Owen stopped. There were marks on the wall beside the roots. Not scratches. Writing. Someone had carved words into the packed clay with a fingernail. Most had been smeared away. He angled his headlamp. One sentence remained. And needs someone the others remember. Below it. I changes what remembering means. Owen stared. The handwriting was unfamiliar. Beside the second line was a crude drawing, 5 figures around a circle. One figure walked away. Then there were 6. Then 5 again. He felt sick. The creature did not need to invent a person. It needed a person already held inside other minds. A template. An anchor. Someone whose gestures, history, failures, jokes, and scars existed in enough memories to be copied from multiple directions. The first person to leave gave it a shape. After that, it could adjust everyone else until the shape fit. Owen climbed out. Ben grabbed his jacket and pulled him into daylight. What did you find? Owen looked toward the campsite. Lucas stood there. The one from above. His face showed genuine fear. So did Nora's. So did Priya's. Owen suddenly understood why arguing had become useless. The mimic was not convincing them. It was removing the version of the past in which disagreement existed. Where's Lucas? Priya asked. Owen almost laughed. He's down there. The Lucas beside her flinched. Ben said, Owen, he's right here. There are 3 more. Silence. Then Nora shook her head. No. I saw them. Lucas whispered. There are copies of me. His horror sounded real. Owen looked at him. Maybe it was. That was the cruelty. The creature was not making puppets. It was making people who believed. Owen opened the notebook. Tell me about Miles. Ben's expression hardened. Not this again. Tell me. Priya folded her arms. Miles died. Climbing. Who was there? A pause. Owen felt the forest waiting. Nora answered first. Lucas. Then me. Owen's chest tightened. Priya. I stayed at the lodge. Ben nodded. Yeah. Owen looked at Lucas. Lucas was pale. You weren't there, he said. The words struck harder than accusation ever had. Owen touched the scar in his palm. I was. Nora stared at him. Where did you get that scar? He almost answered, automatically. Then another memory pushed forward. A broken glass in his uncle's hardware store. Blood. In a sink. His uncle, wrapping the hand in a towel. No. Owen squeezed the scar until pain steadied him. I cut it on my ice axe. You never owned one, Ben said. Owen felt tears rising. Because for one moment he remembered not owning one. He remembered hating heights. He remembered staying warm at the lodge. He remembered Miles leaving without him. The new past fit. It fit beautifully. No shouting across the ridge. No red gloves. No turning away. No years of explaining that. Going for help was not abandonment. Owen closed his eyes, and he could let it happen. The thought came with such relief that his knees weakened. If everyone remembered him innocent, what did guilt matter? If no one remembered Miles reaching for him, had he truly failed? Something moved beneath the roots. And not scratching, breathing patiently, waiting. Owen opened his eyes. Lucas stood across from him. Behind Lucas, Nora and Ben were watching with suspicion. Priya looked frightened. Owen realized the mimic had already given him what he had wanted for 17 years. Not forgiveness. A past in which forgiveness was unnecessary. He opened the notebook to the page containing the 3 conflicting sentences. Under them, in the almost familiar handwriting, a 4th line was appearing. Slowly, as Owen watched, you can keep this version. His hand trembled. Then another sentence formed beneath it. All you have to do is stop correcting us. Owen tore the page from the notebook. The new sentence stopped halfway through the final word. For 1 second, the ink seemed to shine wetly. Then it dried. Pack everything, Owen said. Ben stared at him. What? We're leaving. Nobody objected. That frightened him. More than argument would have. They abandoned most of the camp. Tents collapsed badly. Food stayed beside the fire ring. Ben shoved whatever he could reach into 2 packs, while Priya gathered keys, water, and first aid supplies. Lucas stood apart from them. Which one of me are you taking? Owen looked at him. The question was quiet. Not defensive. Afraid. He had no answer. They started uphill toward the parking area. Owen stayed at the rear. Every few hundred yards, he stopped and wrote something in the notebook. Miles Avery died on Seneca Ridge. I was there. I left him alive. I told myself I was going for help. I was also afraid. He read the lines aloud. At first, nobody responded. Then Ben said, "You weren't there." Owen read them again. Nora covered her ears. "Stop. I was there. You're making this worse." I left him. Priya turned on him. "For God's sake, Owen, we know what happened." "No, you know what it wants you to know." Lucas flinched at that. Owen kept walking. He described the ridge, the wind, cutting sideways across the rock. Miles's red gloves, the ice axe slipping from Owen's hand. Miles shouting after him. He did not soften it. That was the choice. For 17 years, Owen had built the story around the fact that he returned with help. Now he forced himself to say the part he always placed before it. I left him, because I thought if I stayed, I might die too. Ben stopped walking. Something changed in his face. I remember that. Owen's heart lifted. Then Ben frowned. "No, wait," Nora whispered. Miles was wearing blue gloves. Priya said they were black. Lucas shook his head. He wasn't wearing gloves. Owen stared at them. The truth was not returning. It was splintering. He opened the notebook. The sentence about the red gloves had changed. Blue. He scratched it out. Beneath the ink, another word appeared. Black. Then another. None. Owen nearly dropped the notebook. Behind them, somewhere down the trail, a branch snapped. They all turned. Nothing stood between the trees. "Keep moving," Owen said. They reached the parking area near sunset. Ben unlocked the SUV. Owen stopped them before they got inside. "One more thing." Nora began crying. "No more." "Yes." He looked at each of them. "Who found Miles?" Ben said, "Lucas." Priya said, "Search and rescue." Nora said, "You did." Owen turned to Lucas. Lucas's lips trembled. "I don't remember Miles dying." Nobody spoke. The forest behind them seemed impossibly still. Owen understood then. There was no clean restoration waiting for them. Memory was not a locked room they could reopen and find untouched. The mimic had moved the furniture too many times. Every correction left residue. Every version had become partly real, because someone had loved, feared, or regretted inside it. Owen could insist on truth. But truth now had competitors. He climbed into the SUV. Ben drove. As the mountain road unwound beneath them, Owen continued reading from the notebook. His confession, and a knot, the names, the ridge, the red gloves, again and again. Sometimes Nora remembered. Sometimes she cursed him for inventing it. Once, Priya reached backward from the passenger seat and squeezed his hand. "I believe you," she said. Owen almost thanked her. Then she added, "I believe you stayed with Miles until he died." Owen looked down at their joined hands. That had never happened either. He let go. In the dark rear window, the forest receded behind them. For a moment he saw 4 pale shapes standing beside the road, all wearing Lucas's face. Then the road curved, and they were gone. Owen opened his notebook once more. At the bottom of the final page, beneath his confession, a new line waited in handwriting almost identical to his own. "Which truth do you want them to survive?" By the time they reached the first paved road, nobody was speaking. The SUV smelled of wet clothes, old coffee, and the clay Owen had carried out beneath his fingernails. Ben drove with both hands locked around the wheel. Priya watched the darkening trees. Nora slept against the window. Lucas sat beside Owen in the back, which Lucas Owen no longer knew. That question had become useless. The notebook rested open on Owen's knee. Miles Avery died on Seneca Ridge. I was there. I left him alive. He read the lines silently until they stopped, looking like language. At a gas station outside the forest, Ben pulled beneath the fluorescent canopy. Everyone climbed out except Owen. Through the windshield, he watched them move around one another with exhausted familiarity. Priya bought water. Nora stood beside the trash can, crying. Lucas stared at the convenience store windows, as if expecting another face to look back. When they returned, Ben counted the bottles. 4, he said. Priya nodded. That's everyone. Owen looked up. There are 5 of us. Silence. Ben glanced into the rearview mirror. For a strange second, his eyes passed over Owen. Then recognition returned. Obviously. He laughed weakly. Nobody else did. They drove on. 10 miles later, Nora asked why they had chosen that campsite. Lucas wanted a reunion, Priya said. For the 4 of us? Yeah. Owen's throat tightened. 5. Nora turned around. Her expression was polite. Not frightened. Polite. Sorry? 5 of us went. She looked at Lucas, then at Ben. Ben frowned at the road. Owen, you met us there. No. The word came out too quickly. Priya twisted in her seat. You weren't part of the planning. I was in the group chat. What group chat? Owen pulled out his phone. The messages were still there. At least, he thought they were. He opened the thread. 4 names appeared across the top. Ben, Priya, Nora, Lucas. Below them were dozens of messages. Owen remembered sending, but every one of his own replies was gone. His chest began to hurt. He opened photographs. At the ranger station, 4 people stood beside the trail map. At the campsite, 4 packs leaned against the picnic table. In one photograph, an empty patch of flattened earth showed where Owen knew he had been standing. He closed the phone. No one noticed. Night. Near midnight, the conversation returned to Miles. It happened gently, Ben said. The mountain reminded him why he had stopped climbing. Nora said. She still dreamed about the search. Owen waited, then asked, Who left Miles? Nobody answered at first. Priya finally said, Nobody. You know what I mean. He fell. Lucas went down for help. Lucas looked startled. No, Ben did. Ben shook his head. I stayed with Nora. Their memories shifted around the dead man, like water around stone. Owen pressed his scar. What about me? Nora turned. What about you? Was I there? 3 seconds passed. Then 4 people said, No. Not together. That would have been easier. They said it. Naturally, one after another. No. No, Owen. You weren't. I don't think so. The relief came before grief. Warm. Immediate. Monstrous. For 17 years, Owen had wanted that answer. He leaned back and closed his eyes. There was no ridge. No red glove reaching toward him. No choice to run. He could become innocent simply by allowing other people to forget. His fingers loosened around the notebook. Then Lucas said, Ben. The SUV slowed. What? Something's behind us. Owen opened his eyes. Far back on the empty road, beyond the reach of their taillights, a figure was walking in the center of the lane. Ben accelerated. The figure did not fall behind. It remained several hundred yards away. Walking, keeping pace. Owen turned fully in his seat. The others saw only a person-shaped shadow. He saw more. The familiar, narrow shoulders. The jacket he had worn on Seneca Ridge. The slight outward turn of the right foot. His mother used to tease him about. His own face. 17 years younger. The thing behind the car lifted one hand. A red climbing glove covered it. Owen looked down. The notebook had changed again. His confession was gone. Only one sentence remained. You were the first one to leave. Behind them, his younger self kept walking. And this time, Owen was the only person in the car who remembered his name. The deepest horror here is not that memory can be changed, but that Owen discovers how badly he wants it changed. If guilt survives, only because someone remembers what happened, then forgetting can look almost like mercy. But mercy, without truth, is another kind of erasure. The creature does not simply steal identities. It offers people more bearable versions of themselves and waits for them to accept. By the end, Owen is spared the judgment of his friends, only because he is becoming absent from their past. If no one remembers what you did, are you forgiven, or are you simply gone? Story 4. By the time Sarah Kim reached the shelter near mile 14, the cold had become a material thing. It pressed through the seams of her gloves and settled beneath her pack straps. The late October sky Above, the Pennsylvania ridgeline had the flat gray color of old aluminum, and the wind moved through bare hardwoods without the softening hush of leaves. Every sound traveled too cleanly. The click of her trekking poles, gravel under her boots, the dry knock of one branch against another. She preferred field work in weather like this. Cold made problems measurable. Temperature, flow rate turbidity, conductivity. Numbers behaved better than people did. Sarah stepped off the trail toward the three-sided shelter and saw the fire ring first. A black circle of stones in a shallow clearing, recently used. Beyond it, the shelter leaned into the slope beneath a rain-darkened roof. Someone had stacked split wood under the eaves. Then she noticed that every tree around the fire ring was scarred on the side, facing inward. Not burned, exactly darkened. Long, vertical smudges marked the trunks at roughly human height, each narrower at the top and wider through the middle. Sarah studied them, automatically, the way she would staining around a culvert. Lightning did not mark trees like that. Neither did an ordinary campfire. Don't use the oak after 1:13. The voice came from behind her. Sarah turned hard enough to swing her pack sideways. An older man stood on the trail, perhaps 65, lean in the severe way of long-distance hikers. His beard was white around the chin. A faded red knit cap was pulled low over his ears. He carried no trekking poles, only a smooth ash walking stick. "Sorry," he said. "Didn't mean to sneak up." "You didn't." Her answer came too quickly. The man looked past her toward the fire ring. "You staying here. One night. Then remember it." He came closer, but not into the clearing. "Remember what?" "The fire has to be dying by 1:13 in the morning. Not banked, not fed, dying on its own." Sarah waited. "No wood after that," he continued. "Not a twig, not bark, nothing." She glanced toward the shelter register box. "Is that a leave no trace thing I missed?" "No." "Fire restriction?" "No." "Then what is it?" And the man rubbed his thumb over a pale notch in his walking stick. "Something people here learned the expensive way." The wind shifted. Sarah caught the smell of ash, though the ring was cold. She had spent 3 years listening to people describe preventable disasters as if they were weather. The plant manager, who said, no one could have predicted the overflow. The consultant, who said, the containment berm had met minimum requirements. Her own voice in a conference room saying, the model did not justify another delay. Minimum requirements? If there were a real hazard, she said, the Trail Association would post it. Maybe. That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got left. Sarah asked his name. Calder. First or last? He smiled without humor. Tonight, it won't matter. Then he walked on. Sarah watched until the red cap vanished between the trees. She told herself she was irritated because she disliked superstition disguised as safety advice. Rules should have mechanisms, causes evidence. A danger you could diagram. She set up her sleeping pad, filtered water from the spring, logged the temperature, and ate noodles while daylight drained from the forest. At dusk, she built a modest fire. The wood caught slowly. Smoke folded between the trunks, pale and ordinary. Heat reached her knees. For the first time that day, she relaxed. Then the flames shifted, and she saw that one of the dark marks on the nearest tree had a head. Not the suggestion of one. A head. Shoulders. A torso. A human silhouette burned flat into the bark, facing the fire. Sarah stood and crossed the clearing. Up close, the mark lost its shape again. It was only soot-darkened, bark, ridged and cracked. She let out a breath. Then she touched the center of it. The tree was warm. The fire was 10 feet away. The warmth was coming from inside the tree. Sarah kept her hand against the bark for several seconds. The warmth did not spread across the surface, the way sunlight lingered in stone. It seemed concentrated beneath her palm, deeper than the outer layers, as though something inside the trunk had retained heat long after the air had lost it. She pulled her hand away. Behind her, the fire snapped. The tree cooled, not slowly. Immediately, Sarah turned. A section of one split log had collapsed inward, dropping a bright orange coal into the center of the ring. The flames lowered for a moment. She touched the tree again. Cool bark. Sarah stared at it. Then the flames found the fresh surface of the fallen wood and rose. Warmth returned beneath her fingertips. She stood very still. Wind moved through the branches high overhead, but at ground level, the clearing felt strangely enclosed. Beyond the shelter, darkness had erased the trail and reduced the forest to vertical black lines. Radiant heat, she said aloud. Her own voice sounded too loud. 10 feet was not impossible. Bark could absorb heat. Dark surfaces warmed more efficiently. The shape of the clearing might channel radiation unevenly. She fetched the infrared thermometer from her survey case. The tool was meant for field equipment, not trees, but the principle was the same. Sarah aimed it at the marked trunk. 51 degrees Fahrenheit. She checked the neighboring bark. 43. Another's tree. 42. She pointed the device toward the fire-facing mark again. 52. The flames lowered. 48. Then 46. Sarah frowned. She moved to another scarred tree on the opposite side of the fire. Its temperature was falling too. Not according to distance, according to flame height. She had seen environmental systems behave strangely before. That was almost the definition of field engineering. Groundwater moved through fractures. No model captured. Runoff ignored property lines. A pipe, installed 6 inches off grade, could redirect contamination beneath a building that had never appeared vulnerable on paper. Systems failed because reality was less tidy than the assumptions used to describe it. That sentence had appeared in the investigation report, not under her name. Still, She had recognized it. She crouched beside the fire and fed one narrow piece of maple into the flames. The response from the trees was almost immediate. 54, 55, 56. Sarah lowered the thermometer. For a moment, she was back in a fluorescent conference room in Harrisburg, looking at a projection of a retention basin rendered in reassuring shades of blue and green. The industrial site had manufactured specialty coatings near a tributary feeding the Susquehanna watershed, old storage yards, new containment system, aging storm drains. Nothing dramatic. Until rain. Their model had predicted the upgraded berm could handle the expected runoff volume with a safety margin. Sarah had asked about the abandoned culvert beneath the eastern lot. A contractor had told her it had been sealed decades earlier. Had she verified that? She could no longer remember the exact sequence without hearing all the voices that came afterward. The culvert had not been sealed. During a heavy storm, contaminated water entered it beneath the retention system, passed under the berm, and reached a feeder stream before anyone understood where the loss was occurring. Dead minnows appeared first. Then an oily film along the reeds. Then photographs. A child holding a jar of cloudy water. A farmer standing beside a shallow well. Sarah remembered those images more clearly than she remembered the meeting, where she had signed the final recommendation. Technically, she had not caused the spill. She had repeated that sentence so many times it had lost grammar. She had reviewed the information provided. The design met requirements. No one could mitigate an unknown failure path. After the investigation, she began volunteering for field assignments farther from the office. Remote monitoring, watershed surveys, places where numbers arrived before opinions did. Places where no one asked whether meeting a standard was the same thing as preventing harm. A log cracked sharply. Sarah flinched. The infrared thermometer still hung from her hand. She lifted it toward the nearest tree. 61 degrees. The air temperature beside her pack was 37. She checked another marked trunk. 60. Another 62. Different distances. Different species. Nearly identical readings. Sarah stepped backward until her calves touched the fire ring. That was when she noticed something else. The unmarked trees remained cold. Only the trunks, with human-shaped scorch marks, were warming. She watched the fire diminish for several minutes, without adding wood. As the flames sank, every marked tree cooled together. 58. 54. 49. Sarah's mouth had gone dry. Then a coal split open, exposing a brighter core. Across the clearing, 6 black silhouettes warmed at once. And from somewhere inside, the nearest tree came a soft sound, like a person taking their first breath after being underwater. Sarah did not move. The sound came again. A shallow intake. A pause. Then Nothing. She held the infrared thermometer toward the nearest trunk. 63 degrees. The number should have been impossible. The temperature beside the shelter had fallen to 34, and the wind had sharpened enough to sting the damp corners of her eyes. Yet the blackened shape remained warmer than human skin, exposed to winter air. Sarah stepped closer. The silhouette no longer disappeared at close range. Before, the ridges in the bark had broken the shape apart whenever she examined it. Now, the darkness seemed to ignore the natural grain of the tree. There was a head, a narrow neck, shoulders sloping beneath, what looked almost like straps. The right arm hung lower than the left. Sarah raised her flashlight. Something had changed in the face. There had not been a face before. She was certain of that. Two darker hollows rested where eyes should have been. Beneath them, a pale split in the char suggested a nose. The mouth was only a horizontal crack, but it sat in precisely the right place. Her training supplied explanations faster than fear could form them. Pareidolia, thermal stress, resin movement, heat-induced discoloration. She aimed the thermometer at the center of the chest. 65. At the head. 67. At the roots. 41. Sarah lowered the instrument slowly. The heat was not rising from the ground. It was concentrated in the shape. She backed away and nearly tripped over her survey case. The fire had weakened while she watched the tree. Thin flames moved around the remaining logs, and the ring produced more red coal than flame now. Sarah checked the other marked trunks. 57. 56. 58. The nearest figure remained warmer. 64. As if one of them were farther along. She hated the thought immediately. Farther along toward what? Sarah returned to the shelter and switched on her headlamp. She needed something ordinary to occupy her hands. Her water samples were lined against the back wall in labeled bottles. She reviewed the measurements she had taken that afternoon. Conductivity normal. No unusual acidity. No visible petroleum sheen. The spring itself was clean. For several minutes, she focused on entering values into her field tablet. Then the screen dimmed. Battery temperature warning. Sarah stared at it. The device had been inside her jacket, less than 20 minutes earlier. She checked the air thermometer. 31 degrees. 3 degrees lost in what felt like minutes. The forecast had predicted a cold night, but not this. Sarah reached for her phone. No service. She opened the offline trail map anyway. A cluster of saved notes appeared near the shelter icon. Public comments downloaded with the map package. Water unreliable in summer. Mice aggressive. Roof leaks on north side. Someone had written, "Don't burn trash." Another, "Heard coyotes all night." Then she saw a cached photograph attached to an older trail report. Image showed the same shelter in late spring. Green leaves crowded the background. A paper notice had been stapled to the information board beside the trail register. Sarah enlarged it. The photograph blurred. She zoomed farther. A man's face emerged from the pixels. Dark hair beneath a baseball cap. Narrow jaw. Deep-set eyes. A hiking pack visible behind one shoulder. The text beneath the photograph was barely readable. Missing, Caleb Voss. Last seen near the northern Pennsylvania section of the trail. Sarah looked toward the clearing. The nearest tree stood just beyond the firelight. She walked out with the phone in one hand and the flashlight in the other. The dark shape on the trunk had changed again. The right shoulder sagged slightly, beneath the outline of a pack strap. The head tilted to one side. And although the features were burned into bark rather than printed on paper, Sarah recognized the narrow jaw. She raised the phone beside the tree. Photograph. Tree. Photograph. Tree. Caleb Voss. The fire gave a soft collapse behind her. A log broke apart. The silhouette's mouth opened. Not the bark. The mouth, a thin black line widened across the face. Sarah heard wood creak under pressure. Then, in a voice dry enough to sound like ash sliding over stone, the tree whispered, "Cold." Sarah stepped backward so quickly that her heel struck one of the fire-ring stones. The tree did not speak again. For several seconds, she heard only the wind moving through dead branches and the faint ticking sound of cooling bark. "Cold," she repeated. The words sounded ridiculous in her own voice. She forced herself to look at the trunk again. Nothing moved. The mouth was a crack. The eyes were dark knots. The resemblance to Caleb Voss was still there, but resemblance was not identity. A frightened brain could arrange random shapes into anything it expected to see. She knew this. She had once spent 11 hours troubleshooting a groundwater sensor that appeared to show a chemical plume reversing direction against the hydraulic gradient. The explanation had eventually been simple. Moisture had entered a damaged connector. Equipment failed. People misread. Patterns lied. Sarah checked the infrared thermometer against her metal water bottle. 32 degrees. She checked the shelter wall. 31. Her hand, 84. The numbers were plausible. She aimed at the Caleb-shaped mark. 62. Bad emissivity, she said. Different surfaces produced misleading infrared readings. Charred bark behaved differently from healthy bark. Moisture beneath the surface could distort the result. Resin pockets might retain heat. She listed explanations the way she used to list controls in a risk assessment. Thermal retention. Instrument error. Exhaustion. Expectation bias. Each term gave the situation a temporary edge of normality. She returned to the shelter and pulled on another fleece layer. The cold kept deepening. By a little after midnight, frost had formed on the edge of her pack. Her breath drifted through the shelter, opening in thick white plumes. She checked the forecast, saved on her phone, and found nothing that justified the drop. The fire was shrinking too quickly. Sarah had built it carefully, using dry hardwood from beneath the shelter roof. Yet, each log seemed to lose heat faster than it should, as if the flames were spending themselves on something beyond the ring. She thought of Calder. The fire has to be dying by 1:13 in the morning, and not banked, not fed, dying on its own. She almost laughed. A specific time was exactly what made the warning absurd. Nature did not obey minute hands. Combustion did not care about clocks. Still, she found herself checking her phone. 12:58. The battery was down to 21%. She put it away. At 1:05, the flames had reduced to a low orange fold between black logs. At 1:09, one of the marked trees creaked. Sarah did not look at it. She told herself she was conserving warmth. At 1:11, the fire collapsed further. A gust crossed the clearing, and Sarah felt it enter through her jacket, as if the fabric had become gauze. Her fingers were beginning to ache. She knew enough about exposure to distrust pride. Cold impaired judgment before people realized their judgment had changed. A superstition did not outweigh hypothermia. She checked the phone again. 1:12. The fire was almost gone. Only 2 low flames remained. Around the clearing, the black silhouettes had faded into ordinary darkness. Sarah waited. The minutes seemed to lengthen. She imagined Calder walking south beneath the same cold sky, pleased with himself for frightening a stranger. The phone display changed. 1:13 in the morning. Nothing happened. Sarah exhaled. That's it? Her voice shook slightly from the cold. She waited another 30 seconds. Then, another. The fire continued dying. No voices. No moving bark. No impossible heat. She felt almost embarrassed. Sarah reached beneath the shelter overhang and took a split piece of oak from the wood pile. It was heavy, dry, and cold enough to sting her palm. She carried it to the ring. For one final moment, she hesitated. Not because she believed Calder, because some part of her remembered another moment. Years earlier, a conference table, a questionable assumption, a concern she had not pursued because the available data did not justify delaying the project. The design meets requirements. Sarah placed the oak across the coals. The reaction was immediate. Flame rose along the entire log at once. Not orange. Not yellow. A colorless distortion bent the air above the wood. Sarah jerked back. The oak was burning. She could see its surface blackening, cracking, collapsing inward. But there was no smoke, no sparks, no smell. The fire made no sound at all. Sarah stared at the silent ring. Then every marked tree surrounding the clearing warmed at once. She did not need the thermometer. Heat rolled from them in a single pulse. Across the nearest trunk, Caleb Voss opened his eyes. This time they were not made of bark. Caleb Voss blinked. The movement was slow and wet-looking, completely unlike the rigid crack of bark Sarah had been staring at moments before. She stumbled backward. The figure was still mostly part of the tree. Its shoulders remained fused to the trunk, its chest only a darker plane within the wood. But the face had gained depth. The eyes sat inside shallow sockets now. The mouth moved independently of the bark around it. Cold, Caleb said again. Sarah's body answered before her mind did. Every muscle in her shoulders tightened. The fire ring remained silent. No popping sap. No hiss from damp wood. No smoke. The oak burned with a pale, almost invisible heat that warped the air above it. Sarah grabbed the infrared thermometer from beside her pack. The display flashed. 93 degrees. She aimed at Caleb's face. 97. At the tree beside him. 32. At another marked trunk. 78. Another. 74. The heat was not spreading through the clearing. It was choosing the shapes. Sarah forced herself to breathe slowly. Combustion required fuel, oxygen, and heat. That had not changed, because something impossible was happening around her. If she could identify the energy transfer, she could understand the system. Understand the system. The phrase nearly made her laugh. Caleb's fingers emerged from the tree. Not fully. 5 black ridges pressed outward from the trunk, at hip height, separating with small fibers of bark, stretching between them like threads of burned skin. Sarah stared. The oak settled deeper into the coals. Caleb's hand stopped moving. His eyes closed. The temperature reading fell. 94. 91. 88. Cold, he whispered. Sarah looked at the woodpile. Then, at him. No. The word was for herself. She already knew what he wanted. The logic was primitive enough to insult her. More wood. More heat. She should have let the fire die. Instead, Sarah selected the smallest piece she could find. A thin branch, no thicker than her wrist. This is a test, she said. She placed it at the edge of the fire. The branch ignited without flame. Caleb inhaled. Across the clearing, another tree cracked. Sarah spun toward it. A second silhouette pushed forward. Its face surfaced from the bark in stages. Forehead, nose, closed eyelids, lips pressed tightly together. Long hair appeared as black grooves fused to the trunk. Sarah raised her phone. The cached trail notes. She scrolled, past Caleb Voss's notice, and found another photograph from an older post. Missing Hicker. Megan Shaw. 29. Last reported northbound, after leaving a trail town in Pennsylvania. The photograph showed a woman with a narrow face, long brown hair, and a silver ring through one eyebrow. Sarah looked up. The woman in the tree opened her eyes. A tiny black mark pierced the burned skin above her left eye. Sarah's stomach contracted. No. She scrolled again. Another missing notice. An older man named Warren Pike. Another, a college student named Julie Mercer. Different years, different seasons, different sections of the trail. Sarah turned slowly. 7 trees stood around the fire ring. 7 scorched figures. The fire lowered. Caleb's hand began sinking back into the trunk. Megan's eyes closed. Sarah added, another stick. Caleb's wrist emerged. Megan's cheek separated from the bark. Behind them, a third tree gave a deep wooden groan. Sarah stopped breathing. She looked at the stick in the fire. Then at the figures. Then back at the woodpile. The response was too exact to dismiss. Not temperature alone. Not the weather. Not proximity. Her choice. Every piece, she added, converted something. Living wood into heat. Heat into them. Sarah stepped away from the ring. No more. Caleb opened his eyes. His expression had changed. Not pleading. Understanding. Around the clearing, the other faces turned toward her, one by one. The fire consumed the final stick. Their bodies retreated slightly into the trunks. Then Caleb spoke. This time, his voice was clearer. Almost human. Please. Sarah shook her head. The figures watched her. A branch snapped somewhere beyond the shelter. She turned toward the sound. At first, she saw only darkness. Then her headlamp caught a tree she had not examined before, farther back from the fire ring. Its trunk bore no old scorch mark. Not yet. A fresh, black line was spreading down its bark. Slowly, from the height of a human head toward the ground. Sarah raised the thermometer. The new mark was warming. And as it widened, the outline forming inside it was smaller than the others. Much smaller. The smaller shape continued, spreading through the bark. Sarah backed toward the shelter without taking her eyes from it. The outline reached shoulder height. Child heights. She refused to look for a face. No more wood, she whispered. The fire had already begun to weaken. Caleb, Voss's hand sank gradually into his tree, until only the blackened tips of his fingers remained visible. And Shaw's cheek flattened into bark again. The new silhouette stopped developing. That was enough. Whatever was happening depended on fuel. Rules had mechanisms. Calder had known the mechanism, or at least part of it. Sarah turned toward the shelter. There had to be something here. Warnings like his did not appear from nowhere. People recorded danger. They carved initials into beams, left notes in registers, marked maps. Even superstition produced paperwork eventually. She pulled open the trail register box. Inside were damp pages, pencil stubs, an empty granola wrapper, and a paperback swollen by rain. Sarah flipped through the entries. Weather complaints, bear sightings, blisters. bad jokes. Nothing about the fire. She went farther back. Several pages had been removed. Not torn, accidentally. Cut. The edges were straight. Sarah ran her thumb along them. Behind her, wood creaked. She froze. The sound came from beneath her boots. Not outside. Beneath the shelter floor. Sarah lowered her headlamp. The planks were old and uneven, darkened by decades of boots and weather. Most were nailed directly to the joists. One board near the rear wall was different. No nail heads. A narrow black seam surrounded it. Sarah knelt. Ash had collected inside the gap. She found a flat screwdriver in her repair kit and pushed it beneath the edge. The board resisted. Come on. She levered harder. Something underneath, released with a dull wooden knock. The plank lifted. Cold air came through the opening, carrying a smell that did not belong beneath a dry shelter. Old smoke. Not fresh campfire smoke. The greasy, stale odor of something burned long ago and sealed away. Sarah widened the opening. A shallow compartment had been built between the joists. Inside lay 3 canvas-wrapped bundles. She pulled out the first. Journals. At least a dozen. Some were commercial notebooks. Others had been made from folded paper, sewn together with cord. The oldest covers were warped and blackened around the edges. The second bundle contained maps. Trail maps from different decades. Many hand-drawn. Sections of forest had been circled in pencil. Several showed dark brown scorch marks, spreading beyond the shelter like stains. The third bundle contained loose records. Newspaper clippings. Weather reports. Lists of names. Sarah carried everything to the front of the shelter, where the dying fire gave just enough light to make the darkness beyond it feel occupied. She opened the newest journal. The first pages were written by different hands. One entry described a February storm, and 3 hikers trapped at the shelter. They had run out of dry wood. One man had gone into the forest and returned, carrying broken branches beneath his coat. They burned everything. Someone had written beneath the entry, "We kept it alive because people would have died otherwise." Sarah turned several pages. Another winter. Another storm. A woman named Eleanor Price wrote about maintaining the fire through 2 nights, while snow buried the trail markers. No one slept. Every time the flames lowered, we fed them. There were people outside who had not reached the shelter yet. We thought the fire was guiding them. Farther down, the handwriting changed. They came out of the trees before dawn. Sarah stopped. Outside, the smokeless fire shrank lower. She turned another page. Someone had crossed out nearly the entire entry with thick pencil strokes. Only one sentence remained readable. We believed they were the people we had been trying to save. Sarah's pulse quickened. She opened another journal, an older one. The paper was brittle, browned at the corners. Entries described fires kept burning during freezing rain, blizzards, lost hiker searches. Again and again, people had deliberately fed the flames through the coldest hours because they believed the shelter fire could bring stranded travelers back. The same instruction appeared later in several hands. Let it die. Do not prolong it. Do not give it more than one night. Sarah reached for the oldest notebook. Its leather cover had been partially burned. Inside the front cover, someone had written a date more than a century earlier. Below it was a crude drawing of the clearing. 7 trees, a fire ring, human shapes inside the trunks. Sarah stared at the page. Then, at the clearing, 7 trees. Exactly 7. But the drawing contained something else. Behind the shelter, where no trail appeared, on any modern map, the unknown hiker had drawn an 8th tree. Inside it stood a small human silhouette. And beneath the drawing, in faded brown ink, someone had written, "The 8th one only appears after someone breaks the rule." Sarah kept reading. The oldest journal trembled slightly in her hands, though she told herself it was from the cold. The next entry had been written in a tighter script. The ink faded almost gray. We thought the fire had guided them back. The writer described 4 hikers lost during a January storm. Search parties had stopped when the temperature dropped below 0 and visibility vanished. At the shelter, 3 people kept the fire alive through the night, feeding it split logs, broken furniture from an abandoned hunting cabin, even pages torn from a trail guide. Near dawn, 3 figures stepped from the trees. They wore the missing hikers' faces. Sarah turned the page. At first, nobody questioned it. The returned hikers knew their names. They recognized companions. One remembered a scar from childhood. Another knew where his car was parked. But none of them shivered. One entry described a man sitting outside in falling snow, with his coat open, steam rising from his skin. Another described a woman whose footprints melted through 6 inches of snow down to exposed soil. Sarah stopped and looked toward the clearing. Caleb Voss was almost flat against his tree again. Only his face remained, raised from the bark. She forced herself back to the journal. The hikers had been taken to town. Within days, strange fires began. A shed burned without smoke. Then a barn. Then a line of pines behind the house, ignited after midnight. Despite wet ground and freezing rain, the returned hikers were always nearby. A later entry contained a sentence, underlined 3 times. They are not carrying fire. They are spending it. Sarah read the explanation twice. The writer had tried to estimate the energy involved. Wood burned at the shelter seemed to produce far less heat than it should. The missing heat did not vanish. It was transferred, converted, used. Another hand, decades later, had added calculations in the margins. A single log could warm a shelter. A cord of wood could heat a home for weeks. A standing tree contained years of stored sunlight. The thing that came through the fire did not receive a body once. It had to keep paying for one, and Sarah's breathing slowed. She understood the pattern before the journal stated it. The more complete the figure became, the greater the demand. The shelter fire was only the opening payment. Afterward, the returned shape drew heat from whatever was available. Woodpiles, buildings, forests. One survivor lasted 11 days before a wildfire consumed nearly 300 acres. Another survived a winter by moving from farm to farm, leaving chimney fires and blackened orchards behind. The final note on that page had been written in red pencil. One body costs more heat than a person can make in a lifetime. Do not finish one. Sarah looked at the 7 trees. Then at the 8th. The smaller silhouette was still there. Incomplete. Waiting, she opened another journal. Several pages had been devoted to identifying the figures. Caleb Voss, Megan Shaw, Warren Pike, Julie Mercer. Beside each name was a column marked Progress. Face, shoulder, chest. One line ended with complete. Next to it, someone had written, Forest fire 6 miles south. Sarah closed her eyes. She saw the oak log in her hands again. Her hesitation. Her decision. A superstition does not outweigh hypothermia. She had done exactly what she always did when uncertainty became uncomfortable. She had intervened. She turned to the final pages. The handwriting there was recent. Calder's, she realized. She recognized the peculiar hooked letters from a note tucked inside the trail register. His last entry was brief. The fire does not bring back the missing. It learns them. Every person who feeds it after the hour teaches it how much we will spend to keep a human shape alive. Sarah's throat tightened. Below that, Calder had added one final warning. If an 8th mark appears, leave without adding anything else. Do not warm it. Do not speak to it. And, above all, do not let it learn your face. Sarah lowered the journal. Across the clearing, the smaller silhouette was gone. The 8th tree was empty. Then something creaked beneath the shelter floor. Sarah looked down. A thin black line was spreading through the plank between her knees, sketching the curve of a human cheek. Sarah threw herself backward. The journal slid from her lap as the black line widened through the floorboard. It did not burn the wood. There was no ember, no glow, no smoke. The grain simply darkened in branching strokes, arranging itself into the curve of a forehead, a closed eye, the bridge of a nose, a face developing beneath her. Sarah scrambled outside. The smokeless fire had fallen to a shallow bed of blackening oak. Above it, the air still shimmered. The 7 trees surrounding the clearing stood, motionless. Caleb, Megan, Warren, Julie. Faces copied from photographs, reports, memories preserved in records. Copied. That was the word Calder had used. It learns them. Sarah finally understood what had bothered her about the journals. The returned hikers remembered names. Scars, cars, companions. But the journals never described anyone returning with information that had not already existed somewhere among the living. Nothing private and unknowable. Nothing truly brought back. The fire had not reached into death. It had reached into them. It took whatever human beings carried of the missing. The photographs, descriptions, grief stories, repeated around campfires, and assembled an imitation from those pieces. Heat gave the imitation weight. Living matter gave it substance. Sarah stared at the nearest tree. Caleb's face had nearly vanished again, but one eye remained visible. Watching. "You aren't Caleb?" she said. The eye blinked. A soft chorus of creaks passed through the surrounding trunks. Not agreement. Recognition. Sarah looked down at the oak. She had added. Wood was carbon, fixed from air, water drawn from soil, sunlight stored chemically over decades. Living matter, stored energy. The phrase from the journal returned. One body costs more heat than a person can make in a lifetime. The fire was not simply transferring warmth. It was using combustion as a bridge. Destroy something alive here. Build something shaped like life somewhere else. Then bring that shape across. A sudden crack sounded behind the shelter. Sarah turned. The eighth tree stood beyond the rear wall. She had not seen it clearly before, because the shelter blocked most of its trunk. Now blackness was racing across the bark. Not the slow stain she had watched earlier. This spread like spilled ink. Head, shoulders, arms, torso. Full adult height. Sarah's breath stopped. The earlier, small silhouette had not been a child. It had only been unfinished. The tree was learning proportions. Her proportions. No. Sarah stepped backward. The black surface pushed outward. First the nose, then the brow, then lips. The figure remained attached from the shoulders down, but its face emerged far enough to cast a shadow in her headlamp. Sarah knew the jawline before the eyes opened. A tiny scar beneath the chin from falling off a bicycle when she was 9. The uneven left eyebrow. The crease beside the mouth that appeared when she was angry and trying not to show it. And I. Her own face looked back at her. Not approximately. Exactly. Sarah touched her cheek. The thing copied the gesture. She dropped her hand. It lowered its hand half a second later. The delay was tiny, but it was there. Learning. Sarah suddenly remembered everything she had done since arriving. Her phone held photographs. Her field tablet contained her name, employer, reports, messages. She had spoken aloud. She had touched the trees. She had stood beside the fire while remembering the failed project in painful detail. Perhaps it did not need records. Perhaps heat opened more than bodies. Perhaps it opened attention. The thing in the tree smiled. Sarah did not. That difference terrified her more than the resemblance. What do you want? The question escaped before she remembered Calder's warning. Do not speak to it. The duplicate tilted its head across the, clearing every other face, opened its eyes. Then Sarah's copy answered in her own voice. Not distorted, not dry. Her voice. Exactly. The same thing you wanted. Sarah could barely force air into her lungs. The duplicate looked toward the dying fire. Enough heat to fix what went wrong. Behind Sarah, the final piece of oak collapsed into ash. The copy sank slightly toward the tree. Its expression changed. Urgency. Fear. Human fear. Then it whispered. The sentence Sarah had used for years to excuse the poisoned stream. You used the information you had. Sarah stared at her own face. The fire dimmed. The copy extended one blackened hand from the trunk. Give me one more log, it said, and you never have to wonder whether you could have saved me. Sarah's double kept its hand extended from the tree. The fingers were almost complete now, blackened at the tips, pale along the knuckles. They looked less like wood with every second she watched them. Sarah did not move. One, the thing said in her voice. That's manageable. The words struck harder than the imitation of her face. Manageable. She had used it in meetings. Manageable risk. Manageable exceedance. Manageable uncertainty. Words designed to make consequences sound smaller than decisions. The double glanced toward the shelter. You're freezing. Sarah was. Her fingertips had become clumsy inside her gloves. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, and the skin around her ribs hurt whenever she inhaled. The temperature had fallen into the 20s. The fire was nearly dead. You need heat, the copy said. Sarah looked at the woodpile. Perhaps 15 pieces remained. Enough to keep her warm until morning. Enough to finish. Whatever stood inside the 8th tree. The double seemed to read the calculation on her face. Use one now, it said. Deal with the rest later. Sarah closed her eyes. For an instant she saw the eastern lot again. The abandoned culvert had appeared on an old survey drawing. She remembered that now. Not vaguely. Clearly, a thin, dashed line beneath the containment berm. She had asked the contractor whether it remained open. He had said, probably not. Probably. Sarah had considered requesting a camera inspection. It would have delayed approval. 2 days, perhaps 3. The plant was already behind schedule. The predicted probability of failure was low. So, she had accepted the answer. Not because the evidence proved the culvert was sealed. Because proving otherwise would have been inconvenient. The contamination had not come from something unknowable. It had come through a question she had decided not to finish asking. Sarah opened her eyes. Her double was smiling gently. You made the best decision you could. No. The smile disappeared. Sarah stepped toward the fire. The figure straightened eagerly. She picked up a log. Its weight pulled at her numb fingers. Across the clearing, Caleb Voss opened his eyes. Megan Shaw's face rose slightly from her tree. The others watched. Sarah carried the log to the ring. Her double's hand emerged, another inch. That's right. Sarah stood over the smokeless embers. Heat shimmered faintly above them. The solution was so simple. Feed the fire. Stay warm. Survive the night. Tomorrow could contain the consequences. Tomorrow always looked larger than the moment in which a choice was made. Sarah dropped the log beside the fire, not into it. Her double stared. No, Sarah said. The thing's face tightened. You'll die. Maybe. You don't know that. No, Sue. The word came easier now. Sarah kicked snow and frozen soil from the edge of the clearing into the ring. The fire reacted instantly. A sound tore through the trees. Not a scream. Hundreds of inhalations at once. Sarah grabbed her water bottles. The first hissed violently when she poured it across the coals. Steam erupted. The silhouettes convulsed. Caleb's face stretched backward into bark. Megan's mouth opened soundlessly. Sarah emptied another bottle. Her double lurched farther from the tree. For one impossible second, half its torso tore free. Stop. Sarah poured again. The copy's voice changed. Not hers now. Many voices layered beneath it. You need us. She kicked dirt over the remaining glow. You need heat. More soil. You need to survive. Sarah dragged ash across the ring with her boot until the last visible ember disappeared. Darkness swallowed the clearing. The cold arrived immediately. Total? Not predatory. Sarah heard cracking all around her as the figures withdrew into the trees. Then the eighth tree spoke from the darkness. Her own voice again. Quiet. Almost compassionate. You'll feed us eventually. Tonight. Sarah crawled into the shelter, stripped off her damp outer layer, climbed into her sleeping bag, and wrapped the emergency blanket around herself. She shook so violently, her teeth hurt. Minutes blurred. The forest became silent. No fire. No voices. No warmth. Sarah concentrated on breathing. She did not know whether she would see morning. For the first time in years, uncertainty existed without requiring her to fix it. Near dawn, Sarah woke to birds. Gray light filled the clearing. The fire ring was cold. The 7 marked trees were ordinary again. She stumbled behind the shelter. The 8th tree remained. Its bark was unscarred. Sarah almost laughed. Then she noticed the ground. A line of melted footprints began beside the tree. Bare human feet. They crossed the frost, entered the Appalachian Trail, and continued south. Sarah reached the road shortly after sunrise. A maintenance crew found her, walking the shoulder 3 miles from the trail, crossing wrapped in a silver emergency blanket, carrying one boot in her hand because she had stopped, feeling the toes on her left foot. At the hospital, they treated her for mild hypothermia and frostbite. She told the ranger about the shelter. Not everything, only enough. A dangerous fire phenomenon. Possible underground combustion. Unusual heat in the trees. Records hidden beneath the floor. The ranger listened carefully. 3 days later, Sarah returned with him, 2 forestry officers, and a fire investigator. The clearing looked smaller in daylight. Ordinary. The fire ring contained wet ash, and the oak log Sarah had dropped beside it. The surrounding trees showed no human shapes. No black faces. No opened eyes. Sarah walked behind the shelter. 7 trees. She counted twice. There was no 8th. "You said it was here," the ranger asked. Sarah looked toward the frost-covered ground. No footprints. Yes. The compartment beneath the shelter floor was real. That almost saved her from doubting herself. The journals were inside. The maps. The weather records. The lists of missing hikers. But several pages were gone. Calder's warning remained. The entries describing returned. Hikers did not. Neither did the calculations about heat. The fire investigator examined the scorch marks on the oldest notebooks and suggested they might have survived an earlier shelter fire. Sarah asked whether the Appalachian Trail had records of a man named Calder. The ranger found 3 hikers with the surname. None matched her description. By December, Sarah stopped trying to convince anyone. She returned to work. For the first time since the pollution investigation, she stopped volunteering, exclusively for remote assignments. She attended meetings, asked inconvenient questions. When contractors said, "Probably," she asked them to prove it. When models showed low probability, she asked what failure would look like if the model were wrong. People found her difficult. Sarah discovered she could live with that. The strangest change was that she no longer thought of the shelter every day. Weeks passed. Snow-covered Pennsylvania. The memory became something hard and cold lodged behind ordinary life. Then, in March, Sarah was reviewing satellite thermal imagery. Her team was studying abnormal surface temperatures along several watersheds after an unusually dry winter. Most anomalies were obvious. Industrial roofs, quarries, power infrastructure, prescribed burns. Sarah moved through the images methodically. Then she saw a hot spot in western Maryland. Small, too small for a wildfire. She opened an earlier capture. The hot spot was 12 miles north. Another image. Farther north. Still, Sarah stopped. She overlaid the coordinates. They formed a line. Not straight. A path. She added, transportation layers. No highway matched it. No pipeline. Then she added recreational trails. The line settled almost perfectly over the Appalachian Trail. Sarah's hands went cold. She searched backward through the archive. Pennsylvania, Maryland, West Virginia, Virginia. The anomalies were never large enough to trigger major fire alerts. A few acres here, a burned shed there, a patch of trees showing unexplained heat after rainfall. Each appeared south of the previous one. The dates formed a progression. Walking speed. Sarah zoomed in on the newest thermal image. The hotspot was narrow and elongated. Not one heat source. Several. They moved through the forest in a loose cluster. She counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then she saw the 8th, separated slightly from the others. Sarah stared at it until the pixels blurred. She opened a visible light satellite capture from the same location. Bare trees. A dirt trail. No people. She switched back to thermal. 8 human-sized signatures burned beneath the canopy. The southernmost one was hotter than the rest. Sarah remembered her own face emerging from bark. The copied scar beneath the chin. The half-second delay when it mirrored her hand. The fire does not bring back the missing. It learns them. Sarah checked the next scheduled satellite pass. Then she stopped herself. There was no equation that would close this. No intervention she could justify, simply because uncertainty frightened her. She sent the anomaly report to the wildfire monitoring team without speculation. Then she shut down her screen. Outside the office windows, evening rain had begun. For several minutes, Sarah watched it darken the pavement. Rain should have cooled the ground. Instead, somewhere hundreds of miles south, a new satellite sensor registered 8 small points of heat moving beneath the wet Appalachian forest. And the last one was walking in Sarah Kim's shape. Some dangers survive because we keep trying to solve them. Sarah's mistake was never simply feeding a forbidden fire. It was believing that intervention becomes harmless when the immediate cost looks manageable. The thing beyond the heat understood that weakness perfectly. It did not need to force its way into the world. It only needed people to keep choosing one more log, one more exception, one more temporary solution. Perhaps that is why the footprints continued south. A door opened, for survival does not always close when survival is over. And if something asked for only one more piece of wood, would you know when to let the fire die? Story 5. The first thing I noticed about Hemlock Lake Cabins was how badly the place recorded. Not how it sounded. How it recorded. There is a difference. A place can seem quiet to the ear and still become crowded inside a microphone. Insects clicking in frequencies. You barely notice wind threading through roof seams. Distant engines pressed flat by water. Electrical hum bleeding into everything. I had driven into the Great Smoky Mountains because I wanted clean material for a film. Lake wash, pine movement, porch boards, night birds. The kind of natural sound directors call simple because they have never spent hours removing a highway from a frog. By the time I reached the cabins, late afternoon had turned the lake the color of old pewter. 6 small buildings sat along the shore, each separated by enough trees to suggest privacy, without actually providing it. My cabin was number 4. Number 5 stood 30 yards away, beneath 2 leaning hemlocks. The owner, Calvin Pike, handed me a brass key from a board behind the office counter. He was in his 70s with a soft mountain accent and the deliberate politeness of someone who has repeated the same welcome for decades. "You here for the quiet?" he asked. "For the noise," I said. He smiled as if I had given the right answer. Instead of remembering that, I remembered his voice. I always remembered voices. Mine was an occupational defect that had long ago outgrown the occupation. I could hear when someone smiled while speaking into a phone. I could hear whether a sentence had been rehearsed. I could hear the small tightening at the back of the throat before a lie, the change in breath when someone replaced a true word with a safer one. Friends found it exhausting. My ex-boyfriend had called it living beside a polygraph that never turns off. He had not meant it kindly. I unloaded 2 field recorders, a shotgun microphone, a pair of hydrophones, stands, cables, batteries, and enough memory cards to preserve every insect in Tennessee. By sunset, I had 1 microphone clipped beneath the porch roof and another pointed toward the lake. That was when I saw the man next door. He sat beneath the porch light of cabin, 5 hands folded between his knees. Older man, 60s. Narrow shoulders. Gray, cardigan. Pale. Trousers. Nothing remarkable. I looked away to adjust the gain. When I looked back, his face seemed different. Not transformed. That would have been easier. His jaw appeared heavier, his cheeks fuller. For half a second, he reminded me of the father from Cabin 2, a broad-faced man I had seen, carrying a red cooler down to the dock. Then the resemblance vanished. The stranger lowered his head, and when he raised it again, there was something about the set of his mouth that belonged to the woman in Cabin 6. I blamed the porch light. It was an old yellow bulb surrounded by moths. Their shadows crossed his features, making his face seem assembled from moving pieces. He noticed me, watching. "Evening," he called. The word was ordinary. The voice was not. It was low and warm, but the final syllable lifted slightly, almost musical. I had heard that exact lift less than an hour earlier when Calvin Pike told me where to leave my trash. I stood with one hand on the microphone stand. "Evening," I answered. The man smiled. The expression did not fit the face wearing it. The smile arrived too early, as though a signal had been sent to the wrong muscles. Then it settled. "Pretty place," he said. This time the voice was different. People copy pitch first, then rhythm. The hardest things are the useless things, where someone wastes breath, how the tongue touches a consonant. The tiny hesitations. No one knows they have. The man in cabin 5 had Calvin's useless things. I told myself I was tired from the drive. I told myself the mountains were full of strangers with similar accents. Most firmly, I told myself I had come here to stop doing this to people. So I went inside. At the kitchen table, I put on headphones and checked the porch recording. For several minutes, there was only wind, water, my footsteps, the zipper of my equipment bag. Then faintly, from the direction of cabin 5, I heard the old man say, "Evening." A pause. He said it again in Calvin Pike's voice. Then again in mine. I listened to the recording 6 times before I let myself take the headphones off. The first 5 were professional. That was what I told myself. On the first pass, I checked the noise floor. On the second, I isolated the voice. On the third, I compared the man's evening to Calvin's. By the fourth, I had aligned both phrases on my laptop and begun studying the waveforms as though a visual pattern might save me from what my ears had already decided. The cadence was Calvin's, not close to Calvin's his. The same softened first vowel, the same drag before the final consonant, the same breath released through the nose afterward. Then there was my voice. I deleted the comparison file. A minute later, I restored it from the trash. My whole career had been built on the inability to leave a sound alone. At work, directors joked that I could hear dust. I had stopped mixes for a sleeve, brushing a chair beneath music. I could tell when dialogue had been recorded in different rooms after the reverb had been matched. If 2 takes contained the same sentence, I could usually tell which one the actor meant. Leanh. That last skill was the one people stopped finding impressive. By morning, Hemlock Lake had filled with ordinary noise. The screen door slapped at cabin 2. Someone poured ice into a cooler. A child on the dock asked whether fish slept, and his father said, "Sure they do," in a voice that told me he had no idea. I hated that I noticed. The woman in cabin 6 spoke on her phone while walking the shore. She said she was having the best time, but the smile entered her voice half a second late. A young couple near the office argued in whispers. He said, "I'm not mad," while pressing each word too carefully into place. None of it was my business. My mind cataloged it anyway. Owen used to say, "I never heard what people told me. I heard what they failed to hide." The sentence had come near the end. We had been in our kitchen in Brooklyn, rain ticking against the air conditioner, his suitcase open because he had a morning flight to Chicago. He told me the trip was only work. I asked why he had shaved. He laughed. I heard guilt in it. Then I asked about the new shirt, about the way he had started saying "we" when talking about his team, about the pause before his colleague Lauren's name. For 20 minutes, I cross-examined the person I loved. Finally, Owen said, "Do you know what it's like to be loved by someone who treats every breath like evidence?" I told him that, If he had nothing to hide, it shouldn't bother him. That was the part I replayed afterward. Not because I had been wrong about Lauren. I hadn't been. Because being right had not made me less cruel. Owen married someone else 2 years later. I became better at sound. Around noon, I carried a recorder toward the lake. The man from cabin 5 sat at the end of the dock beside the father and his little boy. In daylight, he looked less strange. Thin hair, sun-spotted hands, mild eyes. Still, his posture bothered me. His knees angled outward, exactly like the father's. The boy showed him a bluegill in a plastic bucket. "Pretty thing," the old man said. The father laughed. The old man laughed a moment later. Same pitch. Same breathy break in the middle. I lowered the recorder. He glanced toward me. Then he touched one finger to his upper lip and made a tiny sound behind closed lips. 3 notes descending. Mmm. My stomach tightened. Owen had hated that sound. I made it without knowing whenever I heard something I didn't believe. 3 quiet notes. Always descending, always before I said, "Okay." I had not made it since arriving at Hemlock Lake. Not once. The old man smiled at me. Then in my exact rhythm, he said, "Okay." I did not speak to the man on the dock. That decision felt reasonable for almost 10 minutes. I walked past him, climbed the narrow trail behind the cabins, and kept going until the lake disappeared between the trees. The forest swallowed human sound quickly. Within a few hundred yards, there were only cicadas, leaves, the occasional dry knock of a woodpecker, and the small electrical hiss that microphones hear. Even when people insist, a place is silent. I found a shallow hollow beneath a rhododendron thicket and mounted one of my remote recorders against a tree. The location was deliberate. Too far from the cabins for conversation, too dense for casual hikers. The microphone faced a narrow animal trail, descending toward the water, protected from wind by rock and vegetation. I checked the levels, marked the coordinates on my phone, and left it running. That afternoon, a new group arrived. 3 women in a silver SUV, all somewhere around 40, carrying grocery bags and talking over one another. Calvin put them in cabin 3. The man in cabin 5 was nowhere near the office. I noticed, because I looked. I hated myself a little for looking. One of the women had copper-colored hair and a laugh that carried across the parking area. Her name, I learned later, was Elise Harper. She was the kind of person who apologized when someone else bumped into her. By dinner, she and her friends had joined the other guests near the communal fire pit. The old man appeared sometime after sunset. He introduced himself as Walter. No surname. He shook hands with the father from cabin 2. He nodded to Elise and her friends. He listened more than he spoke. Normal enough. Except that whenever someone laughed, Walter's mouth moved. Not into a smile. Into preparation. That night, I retrieved the recorder from the woods. Back in my cabin, I transferred the file and listened through headphones. The first several hours contained exactly what I expected. Bird calls. Wind. A squirrel disturbing leaves. Once far away, Calvin's truck climbing the access road. Then, a little before the women arrived at Hemlock Lake, I heard footsteps. Slow. Human. They stopped very close to the microphone. I turned up the gain. A man breathed softly beside the recorder. Then, Walter said, in the voice of the father from cabin 2, "You got him?" A pause. Again. "You got him?" He adjusted the second word until it carried the father's flat Midwestern vowel. Then he switched voices. The young man from the arguing couple. "I'm not mad." Pause. "I'm not mad." Again. "I'm not mad." The third attempt was perfect. I sat absolutely still. Walter continued. He practiced Calvin. He practiced the boy, asking whether fish slept. He practiced the woman from cabin 6 saying she was having the best time. Voices of people he had already heard. Terrible but possible. Then another voice came through the headphones. A woman laughing. Not speaking, just laughing with wild, breathless delight. The sound was young somehow. Not a child's voice, exactly, but a laugh without embarrassment in it, rising sharply at the end before breaking into a snort. Walter repeated it. Badly first. Better the second time. Perfectly the third. I removed the headphones. The cabin seemed suddenly too quiet. I opened the file metadata. The laugh had been recorded more than an hour before the silver SUV arrived. The next morning, I found Elise on the dock, drinking coffee. "This is going to sound weird," I said. She smiled. "You're the microphone lady." I assumed weird was coming eventually. I played the recording. At first, she looked amused. Then the laugh came. Her face changed. Not fear. Recognition. "Where did you get that?" "You know it." She took the headphones from me and replayed it. Her eyes filled slowly. "My sister used to make me laugh like that." "When?" She stared toward the water. "I don't know. Before our parents divorced." She gave a small, embarrassed smile. "I was 9. Have you laughed that way since?" Elise shook her head. "God, no. I hate that snort." Behind us, porch boards creaked. Walter stood outside cabin 5. Elise turned. He smiled pleasantly. Then he laughed. Her laugh. The one she had lost 29 years ago. Elise dropped my headphones. And when I looked at her face, I realized something worse. She was trying to laugh with him, but she no longer knew how. For the next hour, I tried very hard to make Walter into a criminal. Criminals were manageable. Criminals needed equipment. I started with cabin 5. Not by going inside. Not yet. I walked the perimeter with an RF detector from my field kit, the kind I used on location when wireless microphones interfered with production audio. I checked the porch, the exterior walls, the electrical meter, even the shrubs between Walter's cabin and mine. Nothing. No transmitter. No unexpected wireless signal. I checked my own cabin twice. Then the dock. Then the fire pit. If Walter had hidden microphones around Hemlock Lake, they were either switched off whenever I searched, or sophisticated enough to evade equipment far better than anything a quiet old man in a cardigan should have possessed. That left stalking. He could have followed the guests online, found videos, family recordings, socials media. I asked Elise whether the laugh might exist somewhere publicly. She stared at me as though the question itself offended her. Natalie, I was 9. Old home videos get uploaded. My father didn't own a video camera until I was 12. Your sister? Dead. The word landed flatly. I stopped. Elise looked toward cabin 5. Even if he found something, she said, how could he have played it in the woods before I got here? I had no answer. That did not involve conspiracy. So I built one. Calvin had supplied Walter with booking details. Walter researched incoming guests. Someone altered recorder timestamps. Maybe the entire place was a performance designed to frighten visitors. The theory became ridiculous almost immediately. It was still better than the alternative. By afternoon, I started watching people instead of equipment. That was when things became worse. The father from cabin 2, his name was Graham Foster, had a habit of rubbing his thumb against the side of his index finger whenever he explained something to his son. I had noticed it the first day because the movement produced a faint rasp against his callus. Now Walter did it. Graham did not. I watched Graham help the boy untangle fishing line. His hands remained still between instructions, as though some tiny mechanism had been removed from them. At the picnic tables, the woman from cabin 6 told a story about missing a flight in Denver. Twice, she reached the moment where everyone expected her to laugh. She smiled instead. Walter, sitting 20 feet away, covered his mouth with the back of his hand. Exactly as she used to. The young man who had argued with his girlfriend stopped saying, "You know," between sentences. Walter began. None of these losses should have mattered. That was the most unsettling part. No one forgot a name. No one lost a language. No one woke unable to walk. They simply became slightly cleaner versions of themselves. Less cluttered. Elise told me she felt better. We were standing near the water when she said it. I know that sounds insane. You can't laugh the way you used to. I didn't like that laugh. You cried when you heard it. Because I remembered my sister. That isn't the same thing. Elise rubbed her arms. I've spent my entire adult life trying not to make that sound. Maybe I finally stopped. Her voice contained no deception. I hated knowing that. That evening, I found Calvin replacing a porch bulb outside the office. I asked him how long Walter had been staying. Calvin kept twisting the bulb. Comes around. How often? Now and then. Do you know him well? The bulb came on. Calvin looked at me through the yellow light. No one knows anybody well. Up here. A practiced answer. Behind the words, I heard fear. Not surprise. Fear. That distinction mattered. I stepped closer. Does he record the guests? Calvin's breathing changed. Barely. There. You should enjoy the lake, Miss Ross. Does he? Calvin looked toward cabin 5. Walter was sitting under his porch light again. For a moment, moth shadows moved across his face. Graham's jaw, Elise's mouth. The woman from cabin 6 around the eyes. Then Walter turned toward us. Calvin went pale. Some things people carry, he said quietly. They're happier after they put them down. Before I could answer, Walter raised one hand. He rubbed his thumb against his index finger, tilted his head, the way Elise did when listening, covered his mouth with the woman's shy gesture. Then he looked directly at me. His lips pressed together. 3 descending notes sounded across the dark. I did not make the sound. But somewhere inside my throat, I felt the habit disappear. For the rest of that night, I kept trying to make the sound. 3 descending notes. I knew the shape of it. I remembered the pressure behind my lips, the vibration at the front of my teeth, the mild annoyance that usually accompanied it. But when I tried, the notes came out wrong. Too flat. Too deliberate. Like an actor, recreating a habit, from description. I stopped after the 7th attempt. Outside, Walter was still sitting beneath the porch light. The lake carried sound differently after dark. That was normal. Cooler air could bend distant voices across water, stretch a cough, farther than it should travel, make footsteps seem closer. What happened next was not normal. A screen door slammed behind me. The echo came from the lake. I turned. The water was black and nearly still. Another door closed somewhere along the cabins. This time the reflection arrived from the woods. I stood motionless, listening. A child laughed near cabin 2. Half a second later, the same laugh came from beneath my porch. Not quieter. Not distorted. Simply relocated. I went inside and locked the door. The following morning, I ran tests. Impulse response first. I clapped beside the porch and recorded the reflections. Then again, near the shoreline. Then between cabins 4 and 5. The results made no acoustic sense. Early reflections arrived from angles where there were no surfaces. Some appeared before the strongest direct signal had finished decaying. At one location, the recorder captured my clap twice, once from my hands and once, faintly, from the direction of cabin 5. The second clap was cleaner than mine. I stared at the waveform, then deleted the take, then restored it. Again, that afternoon, my sister called. Lauren lived in Seattle and possessed one of the most familiar voices in my life. I had heard it through cheap phones, hospital corridors, car speakers, childhood bedroom walls. She asked how Tennessee was. Quiet, I said. Good quiet. I hesitated. Normally, I could hear when Lauren was worried before she admitted it. She swallowed consonants. Her breathing shortened. She used my full name. This time, I heard none of it. Just a voice. Neutral. Unreadable. Natalie? My chest tightened. Are you okay? I can't tell. Tell what? Whether you mean that. I did not say it. After the call, I sat at the kitchen table for almost an hour. For years, I had wanted silence inside other people. Now I had it. It was unbearable. By evening, the changes among the guests were becoming easier to see. Graham no longer crouched when speaking to his son. He had always lowered himself automatically, bringing his eyes level with the boys. Walter started doing it instead. The woman from cabin 6 stopped touching her necklace when nervous. Walter's fingers found his collar whenever someone asked him a question. Elise no longer tilted her head when listening. Walter did. No one seemed injured. That was what made the pattern obscene. They seemed improved. Smoother. Graham appeared more patient without his restless hand gesture. Elise laughed politely, now without snorting. The young couple had stopped arguing entirely. Their personalities had not vanished. Only the unnecessary edges. I found Elise near the dock and asked whether she remembered how she used to tilt her head. She frowned. Did I? You did yesterday. I guess. Does it bother you that you don't anymore? She shrugged. Should it? Behind her, Walter stood beneath a tree, listening to Graham's son describe a fish. His head tilted. Elise's tilt. Then he crouched. Graham's crouch. His fingers touched his collar. The woman's nervous gesture. Now. Piece by piece. He was becoming crowded. That night I set 3 microphones around my cabin and one facing his porch. I did not sleep. Sini, near dawn. The headphones filled with breathing. Not outside. Inside the recording chain. Then came my voice. You can always tell. Pause. My own voice again. You can always tell. The sentence repeated from every microphone, each one slightly different. As though something were testing, where to place the emphasis. I tore off the headphones. Across the clearing, Walter was standing beneath the fading porch light. He was looking directly at me. And for the first time, I understood what he had been doing. He was not copying us. He was taking the parts away. Once I understood that Walter was taking rather than imitating. Cabin 5 stopped looking like a rental. It looked like a mouth. By late morning, he was gone. I watched him leave from behind my kitchen curtain. He crossed the parking area, carrying nothing, followed the path toward the lake, then continued past the dock into the trees. I waited 15 minutes. Then 20. I told myself I was going to inspect the outside wall again. That lie lasted until I reached his porch. A night, near the steps, something had flattened the leaves into a narrow line. At first I thought it was an extension cable. Black, thin, half hidden beneath pine needles. I crouched. There was no cable. Only leaves, pressed into the shape of one, running from beneath the cabin into the woods. The trail followed, almost exactly the route I had taken when placing my remote recorder. I stood very still. Then I tried Walter's door. Unlocked. Inside, Cabin 5 smelled of dust, cold wood, and something faintly metallic. The room was almost empty. No suitcase. No toiletries. No food. A neatly made bed. One chair. A glass beside the sink that looked as though it had never held water. The absence was worse than clutter would have been. Walter had been staying there for days. Yet nothing in the room suggested a person occupying space. I checked the bedroom. Empty dresser. Unused shower. No toothbrush. No clothes in the closet. Then I noticed the acoustics. The cabin was too dead. Even furnished rooms returned something. A footstep. A breath. The movement of fabric. Here sound seemed to stop immediately after leaving me. I clapped once. Nothing came back. My skin prickled. I walked slowly along the walls. Near the bedroom closet, I heard something impossible. My own breathing returned to me. Late, from behind the wall. I pulled the hanging rail aside. The back panel looked ordinary, except for a line of fresh scratches beside the molding. I pressed. The panel shifted inward. Behind it was a narrow doorway. The air beyond smelled older. Paper. Magnetic tape. Mildew. I turned on my phone light. The hidden room extended farther than the cabin's exterior dimensions should have allowed. Shelves covered both walls. Hundreds of cassette tapes. Reel-to-reel spools. Mini discs. Memory cards in labeled envelopes. Different decades of technology arranged in careful, chronological rows. Every item had a name. Some had dates. Some had only descriptions. Margaret Style, apology breath. Thomas Reed, left foot drag. Helena Moreau, hum before crying. Benjamin Crow, smile used with children. I stopped reading. Photographs hung above the shelves. Guests. Families. Couples. Children holding fish beside the lake. Most looked ordinary, until I noticed the handwritten notes beneath them. Touch his ear when embarrassed. Pronounces orange like mother. Laugh disappeared after brother's funeral. Used to whistle while washing dishes. Never does it anymore. My stomach turned. These were not observations of useful traits. They were records of abandoned ones. Things people had stopped noticing about themselves. At the far end of the room stood a wooden desk. On it sat several notebooks, their pages covered in dense handwriting. I opened the nearest. Descriptions filled every line. Not voices alone. How grief changed posture. How shame altered eye contact. The difference between a genuine smile and one used to end a conversation. Which foot moved first? When someone heard their childhood nickname. Walter had not been studying people. He had been assembling instructions. I heard something outside. A branch breaking. I froze. Nothing followed. I turned back toward the shelves and noticed the oldest section. No tapes there. Only photographs. Black and white. Faded. One showed Hemlock Lake before the cabins had porches. Another showed Calvin Pike as a boy, perhaps 10 years old, standing beside a man beneath a bare light bulb. I lifted the photograph from its clip. Young Calvin was smiling. The man beside him wore a gray cardigan. Narrow shoulders. Mild eyes. Walter. On the back, someone had written, Calvin Peake, AG 10. Summer, 1971. I stared at the photograph until my hand began to shake. Walter had not aged a day. You weren't supposed to find that room. Calvin's voice came from the doorway behind me. I turned so quickly, the photograph slipped from my hand. He stood inside the hidden room, with one shoulder against the frame, breathing hard from the walk. He looked smaller there than he had behind the office counter. Older. Not surprised. That frightened me. More than anger would have. You know about this. Calvin looked at the photograph on the floor. I know enough. Who is Walter? His eyes lifted to mine. Walter's a name. That isn't what I asked. No. He stepped past me and carefully returned the photograph to its clip. His hands were trembling. He was here when I was a boy, Calvin said. Cabin 5 wasn't 5 then. Just my father's fishing shack. Thing wandered out of the timber, one winter, looking close enough to a man that Daddy let it inside. Thing? Calvin's mouth tightened. You've heard it. I thought of my voice, speaking through 4 microphones. You can always tell. What is it? If anybody ever knew, they're dead now. He moved along the shelves. At first, it barely talked, couldn't smile, write, didn't blink unless somebody else did. My father thought it was sick. And then it learned. Calvin touched one of the old photographs. A bit at a time. I looked at the labels surrounding us. By stealing people. Calvin shook his head. Not stealing. I laughed once. The sound was sharp and ugly. What would you call it? Taking what they aren't using. I stared at him. He gestured toward the shelves. Most people never notice. Of course they notice. Do they? His question came softly. He pulled a ledger from beneath the desk and opened it. Names filled the pages. Dates. Cabin numbers. Besides some entries, handwritten notes. Return. Requested same. Cabin. Asked. If Walter's still present. Calvin turned several pages. A woman named Dorothy Bell had returned 7 summers in a row. Removed, stutter, associated with father. Reported feeling, lidar. Another. Harold Vance. Took habit of checking locks 3 times. Returned following year, voluntarily. Another. Missa Creed. Childhood, ACNT. Said. She finally felt like herself. I felt cold, despite the stale air. They came back. Some, you let this happen. And, my father did. Then I did. You fed people to it. Calvin flinched. No one's died. That's your defense. You think losing a laugh is worse than living with. What made you stop laughing? I thought of Elise. Her sister. A sister. The calmness in her face after Walter took something she had spent decades trying to suppress. Calvin closed the ledger. People carry old versions of themselves long after those versions stop helping. Sometimes it takes the peace they wanted gone. And sometimes, his silence answered. I turned toward the desk. There were folders beneath it. Hundreds. Most were thin. One was newer than the others. Clean manila. I saw my name before I touched it. Natalie Ross. My mouth went dry. Inside were printed pages. Articles about my sound work. A photograph from a festival panel. An old interview. Notes. Hers speech. Microtension. Identifies deception before conscious analysis. Compulsive. Comparative listening. Difficulty. Disengaging. I looked at Calvin. When did you make this? I didn't. The paper felt slippery between my fingers. The final sheet contained only a few lines. Subject, likely, resistant. Trait, high value. Repures voluntary proximity. Underneath was a date. I read it twice, then a third time. The file had been started 4 years ago. 4 years before I had heard of Hemlock Lake Cabins. 4 years before the film project. 4 years before I booked cabin. 4. Behind me, Calvin whispered, that's why I wanted you to leave it alone. A floorboard creaked beyond the hidden doorway. Calvin's face emptied. Slowly, we both turned. Walter stood in the bedroom. He was smiling with Elise's mouth. And in Owen's voice. A voice he had never heard from me. He said, do you know what it's like to be loved by someone who treats every breath like evidence? Walter, said Owen's sentence without emphasis. That was what made it unbearable. He did not perform the anger. He did not imitate the exhaustion I remembered in Owen's face. He simply spoke the words in Owen's voice, stripped of everything that had made them belong to a particular night in a particular kitchen. Calvin moved in front of me. Don't answer him. Walter tilted his head. Elise's gesture. Then, his mouth tightened in the exact way Graham's did when trying not to frighten his son. I don't need an answer, he said. His voice changed again. Mine. I already know what she hears. I backed toward the shelves. You've never met Owen? Walter smiled. No. Then, where did you get his voice? From you. The room seemed to contract. I thought of memory as private, because it was silent. I had never considered that remembering a voice might count as making one. Calvin whispered, Natalie. Walter looked at him. Calvin stopped speaking. For the first time, I understood the fear I had heard in the old man from the beginning. Not fear that Walter would hurt someone. Fear that Walter was almost finished. How long? I asked. Calvin did not pretend to misunderstand. Longer than I've been alive. Walter walked into the hidden room. Every step belonged to someone else. Graham's slight outward turn of the foot. Elise's careful placement of the heel. A loose movement of one shoulder. I recognized from the young man in cabin 1. Nothing about him was random anymore. He had become an argument assembled from evidence. Why stay here? I asked. Walter looked at me. That expression was nearly human. Nearly, Calvin answered. Because outside is harder. Walter's eyes shifted toward him. Calvin swallowed. He can copy what people do. Always could, once he'd watched long enough. But copying isn't the same as knowing when to do it. I thought of the smile, arriving too early on Walter's face. The timing. Calvin nodded. The world forgives strange people in the mountains. Old men who don't talk much. Folks who keep to themselves. Out there. He gestured vaguely beyond the walls. You need more than a face. Walter touched his own cheek. The gesture looked almost thoughtful. I have learned kindness, he said. The voice belonged to the woman from cabin 6. I have learned embarrassment. The young man's patience. Graham, pleasure. Elise laughed through him. That lost childhood laugh filled the room. Then stopped. I have learned grief. Owen's voice. My stomach turned. Walter stepped closer. But people do not say what they mean. There it was. The flaw. The reason for the files. The decades. He could collect smiles, pauses, gestures, accents, tenderness. He could construct something everyone would recognize as human. But he could not interpret the one behavior human beings practiced more than any other. Deception. Calvin looked at me. I saw the truth before he said it. No, I whispered. Walter's smile widened. Not because he understood my fear. Because he had learned that widening, the mouth belonged there. You hear it, he said. My voice again. I could. Even now. Calvin's breathing carried guilt. Walter's words carried no deception at all, because he had no reason to lie. And beneath my own breath, I could hear panic, trying to disguise itself as thought. You didn't bring me here, I said to Calvin. No. The film job did. Yes. The booking was mine. Yes. Each answer was true. That was worse. I looked toward the file dated 4 years earlier. How? Calvin's eyes went to Walter. It listens farther than microphones. Walter stood inches from me now. His face shifted almost imperceptibly. Elise around the mouth. Graham at the brow. For 1/6 second, Owen around the eyes. Then me. Not my whole face. Just the expression I wore whenever I caught someone lying. His features sharpened with sudden concentration. He was practicing it. "You can leave," Walter said. I heard no lie. Calvin closed his eyes. Walter leaned closer. "But someday I will have to." His face settled. Almost complete. And I finally understood why my file had existed before I ever came to Hemlock Lake. Walter had not been waiting for another guest. He had been waiting for the one human sense he could not steal by observation. The ability to hear a lie before the liar had finished speaking. Walter did not move closer. He did not need to. Once I understood what he wanted, the hidden room changed around me. The shelves were no longer an archive. They were a menu. Every labeled tape, every photograph, every note about some abandoned gesture or forgotten reflex was proof that Walter had survived by taking in increments. I laughed here, a posture there, a pronunciation no one used anymore. But I was different. What he wanted from me was not decorative. It was structural. Calvin seemed to understand the same thing. "You give him that," he said. "He won't need this place anymore." Walter looked at him. Calvin immediately regretted speaking. I heard it in his breath. I still had the ability then. That mattered. "Will he stop with the others?" I asked. Calvin said nothing. Walter answered. "Yes." I listened. No hesitation, no tightening, no false breath. True. For good? Walter's expression shifted. A fraction too slow. Here. True again. That single word frightened me, more than a lie would have. I thought of Graham's son, Elise, the couple who had stopped arguing because something had been shaved away from both of them. The woman from cabin 6, touching an empty place near her throat, where the nervous habit used to live. What happened if Walter kept feeding? A mannerism was survivable. A laugh was survivable. What came after that? The way someone recognized their child's footsteps. The instinct to reach for a frightened person. The sound of your own name when spoken by someone you loved. I looked at Walter. If I let you take it, you leave them alone. Yes. And you let me go. Yes. Calvin shook his head. Natalie, don't. I turned on him. You kept renting the cabins. His face collapsed. For decades, he had dressed cowardice as stewardship. I could hear that too. I thought I was keeping it fed small, he whispered. Walter smiled. That sentence pleased him. Not because it was funny, because it was useful. I suddenly understood Calvin's real bargain. He had never controlled the creature. He had only taught it patience. I looked back at Walter. How? He raised one hand. Listen. To what? To me. His face settled into something almost empty. Then he spoke. I am human. The lie was immediate. It struck me before the sentence ended. The microscopic wrongness in breath, intention, placement. Not a thought, a reflex. Walter watched my face. Again. I was born here. Lie. I remember my mother. Ella, I am afraid of dying. I waited. Night. Nothing. True. My skin went cold. Walter stepped closer. I will not hurt them if you give me what I need. True. Calvin whispered. My name. I heard something in it. Fear. Guilt. And beneath both, relief. He wanted me to say yes. That hurt more than I expected. I closed my eyes. All right. Walter inhaled. The room became completely silent. Not quiet. Silent. The kind of silence that feels like pressure inside the skull. Then he spoke in Owen's voice. You were right about me. Something moved behind my ears. Not pain. Absence. A sensation like a door, opening where no door had been. Walter continued. I never loved you. My whole body reacted. I searched the sentence. Breath. Pitch. Timing. Nothing. I could not tell. My eyes opened. Walter was smiling. This time the smile arrived naturally. Perfectly. He leaned closer and said in my own voice, Thank you. I listened. Nothing. No truth. No lie. Only words. I staggered out of cabin 5. Calvin followed me as far as the porch. By afternoon, the other guests were packing. No one had been harmed further. Graham laughed with his son. Elise hugged her friends. The young couple argued softly beside their car. Normal life returning. That should have comforted me. Instead, every sentence felt dangerous. I'm fine. I love you. Drive safe. Call me. I could no longer tell which ones meant anything. At the office, Calvin handed me my key deposit. I'm sorry, he said. I stared at him. For the first time in my adult life, I had no idea whether he was telling the truth. Behind us, cabin 5 was empty. Walter was gone. And on the road below the lake, someone wearing Graham's walk. And Elise's smile was practicing mine. For the first few weeks back in Brooklyn, I mistook helplessness for peace. The distinction took time. At first, everything felt easier. People said things, and I accepted them. My producer told me a mix sounded great. I believed her. A delivery driver said traffic had been terrible. I believed him. Lauren called and told me she was fine. I believed that too. Not because I trusted any of them. Because I had lost the mechanism that made trust unnecessary. The silence inside other people was terrifying. Then gradually it became restful. I stopped replaying conversations. I stopped comparing one version of a sentence to another. I stopped noticing when someone's breathing changed before an answer. At work, I was worse. There was no point pretending otherwise. I could still hear frequency, texture, room tone, bad edits, a chair squeak buried beneath dialogue. But human voices no longer opened themselves automatically. Actors lied badly, and I heard only performance. Directors said they loved a cut while hating it, and I learned the truth later, through email like everyone else. It should have felt like losing a sense. Instead, some mornings, it felt like being cured. That was the part I hated admitting. Owen had been right about one thing. I had spent years hearing evidence instead of people. Without that ability, conversations became less accurate and more human. I laughed more. Not because anything was funnier, because I was no longer analyzing the breath before the joke. For the first time in years, I went on a date. His name was Marcus. He told me he had never cheated on anyone. I smiled. I had no idea whether it was true. The uncertainty hurt. Then passed. That frightened me in a different way. By autumn, I had stopped dreaming about Hemlock Lake every night. Calvin never contacted me. I never searched for Walter. I told myself that was restraint. Sometimes I wondered if it was cowardice. Then, the studio hired Daniel Kerr. He arrived on a Monday morning with a messenger bag, expensive headphones, and the careful politeness of someone new enough to remember everyone's name. He was younger than me, maybe 30, good posture, easy smile. Nothing about him seemed familiar until the lights flickered. The studio occupied an old, converted warehouse where power did strange things. Whenever the neighboring floor ran heavy equipment. The fluorescent panels blinked once during Daniel's introduction. For that fraction of darkness, his face changed. Mine. Not perfectly. My mouth. My brow. The concentration around my eyes. Then the light stabilized. Daniel was Daniel again. I said nothing. The old version of me would have questioned him immediately. The new version waited. Over the next week, it happened 3 more times. Never in full light. Never long enough for certainty. A reflection in a dark monitor. A face caught between elevator lights. My own expression, looking back from Daniel's features before disappearing. I began recording him. Of course I did. Some habits survived, because they belong to the hands, not the mind. One evening, after everyone left, I listened to a meeting from earlier that day. Daniel was explaining why. A sound effect felt wrong. His language was precise, professional. Then someone challenged him. There was a pause. Daniel answered, "I understand what you mean." Ordinary sentence. But beneath it came a tiny sound. 3 descending notes. Um, um, I stopped playback. My skin went cold. Daniel continued speaking. You can always tell when someone doesn't believe themselves. My former words, my former rhythm, my former certainty. I rewound, listened again. Nothing in his voice told me whether he was joking. Nothing told me whether he knew I was recording. Nothing told me whether Walter had taken Daniel's face, or borrowed it, or simply learned how to wear people from the inside out. Then the studio lights flickered. The dark monitor across from me became a mirror. Daniel stood behind my chair. His face was mine. Not younger. Not cleaner. Mine, exactly. He smiled. And this time, the smile arrived at precisely the right moment. I understood then what I had actually given away. Not my curse. Not my vigilance. My advantage. Walter had left the mountains carrying everything I had spent a lifetime becoming. And I had come home believing that losing it had made me free. Daniel leaned toward the microphone. In my voice, he whispered, "I believe you." For the first time in my life, I could not tell if that was a lie. There are parts of ourselves we spend years trying to silence. Old habits, old wounds, old ways of protecting ourselves that eventually become prisons. But if those pieces disappeared completely, would we really become lighter, or merely easier to replace? Natalie escaped the mountains alive, and for a while mistook absence for healing. The creature did not simply steal what made her suffer. It took what made her uniquely dangerous. Perhaps identity is not made only from the traits we love. Perhaps it is also made from the burdens we would gladly give away. What part of yourself would you surrender if something promised you peace? Story 6. By the time Derek Walsh admitted, they were lost. The forest had already gone quiet. Not silent. Quiet was different. Silence belonged to empty rooms and canceled appointments. Quiet was what happened when something living decided not to move. He stood beneath a tulip poplar, with his headlamp angled toward the paper map in his hands. The beam made the folds shine white. Around him, the West Virginia woods rose in wet black columns, their leaves holding the last cold of the night. Somewhere behind him, his son dragged the toe of a boot through dead leaves. You said the creek would be on our left. Owen's voice had the flat patience of a teenager repeating a fact to someone who had already ignored it twice. It should be. That's not what I said. Derek pressed a finger to the map. He had bought it that afternoon from a gas station outside Marlinton because the ranger station had been closed, and because he disliked depending on phone batteries. The map was old-fashioned, printed on thick yellow-gray paper, with contour lines, the color of dried blood. Someone had stamped a red price in one corner. The cashier, a woman with silver hair, tied in a low knot, had watched him unfold it. "Trails change," she had said. Derek had answered. "Maps are supposed to change with them." She had looked at Owen, then not Derek. Now, the map said, they were standing on Briar Fork Trail less than a mile from their reserved backcountry site. Derek's compass agreed with the direction he had chosen. His watch agreed with the time they had been walking. The problem was the creek. There was no creek. He folded the map once sharply and heard Owen exhale. "We can go back." "We're not going back in the dark. It's the same dark both ways." Derek almost corrected him. It wasn't the same route, the same grade, or the same probability of missing the turnoff. He could feel the explanation forming in the familiar place behind his teeth, where explanations had lived through conference, calls, late pickups, canceled weekends, and the final year before Owen's mother stopped asking whether he would be home for dinner. Instead, he said, "Give me 5 minutes." Owen laughed once without humor. Derek pretended not to hear. The trip had been his idea. 2 nights in the mountains. No work laptop, no client calls, unless there was a genuine emergency. He had even told his assistant to screen everything. He wanted Owen to notice these sacrifices, without Derek having to name them. So far, Owen had noticed the poor cell signal. A breeze moved through the canopy and carried the smell of wood smoke. Derek lifted his head. "You smell that?" Owen did not answer at first. Then Campfire. The scent was faint but unmistakable. Oak smoke, damp bark, something sweet underneath. A fire meant people. People meant a trail, or at least a campsite. Derek turned slowly, searching between the trunks. That was when he saw the blaze. A strip of pale paint marked a beech tree, 10 yards downslope. It reflected his headlamp in a dull blue-white line. He was certain it had not been there before. Derek walked to it, stepping carefully over roots. The mark was old, its edges sunk into the bark. Below it, another blaze showed on a second tree. Then, another. Owen came up behind him. Was that on the map? Derek opened the paper again. For a moment, he thought. The light was playing across a crease. A thin black line now branched east from Briar Fork Trail. It wandered through an area that had been blank when he bought the map, then ended at a small tent symbol. Beside it, in block letters, were 2 words. "Return can camp." Derek stared at the name until the letters seemed to darken. "What?" Owen asked. Derek checked the legend. He checked the reverse side. He rubbed the line with his thumb, expecting fresh ink to smear. It did not. His watch clicked softly against the compass in his palm. The second hand had just passed midnight. Behind them, deeper in the trees, another campfire came alive. Then another. Then another. By the time Derek looked up, orange light was burning between the trunks in a dozen different places. Where the forest had been completely dark, Only seconds before. Derek counted 14 fires before he stopped counting. They appeared at different depths, among the trees, some no larger than candle flames, others bright enough to paint whole trunks orange. Yet the smoke smelled as though it came from one fire only. Damp oak, pine resin, and that faint sweetness underneath, like apples left too long in a cellar. Owen stood beside him, staring downhill. That wasn't there. No. It was the first time Derek had answered, without trying to explain. The pale trail blazes continued toward the nearest glow. Going back meant retracing nearly 3 miles through unfamiliar woods, assuming they could even find the junction they had missed. Going forward meant people, fire, perhaps directions. Derek disliked both choices. He disliked choices generally, when he lacked enough information. "We check the campsite," he said. "Ask where we are, then we leave." Owen looked at him. "What? You always say things like they're already decided." Derek felt the old answer rise. Because someone has to decide, but he swallowed it. "Do you want to go back?" Owen looked into the black woods behind them. "No." "Then we agree?" "That's not the same thing." Derek turned toward the trail, before the conversation became something larger. The path was narrow, but strangely easy to follow. Roots seemed to withdraw from it. Brambles grew thick on either side, without crossing the packed earth. Every 30 yards, another faded blaze appeared, always just beyond the reach of Derek's headlamp. He began, thinking about the reason he had organized the trip. Not the reason he had told Owen. The real reason. 3 weeks earlier, Derek had been sitting in his car outside Owen's school, after arriving 40 minutes late to pick him up. Owen had already taken the bus. Derek had called. No answer. He had sent a message explaining that a client's claim had become complicated. Then another, explaining that the client had threatened litigation. Then after 10 minutes, a third message. "I'm trying, Owen." His son had finally replied, "I know." 2 words. Derek had stared at them, longer than he stared at most denial reports. He could argue with anger. Anger contained accusations, and accusations could be answered. But "I know" offered nothing to fight. So, Derek booked the campsite. He bought equipment Owen had not requested. He researched weather patterns, water sources, emergency routes. He built a trip so carefully that there would be no opportunity for failure. Now they were lost. The first campsite appeared suddenly, not gradually through thinning trees. One moment there was forest. The next, Derek stepped between 2 hemlocks and found himself facing a broad clearing crowded with tents. A woman sat beside the nearest fire, sewing something under the light of a kerosene lantern. Her tent was heavy green canvas. Her coat looked old-fashioned, but practical, with large wooden toggles. Across the fire, a little girl in bright pink sneakers held a tablet computer against her knees. Derek slowed. Beyond them, a man wearing a mesh trucker cap turned sausages over a cast-iron pan. At the next site, Someone had parked a cooler with a faded soda logo. Derek remembered from childhood. Farther away stood a domed tent made from material so new it reflected firelight like foil. Nothing was impossible by itself. Together, it felt like walking through photographs taken years apart. The woman looked up. "Evening. Sorry to bother you," Derek said. "We got turned around on Briar Fork." She smiled as if this happened often. "You found the side trail." "Apparently." Owen glanced around the clearing. "How many people are camping here?" The woman pushed her needle through the cloth. "Hard to say." A man at the neighboring fire raised a hand. "You boys need a spot?" "Just directions," Derek said. The man nodded pleasantly. He wore a denim jacket with a shearling collar, despite the mild night. "Sure, in the morning. We'd rather get back tonight." Something changed in the clearing. Not much. The sewing woman stopped pulling her thread. The man's smile remained, but his eyes moved toward the trees behind Derek. Then the little girl with the tablet looked up. "You shouldn't walk that trail before morning." "Why?" Her mother touched her shoulder. "May." The girl lowered her eyes. Derek felt Owen move closer to him. "How long are you all staying?" Derek asked. The woman resumed, sewing. "One night." The man beside her nodded. "One night." From another fire, an elderly voice called, gently through the dark. "Same as everybody." Derek looked across the clearing. Faces turned toward him from the separate circles of firelight. Young faces, old faces, children wrapped in blankets, couples holding metal mugs, families beneath tents from decades that did not belong together. One by one, without anyone asking them, they began to answer. "One night. One night. Just one night." Then Owen whispered, "Dad." He was pointing behind them. The trail they had followed into the clearing was gone. In its place stood a wooden sign. Derek was certain had not been there moments earlier. Its surface was black with age. 2 words had been carved deeply into it. "Return Camp." And beneath them in smaller letters, "First Nighters, report before sleep." "First Nighters," Owen read. The words seemed darker than the rest of the sign, as though someone had cut them into the wood recently. Derek moved his headlamp across the clearing. Probably registration. At midnight, Derek ignored that. A narrow path ran between the occupied sites toward a wooden shelter near the center of camp. It had 3 walls, a sagging roof, and a long table underneath. A lantern burned on one corner without anyone tending it. As they approached, Derek noticed the lantern was not electric. It was brass, its glass chimney blackened near the top. The flame inside fluttered, even though there was no wind beneath the shelter. Mounted to the back wall was a board covered with paper notices. Most had curled brown edges. At the center hung a sheet protected beneath cloudy plastic. "Return Camp. For a pleasant stay, please. Observe the following." Derek read the rules once. Then again. 1. Everyone stays one night. 2. Do not ask another camper how long they have been here. 3. Do not move another camper belongings. 4. If someone tells you they remember, you do not correct them. 5. Do not say, we should go home. 6. When the morning bell rings, remain at your own site until the trails return. 7. If you wake and something feels better, leave it better. At the bottom, someone had written another sentence in pencil. You came here for a reason. Owen gave a short laugh. Not because anything was funny. This is some cult thing. That would at least make sense. Derek lifted the plastic covering. The paper beneath was dry and brittle, almost translucent. A date had once been printed at the bottom, but someone had scratched it away. From the nearest fire came a burst of laughter. Derek turned. A family of 4 sat around a metal cooking grate. The father wore a bright nylon windbreaker in purple and turquoise. His wife had enormous plastic-framed glasses. Their teenage son was hunched over, something Derek first assumed was a phone. It was a portable cassette player. The boy pressed a button. Through orange foam headphones, tinny music leaked into the night. At the next site, a younger woman was charging a smartwatch from a solar battery. Farther down, an elderly couple had arranged 2 folding chairs beside a canvas tent. Between them stood a Coleman lantern with a rounded red fuel tank. Derek recognized the model. His father had owned one. It had disappeared sometime in the early 80s. Dad. Owen was staring past him. At the edge of the clearing, behind several tents, vehicles were parked beneath the trees. Derek had somehow failed to notice them before. There was an old station wagon with wood grain paneling. Beside it sat a pale blue pickup, whose rounded body looked older than Derek himself. Beyond those was a boxy minivan, then a modern SUV with roof rails and dark windows. None had license plates. How did they get cars back here? Owen asked. There was no road. Derek walked toward them. The ground beneath the vehicles showed no tire marks. No crushed weeds. No mud disturbed by weight. The station wagon's hood was cold. Through its dusty window, Derek saw paper maps folded on the dashboard and a pair of children's shoes on the back seat. The pickup contained a thermos, a wool blanket, and a newspaper. Derek leaned closer. He could not make out the headline, but the date was visible. 1958. His stomach tightened. Reproduction, he said. Owen looked at him. What? Somebody's making the place look older than it is. All of it? Derek did not answer. The modern SUV stood last in the row. Its interior light was on. A child's booster seat rested in back beside a tablet, charging cable, and fast food cup. The windshield registration sticker appeared. Current. Derek stepped away. Behind him, someone said, "You shouldn't inspect things too closely." The sewing woman stood several yards away. She had followed them without making a sound. Derek straightened. Why? Because people bring what they arrived with. That newspaper is nearly 70 years old. Her expression changed, almost imperceptibly. Not surprise. Sadness. Derek glanced toward the rule board. Everyone stays one night, he said carefully. That's right. So these people came tonight? The woman threaded her needle. You're asking the wrong question. Before Derek could respond, Owen called from beside the station wagon. Dad. His voice had changed. Derek hurried over. Owen was pointing at the dust on the rear window. Someone had written a message there with one finger. The letters were fresh. Don asked, how long? Below them was a second line. You did last time? Derek did not sleep well enough to dream. That was what he told himself when morning came. He and Owen had taken an empty campsite near the edge of the clearing. After the sewing woman insisted the trail would return at daylight, Derek had checked the trees twice before lying down. No path, no blue-white blazes, only trunks and undergrowth. He had also returned to the station wagon. The message in the dust was gone. Owen had seen it too, which prevented Derek from dismissing it entirely. But exhaustion provided a respectable alternative. Someone had written it as a joke. Someone had wiped it away. The strange collection of vehicles belonged to enthusiasts. The rules were theater. Every explanation sounded weaker than the one before it. Still, Derek fell asleep, holding the map beneath his jacket. When he opened his eyes, sunlight was pressing softly through the tent fabric. For several seconds, he did not know where he was. Then Owen shifted in his sleeping bag. Normally, the sound would have irritated him. Owen slept violently, twisting blankets around his legs, knocking equipment aside. During previous trips, Derek had told him repeatedly to organize his things before bed. This morning, Derek watched his son's hair sticking upward and felt something simple. Affection. Not affection mixed with anxiety. Not affection followed immediately by a list of improvements. Just affection. Owen opened one eye. What? Nothing. You're staring at me. Your hair looks ridiculous. Owen touched it defensively. Derek smiled. To his surprise, Owen smiled back. They made breakfast over the small stove. Derek burned the first pancake. Usually, he would have scraped the pan clean, adjusted the flame, measured the batter again. Instead, he folded the blackened pancake in half and ate it. Owen watched him. Are you okay? Apparently, I survive imperfect pancakes. That doesn't sound like you. Derek laughed. The sound made Owen's expression soften. Something in Derek's chest loosened. This was what he had wanted. Wasn't it? For years, he had imagined some future conversation in which Owen finally understood that Derek's failures had never meant indifference. He had simply been busy, responsible, necessary elsewhere. There had been claims, emergencies, deadlines. Clients whose houses had burned, flooded, collapsed. Reasons. Always reasons. He looked across the clearing while Owen packed breakfast things. A memory surfaced unexpectedly. Owen, at 8 years old, standing beneath gymnasium lights in a white shirt. Too large for him. A school concert. Derek remembered the folding chairs. He remembered promising to attend. He remembered arriving home afterward and finding Owen's mother, washing dishes in silence. But when he tried to remember why he had missed it, nothing. There should have been a claim, a client, a phone call. Something. Derek pressed harder. The harder he reached, the smoother the memory became. He knew he had made a decision that evening. He remembered defending it afterward. But the decision itself was gone. Owen. His son looked up. What happened the night of your 4th grade concert? Owen's hand stopped. What do you mean? Why didn't I make it? Owen stared at him. You seriously don't remember? I remember missing it. That's not what I asked. Derek felt irritation rise automatically. Then, strangely, disappear. I'm asking because I don't remember. A metal cup struck the ground behind them. The man in the shearling-lined denim jacket stood at the neighboring site. His face had gone pale. Coffee spread through the leaves near his boots. Don't do that, he said. Derek turned. Do what? Go looking for it. For what? The reason. The man stepped closer. Up close, Derek noticed something he had missed the night before. The man looked about 50, but his jacket was badly faded at the shoulders, and beneath one cuff was a hospital identification bracelet, yellowed almost brown. Derek glanced at it. The man pulled his sleeve down. I forgot something, Derek said. No. The man's voice sharpened. You lost something. That's different. Owen stood slowly. What does that mean? The man looked toward the center of camp. Several campers had stopped what they were doing. Watching. Morning makes things easier, he whispered. That's the kindness of this place. Derek felt the warmth inside himself. Cool. What happens if I remember? The man's fear became unmistakable. He backed away. Don't. Why? Because then you'll know what it took. A bell rang somewhere beyond the clearing. One deep note. Every camper froze. Then the man looked at Derek with such naked terror that Derek instinctively reached for Owen. From the forest, behind their tent, came the faint scrape of bark. A trail blaze had appeared on the nearest tree. But instead of leading out of return camp, the marks continued deeper, inside. The new trail did not lead out. Derek understood that before he had taken 3 steps toward it. The pale blazes ran deeper between the trees, where morning light thinned into green shadow. Behind him, campers remained frozen, until the bell's vibration faded. Then movement resumed. Cups lifted, zippers opened. Children began talking, as though someone had pressed play. Owen touched his arm. Maybe that's the way back. No. You don't know that, and yesterday Derek would have explained compass bearing, slope direction, the missing creek. He would have turned disagreement into evidence. Instead, he said, "You're right, I don't." Owen blinked. The answer landed between them with almost physical weight. By noon, the trail had vanished again. So had another memory. They spent the day waiting for an exit. Derek helped Owen repair a torn pack strap with dental floss. He listened while his son described a teacher Derek had never met, a girl named Tessa, who drew monsters in chemistry notes and colleges he wanted to apply to outside the state. Derek did not interrupt once. He did not ask about grades. He did not mention tuition. Owen kept glancing at him, as though testing a surface for cracks. Eventually he said, "You're being weird." "Good weird." "Maybe." That smile showed Derek how little had been required. Not a mountain trip. Not new equipment. Listening. He should have felt ashamed. Instead, the shame seemed far away. That frightened him. Later, Derek tried to reconstruct another failure. Owen's 12th birthday. There had been a restaurant. Chocolate cake. Derek remembered arriving after everyone else had eaten. He remembered Owen refusing to open the present in front of him. But why had Derek been late? He could almost see himself beneath fluorescent light saying into a phone, "I can't leave yet." But whom had he been speaking to? The memory ended where the decision should have been. Derek took out the map. Returton Camp was absent in daylight. Along one fold, someone had written in faint pencil, "Better is lighter." A shadow crossed the page. The denim-jacketed man stood beside him. "You remembered something?" "I remembered the outside of it." The man nodded. "What's your name?" Derek asked. "Cal." "How long?" Cal recoiled. Derek stopped. "Rule 2. "Sorry." Cal stared toward the trees. "First thing I lost was a fight with my brother." I remembered his face. Remembered the hospital afterward. Couldn't remember what I'd said to make him swing. And after that, I stopped looking. Why? Because every time you sleep here, there's less to find. That night, Derek tried to stay awake. Owen fell asleep, quickly, curled toward the tent wall. Derek sat against a tree and watched fires burn across decades. Somewhere, an old radio played softly. Somewhere else, a child laughed at a phone. He lasted until the stars blurred. When he woke, dawn was whitening the canvas. Owen sat beside him. "You fell asleep." Derek stood too quickly. Something was different. He searched himself for panic and found none. Owen handed him coffee. "You take it black, right?" Derek stared at the cup. He had always used cream. At least he thought he had. Then Owen said, "Can we stay tonight?" "No." The answer came gently. Owen's face closed. "Why not?" "Because something here is changing me." "You mean you're actually nice to me?" Derek flinched. "You listen now," Owen said. "You don't make everything a lecture. Yesterday you said you were proud of me. I am proud of you. You never said it like that before. Derek tried to remember the first time he had decided praise would make Owen complacent. There should have been a reason. Nothing came. Only the result remained. Years of withheld words with no decision attached to them. Across the clearing, Cal stood smiling peacefully at his fire. The hospital bracelet was gone. So was the fear in his face. For the first time, Derek understood what better meant here. Return. Camp was not teaching him how to become a better father. It was removing the parts of his life that had made him a worse one. And beside him, Owen whispered, "Maybe that's what we came here for." Derek waited until Owen was occupied with breakfast. Then he took the map and followed the older trail alone. It began behind the last occupied campsite, beyond the neat circles of firelight, where the ground changed texture. Inside return camp, leaves had been flattened by boots and tents. Beyond it, the forest floor rose in soft layers of moss and black loam. The trail should have disappeared there. Instead, Derek found another blaze. This one was not painted. Someone had cut a shallow rectangle directly into the bark, so old that the tree had grown around it in swollen lips. He looked back. Owen was still visible through the trees. Derek told himself he would go only far enough to understand where the trail led. That was how he had justified most bad decisions in his life. Not as choices, but as temporary steps toward more information. He continued. The first abandoned campsite appeared less than 100 yards beyond the clearing. A ring of stones surrounded. A depression filled with rainwater and ash. Beside it lay the collapsed remains of a canvas tent, its fabric green with mildew. A rusted coffee pot rested upside down on a stump. Nothing unusual. Then Derek noticed the cooler. Its white plastic had yellowed with age, but the logo printed across the lid was modern. He crouched. A name had been written beneath the handle in permanent marker. Mara Vance. Derek knew the name. A woman called Mara had been sitting 2 fires away that morning, brushing her daughter's hair. Her cooler there was clean and blue. This one looked as though it had spent 20 years under the trees. Derek stood. The next abandoned site lay 30 yards farther down. Then another. They did not form a campground, so much as layers of one. A canvas leaned to sagged beside a nylon dome tent whose poles had snapped. Nearby, an aluminum frame pack rested against a rotting picnic table. A child's plastic water bottle lay half buried beside an enamel mug. Different decades, all weathered together. Derek moved faster. He found a red thermos with Cal, rock scratched into its base. A denim jacket beneath a fallen log. Its shearling collar had almost completely rotted away. Derek touched the sleeve and recoiled. Cal was wearing that jacket now. Or something identical. A few campsites deeper, he found the sewing woman's wooden needle case. Her name had been carved inside. Evelyn Price Wren. The wood had split down the middle from age. A photograph was tucked beneath it. Derek lifted it carefully. The image had faded nearly brown, but he could still make out Evelyn standing beside the same canvas tent. She occupied now. She looked exactly the same age. Beside her stood the little girl with the tablet. Except in the photograph, the girl held a rag doll. Derek's mouth went dry. Behind him, a branch snapped. He turned. No one, only trees. Then a voice drifted faintly from the direction of camp. Owen calling his name. Derek started back. He had gone farther than he realized. The abandoned sites seemed more numerous now. Every few steps, another appeared between the trunks. A bicycle with no tires. A baby carriage rusted through. A plastic camping chair split by roots. Names repeated, on belongings. Names belonging to people Derek had seen alive around the fires. He stopped beside a fire, ring blackened so deeply that several generations of ash seemed pressed into the earth. Something silver protruded from beneath the leaves. He pulled it free, a metal luggage tag. For several seconds, he could not understand the engraved letters. Then he read them again. Owen Walsh. Derek dropped it. His heartbeat struck hard enough to make his vision pulse. No. He knelt and tore leaves aside. Underneath was the corner of a backpack. Owen's backpack. The same gray hiking pack Derek had bought him 2 weeks earlier. But this one was bleached, almost white by weather. One shoulder strap had rotted through. Moss grew across the zipper. Derek opened it. Inside were fragments of things he recognized. A cracked phone case. A water filter. A chemistry notebook, swollen with damp. Between its ruined pages was a drawing of a horned creature in black ink. Tessa's drawing. Derek could no longer hear Owen calling. He pulled the pack apart, searching, without knowing what he expected to find. At the bottom was another object. A folded paper map. His map. The edges were brittle. The folds had split. Most of the ink had faded away, except for one trail. Return camp remained perfectly black. Beside it, written in Derek's own handwriting, were 4 words. He wanted me better. Derek carried the ruined map back toward camp. He did not remember deciding to keep it. He only knew that by the time the occupied fires appeared, between the trees, he was gripping both maps together. The clean one he had bought at the gas station, and the weathered one bearing his handwriting. He wanted me better. Owen was waiting beside their tent. Where were you? Derek stopped. There were a dozen possible answers. He had gone too far. He had broken a rule. He had found proof that something was terribly wrong. Instead, he asked, "Have we been here before?" Owen stared at him. What? Derek showed him the metal luggage tag. Owen took it, read his own name, and went very still. That's not mine. It was in a pack exactly like yours. That doesn't make it mine. The words came quickly. Too quickly. Derek recognized the instinct because it was his own. Reject the premise. before the evidence could become dangerous. He opened the ruined map. Owen read the sentence. His face tightened. "You wrote that?" "I don't remember." "You don't remember a lot now?" There was accusation in the words, but beneath it something worse. Hope. Derek looked toward the shelter where the rules hung. Behind it, almost hidden by rhododendron, he noticed another structure. A smaller lean-to. Its roof had collapsed on one side. He had passed it several times, without really seeing it. Now, words seemed to cover the remaining boards. Derek walked toward it. Owen followed. Hundreds of names had been carved into the wood. Some shallow and recent. Others, so old the letters, had widened with the grain. Between them were sentences. "I came back for the summer before she left. I wanted to be the man I was before the war. Before I said yes. Before I said no. Before my daughter stopped calling." Owen read silently beside him. On another beam, "The camp does not take you back." Below it, in smaller letters, "Takes away everything that came." After, Derek felt cold despite the afternoon heat. He searched the shelter. Inside, beneath rotted blankets and nests of leaves, were old trail maps from different years. Some were printed in colors no longer used. Some were hand-drawn. One looked as though it had been copied on a machine from decades ago. Every map was different. Every map contained "Return Camp." Messages had been written inside the folds. You find the trail when you want something undone, badly enough. Do not ask people when they arrived. They cannot answer without remembering. You can leave whenever the trail appears. Then, farther down, that is why almost nobody leaves. Derek read the line twice. Owen whispered, "I don't understand." "I do." And he wished he did not. The camp had never hidden the exit. It had hidden the reason for using it. Each night removed another decision, another shame, another argument, another failure. Eventually there would be no guilt left. No marriage ruined by neglect. No child disappointed. No brother sent to a hospital. No reason to run from return camp at all. Only the pleasant certainty that everything had somehow become easier. Derek thought of Cal, smiling peacefully that morning. The bracelet gone. The fear gone. Maybe the brother was gone from his memory, too. Maybe that was what one night meant. Not a measure of time. A condition. Everyone here believed they had just arrived, because every memory proving otherwise had been erased. Owen stepped away from the shelter. But if people are happier, Derek looked at him. That isn't the same as being better. You are better. The words hurt more than accusation. Owen's eyes filled, but his voice stayed controlled. You actually hear me here. You don't look at your phone when I'm talking. You don't turn everything into what I did wrong. Derek wanted to tell him that those things mattered, that he could learn, that they could leave, and he could try. Then he reached for the memory of the school concert again. Nothing. The birthday dinner. Nothing. Another absence opened behind them. Then another. For the first time, Derek could no longer remember the sound of Owen crying as a child. The horror of that loss was immediate. He grabbed Owen by both shoulders. "We're leaving." Owen's face hardened. Derek almost said the obvious sentence. The phrase any father would say in the woods when a trip had gone wrong. But behind Owen, Evelyn had appeared beside the shelter. Her sewing had stopped. Every camper in sight was watching them. Waiting. Derek remembered Rule 5. He closed his mouth. And somewhere, beyond the fire ring, something began ringing. The morning bell, long before morning. The bell rang 13 times. No one moved until it stopped. Then Evelyn lowered her sewing into her lap and said almost kindly, "You shouldn't wake people early. I didn't ring it." "I know." Derek looked toward the woods. The sound had come from beyond the abandoned campsites, from somewhere deeper than he had gone. Owen pulled away from his hands. "Why are you acting like this?" "Because this place is taking things from me. It's taking bad things." "No." Derek heard how certain he sounded. The certainty frightened him, because it felt different from his old certainty. That had come from wanting control. This came from finally understanding and what control had cost. He looked at the campers. Cal was feeding, sticks into his fire, smiling faintly. "Cal." The man glanced up. "Your brother." The smile faltered. "What brother?" Derek felt Owen stiffen beside him. "You told me you fought with him. You said he ended up in the hospital." Cal stared at him with mild embarrassment. "Think you've got me mixed up with somebody. You had a hospital bracelet. I've never been in a hospital except when I was born." The answer was effortless. That was the worst part. Cal was not lying. Derek stepped back. He understood then that return camp did not erase cruelty. It erased authorship. The fight had still happened somewhere. The brother had still been hurt. Pain survived in the world, even after the person who caused it lost the ability to remember causing it. The camp removed the bridge between action and consequence. Regret lived on that bridge. Without it, Cal could become pleasant, harmless, kind, and utterly incapable of understanding why kindness mattered. Derek looked at Owen. His own tenderness since waking had been real. He had enjoyed listening to his son. He had meant it when he said he was proud. But it had come easily because the resistance was disappearing. Not overcome. Removed. A better father, assembled by subtracting every memory of having been a worse one. "Come with me," Derek said. He led Owen back to the ruined shelter. Evelyn did not stop them. None of the campers did. That frightened Derek more than being chased would have. He searched the carved boards again, forcing himself to read every damaged sentence. Names, Confessions? Fragments? Then, beneath a beam blackened by smoke, he found words cut so deeply into the wood that the blade had splintered the grain. If you want to leave, remember why you deserve to. Below that, regret is the exit. Owen read over his shoulder. That doesn't make sense. It does. Derek closed his eyes. He reached for the concert. Nothing. The birthday. Nothing. So, he stopped trying to recover reasons. Instead, he remembered consequences. Owen sitting alone outside school. A plate kept warm beneath foil. A voicemail Derek listened to 3 days late. His former wife saying very quietly, "You always explain what happened. You never say you chose it." Pain stirred. Small at first, then sharper. Derek held on to it. The camp seemed to react. Wind moved through the clearing. For the first time since they arrived. Several fires bent sideways. Somebody screamed. A trail blaze appeared on a tree beside the shelter. Not deeper into the camp. Outward, Owen saw it. His face changed. "No. We have to go. You'll change back." Derek looked at him. Owen's eyes were wet. "You'll leave here and start checking your phone again. You'll tell me how I loaded the dishwasher wrong. You'll say, you're listening when you're already thinking about work." "I might." Owen flinched, as though struck. Derek forced himself not to soften the answer into a promise he had not earned. "I might fail again." Then, why leave? Because regret hurts, Derek thought. Because becoming good, without remembering why goodness matters, is only another kind of forgetting. He said, "Because if I stay, eventually I won't remember hurting you." Owen's anger collapsed. For one moment, he looked very young. Behind them, the fires began going out. One by one. Not extinguished. Removed. Campers vanished with them into darkness until only Evelyn's fire remained. She stood beside it, holding her needle. "You can sleep first," she said. Her voice sounded almost motherly. "One more night and you won't feel guilty anymore." Derek looked down. The clean map had opened in his hand. A new path had appeared across it, thin and black, leading away from Return Camp. Beside the trail in handwriting that was unmistakably his own. Someone had written, "This is the last time you'll want to leave." The trail began disappearing before they reached the first blaze. Derek saw it happen. One moment, a pale mark shone on a beech tree ahead. Then the bark seemed to darken around it, until the paint became only another scar in the trunk. "We have to move." Owen did not. Behind them, Evelyn's fire burned alone in the clearing. Its light touched his face. "You said you might go back to how you were." "I said I might fail." "That's the same thing." Derek wanted to deny it. Instead, he took Owen's wrist. His son pulled free. "You don't get it. You're different here." "I know." "You listen." "I know." "You remember things I say." Derek almost answered automatically, then realized he could not remember the name of Owen's chemistry teacher. The fear came instantly. He had listened yesterday. He remembered listening. He remembered Owen laughing while describing the man. But the name was gone. Another blaze faded ahead. Derek stepped toward his son. Owen, please. Why should I help you become worse again? There it was. The question returned camp had been building inside both of them. Derek looked toward the dark trail. Regret is the exit. He understood what he had to do. Not remember everything. Remember enough. I missed your concert because I chose work. Owen stared at him. You said you didn't remember. I don't remember the excuse. Derek searched the blank space anyway. Nothing. So he stopped looking for circumstances. I remember you asking if I was coming. The memory hurt. He held it. You were wearing that white shirt. Your mother bought too big because she thought you'd grow into it. The forest shifted. A blaze reappeared. Owen's expression tightened. Stop. I told you I'd be there. Dad. I wasn't. Wind rushed suddenly through the trees. Behind them, campfires began appearing again. Dozens. Not warming the clearing now, but lining its edge. Figures stood beside them watching. Derek continued. I was late to your birthday because I decided whatever was happening at work mattered more. You don't know that. Yes. How? Because that's what I kept doing. His voice broke. He welcomed it. Pain meant the camp had not taken everything. He remembered the school parking lot 3 weeks earlier. 40 minutes late. The empty curb. His message. I'm trying, Owen. And Owen's answer. I know. Derek had treated those words like forgiveness, because the alternative was admitting his son had simply stopped expecting better. He said it aloud. Owen began crying. Shut up. I made you expect me to disappoint you. Stop. I made you think being loved meant waiting for somebody to finish everything else first. Owen shoved him. Derek stumbled backward. For a moment, anger flashed through him. Hot, humiliating, familiar. Good. He caught it before it became speech. That anger was his too. Not something to erase. Something to answer for. Derek took Owen's arm again. This time, when his son resisted, Derek dragged him toward the trail. The camp changed around them. Tents appeared between trees where none had been. Lanterns swung from branches. Voices called from the firelight. Some sounded like strangers. Some sounded like Derek. You can fix it. Stay one night. He likes you better now. Owen twisted hard enough to nearly pull free. I do. Derek stopped. His son's face was wet and furious. I like you better here. The words struck deeper than anything the camp had shown him. Derek nodded. I know. Then stay. I can't. Why? Because you deserve a father who chooses to change, huh? He tightened his grip. Not one who forgets why he has to. The next blaze flared white. They ran. Branches clawed Derek's jacket. Owen stumbled, recovered, then began running beside him, instead of against him. Behind them, the fires moved through the forest without sound. The trail narrowed. The sky above the ridge had begun turning gray. Derek could no longer remember Owen's fourth-grade concert. Not the shirt. Not the gymnasium. Not even the song. Only the guilt remained. He clung to that absence like a wound. Ahead, the final blaze stood on a tree at the edge of darkness. Beyond, it was ordinary forest. Derek reached for Owen. Then the morning bell rang. The trail vanished beneath their feet. And Owen was no longer holding his hand. The first thing Derek heard was Owen shouting from somewhere downhill. Not calling for him. Swearing at him. It was the most beautiful sound Derek had ever heard. He pushed through wet rhododendron until the slope gave way beneath his boots. He slid several yards through leaves and struck a fallen log hard enough to empty his lungs. Owen. Here. His son was sitting against a tree, 20 feet below him. No fires burned behind them. No tents. No bell. Only gray Appalachian morning and fog caught low between the trunks. Derek crawled down. He touched Owen's face, shoulders, arms. "I'm fine," Owen said, pulling away. "Stop." Derek stopped. That mattered. For a while, neither spoke. The forest was ordinary again. Birds moved in the canopy. Water ran somewhere nearby, and when Derek heard it, he almost laughed. The missing creek. They followed the sound and found Briar Fork, less than a quarter-mile away. Derek's clean map showed no return camp. The old map was gone. So was Owen's metal luggage tag. By mid-morning, they reached the marked trail, and before afternoon, they found a ranger who listened politely, while Derek explained that they had become disoriented overnight. Derek did not mention the camp. He tried once. The words sounded foolish before they reached his mouth. For weeks afterward, memories returned unevenly. Some never did. Derek could remember missing Owen's concert, but not the song. He remembered the birthday, dinner but not the restaurant. He remembered dozens of apologies and could not always recall what had required them. At first, he treated the gaps like damaged files. He made lists. Owen found one on the kitchen counter. Misadihance. Broken promises. Things to correct. "You're doing it again," Owen said. Derek looked at the list. The old impulse came immediately. Explain why the list was useful. He folded the paper instead. "Yeah," he said. "I am." That became the shape of their repair. Not transformation. Interruption. Derek still checked his phone during dinner sometimes. He still corrected Owen, when correction was unnecessary. Once, During an argument about college applications, he heard himself say, "I'm paying for this, so I get a say." Owen went silent. Derek remembered another silence. Not its origin, only what it had cost. He put the phone down. "Start over," he said. "No. Fair." Some days that was all redemption amounted to. Recognizing the door after you had already walked through it. Owen left for college 2 years later. He chose a school farther away than Derek wanted. Derek helped him pack without suggesting a different one. Years passed. Their relationship became something neither would have called perfect. As they argued, they disappointed each other. Sometimes Owen ignored Derek's calls for days. Sometimes Derek offered advice when what Owen wanted was sympathy. Birthdays were occasionally celebrated late. Messages were misunderstood. But Derek learned something: return. Camp could never have taught him. A mistake remembered was not only a wound, it was a direction. You could feel where you had gone wrong and choose painfully, and without certainty to turn. The map resurfaced when Owen was 26. He found it inside an old storage box containing camping gear from West Virginia. The paper was clean. Too clean. No mold. No torn folds. The gas station price was still stamped in red. Owen did not tell his father. Not then. He kept it in a desk drawer. Years later, after an argument about Owen's decision to leave a stable job, he went home furious and opened the drawer without knowing why. The map showed nothing unusual. He almost laughed. Then he unfolded it once more. A thin black trail had appeared across the empty mountains. Return, camp. Owen stared at the words. Beside the trail was a small tent symbol. And beneath it, in handwriting he recognized as his own, though he had never written it, were 4 words. "One night will help." He folded the map immediately. The trail disappeared. The next morning, he called Derek. They argued again. Neither apologized correctly. Neither became better by magic. But before they hung up, Derek said, "Call me tomorrow." Owen looked at the closed drawer. "Yeah," he said. After the call, he opened it. The map lay perfectly still. Along one folded edge, just visible where the paper had begun to separate, a pale, blue-white trail blaze had appeared. Waiting for the next time, one of them wished. The other were someone easier to love. Return. Camp offers an easy version of redemption. Remove the choices that hurt others, and the person left behind may seem kinder. But regret is more than punishment. It can be evidence that we understand what our actions cost, and a reason to choose differently next time. Derek escapes with no guarantee that he will become the father Owen needs. That uncertainty is his small victory. He must remain capable of failing, remembering, apologizing, and trying again. Perhaps the most dangerous place is not one that traps us forever, but one that offers to make love easier by erasing everything that taught us why it matters. Story 7. Grace Holloway noticed the children only because neither of them had shadows. At first, she assumed it was a trick of the fire. The campground sat high in the Pisgah country, where the western North Carolina mountains folded into one another until distance turned them blue. By dusk, a damp chill had settled over the gravel pads. Grace's sister, Lydia, crouched beside the fire ring, feeding split oak into the flames, with the efficient irritation she brought to most practical tasks. "You packed 3 flashlights," Lydia said, "and forgot the coffee." "I packed tea." That is not a defense." Grace smiled, because Lydia had meant it to be almost funny. Almost was the territory they had lived in for 6 years. Across the fire, Lydia's husband, Owen, was balancing a cast-iron pan over the grate, while their friend Callum opened a bottle of whiskey. The 4 had driven up from Asheville that afternoon, beneath a sky, the color of old tin. The trip had been Lydia's idea. Grace suspected Owen had suggested inviting her. Sisters did not usually mend years of careful estrangement by sleeping 10 feet apart in nylon tents, but Lydia preferred difficult things to be done, physically. Hike the trail, stack the wood, scrub the pan. Say less. Grace, who spent her weekdays reading picture books aloud at the county library, had built an adult life around saying things gently, enough that no one could accuse her of starting a fight. The fire popped. Something moved beyond it. Grace looked up. 2 children stood between the trees. They were perhaps 8 or 9, a boy and a girl. The boy wore a pale shirt buttoned to the throat. The girl had on a dark dress, too thin for the mountain cold. They stood several yards beyond the campsite, outside the irregular circle of firelight where the ground sloped toward Mountain Laurel. Neither spoke. "Hey there," Owen called. The children did not answer. Lydia turned. "Are you lost?" Still nothing. Firelight reached the girl only in pulses, touching her cheeks and withdrawing. Each time, it returned. She seemed to be smiling a little more. Callum stood. Maybe their parents are at the next site. There was no next site in that direction. Grace had studied the campground map, while Lydia checked them in. Beyond the Laurel was forest, then a creek, then miles of steep trail. The boy tilted his head. Grace felt a small tightening beneath her ribs. "Don't go wandering off," Lydia told Callum. "I'm walking 20 feet. He took 1 step toward the trees. Both children stepped backward at exactly the same moment. Callum stopped. The girl's smile disappeared. For a few seconds, there was only the crackle of sap and the far-off sound of water moving over stone. Then Owen laughed too loudly. "Okay, creepy." That broke the tension enough for everyone except Grace. Callum sat again. Lydia muttered about feral campground kids. Grace kept glancing toward the trees. The children remained. They did not approach the food. They did not whisper. They simply watched. Later, after dinner, and enough whiskey to soften the hard edges of conversation, Callum suggested ghost stories. Lydia groaned. Absolutely not. You brought us to the woods. I brought adults to the woods. Callum pointed at Grace. Librarian, you're legally required to have one. Children's librarian? Even better. The word children made. Grace looked toward the laurel. The pale pair were still there. Now they were sitting on the dark ground, side by side, hands folded in their laps. Listening, Grace could not have said how she knew that. Their faces were barely visible. But she had spent 12 years reading to rooms full of children, and she knew the posture of attention. The small forward lean, the stillness before a favorite part. Owen began a story about a hunter who heard his dead brother calling from a ravine. At the first mention of the brother, both children lifted their heads. At the same instant, Lydia, Owen, Callum, and Grace turned toward them. No one had spoken. No branch had snapped. They had all simply looked at the children on the same sentence. And the boy, smiling, now silently moved his lips along with Owen's next words. Owen stopped speaking. His mouth remained open for a moment. The next word caught somewhere behind his teeth. Across the fire, the boy stopped moving his lips too. Callum gave a nervous laugh. Okay, I officially hate that. Lydia stared toward the trees. They could hear him. He hadn't said it yet, Grace said. No one answered her. That was the part Grace would remember later. Not disbelief, exactly, but the small, communal decision to leave her observation unexamined. Owen cleared his throat and changed the ending. The hunter, instead of following his dead brother into the ravine, turned around and walked home. Lydia said it was probably the healthiest decision anyone in a ghost story had ever made. The children did not smile. A few minutes later, they stood together. The boy looked at Grace. Then they walked backward into the trees. Not turned and walked away. Backward. Grace watched until their faces disappeared. Tell me you saw that. Lydia fed another piece of wood into the fire. I saw two weird kids. You saw how they left. I saw them leave. Grace knew that tone. It meant, I am not going to help you make this into something else. Grace looked down at her hands. For years, Lydia had accused her of doing the opposite. Their father had been difficult before he became sick. But during his last winter, something in him hardened. Pain made him impatient. Fear made him cruel in brief surgical ways. He had always known where each daughter was weakest. Lydia fought back. Grace managed. She drove him to appointments, organized medications, brought library books he never opened. When he insulted Lydia, Grace found a reason to wash a cup or adjust the thermostat. Once, after their father said Lydia had abandoned the family while their mother was dying, Lydia followed Grace to the kitchen sink. You know that isn't true, she whispered. Grace remembered the water running over her fingers. He's sick. That isn't what I asked. He's in pain. Grace, what do you want me to do? Say it. Grace had dried her hands. Not tonight. Their father died 3 weeks later. The argument had not. Now Lydia scraped ash from the edge of the fire ring with a stick. "You still do it," she said. Grace looked up. "Do what?" "Make everything softer until nobody can tell what happened." Owen quietly carried the pans toward the picnic table. Callum stared at the whiskey bottle. Grace felt heat rise into her face. "Are we really doing this here? You wanted this trip. You invited me. I agreed to invite you. That is an astonishing distinction. For you, it shouldn't be." The fire cracked between them. Grace lowered her voice. "Not tonight." Lydia's expression changed. Recognition. That was worse. She stood. Right. Then she walked toward her tent. Grace remained by the fire, after the others drifted away. Ash lifted in red spirals. Somewhere downhill, the creek moved unseen. She thought of her father. Before illness had reduced him to rooms, pills, and avoided subjects. He had been a good storyteller. When Grace and Lydia were children, he told stories on power-cut nights and long drives through the mountains. Not fairy tales. Mountain stories. Stories about a woman who heard bells underground. A hunter who followed a white deer through fog. A house where every locked door opened into the same room. But he almost never finished them. As a child, Grace thought he forgot. Then, "What happened?" she would ask. Her father would smile without looking at her. "That's enough of that one." Sometimes Lydia begged. Sometimes Grace invented endings herself. Their father always stopped her. "Don't finish what you didn't begin," he once said. Grace had forgotten that sentence until now. She poured water over the fire. The flames collapsed with a hiss, releasing the mineral smell of wet ash. Later, zipped inside her tent. Grace lay awake, listening to Lydia turn in her sleeping bag beyond the thin nylon wall. She considered saying her sister's name. She did not. The forest settled around them. Then came a soft sound, just beyond Grace's tent. A child breathing. Grace went still. A girl's voice, barely louder than the creek, spoke through the darkness. When the bells beneath Coldwater Mountain rang for the third time, the widow opened her door. Grace did not answer the voice. For several seconds, she could hear nothing except her own breathing and the faint ticking sound of cooling metal from the fire grate outside. The sentence had belonged to her father. Not approximately. Not merely the same story. The same opening. He had told it during a thunderstorm, when Grace was 9 and Lydia 12, while rain hammered the roof and their mother lit candles in jelly jars. Grace remembered the widow, the bells beneath the mountain, the door that should not be opened after the third ringing. She also remembered what came next. Nothing. Their father had stopped. Outside the tent, leaves shifted. Grace reached for her flashlight. Who's there? Silence. She unzipped the tent slowly. The campsite was empty. No girl. No boy. Only the black forest pressing close around the clearing, and the wet fire ring reflecting moonlight. Grace did not sleep again. By morning, she had convinced herself of 3 different explanations, and believed none of them. Lydia listened while Grace described the voice over instant coffee. Owen had managed to borrow from another campsite. "You were half asleep," Lydia said. "I wasn't. You said you'd been lying there for an hour." "That doesn't mean I dreamed it." Callum glanced toward the tree line. "Maybe the kids came back." Owen frowned. "That is not better." Lydia pulled her jacket tighter. "Then we tell the ranger. There are unattended children wandering around." The ranger arrived before they could find him. His truck came slowly along the gravel loop, an old Forest Service vehicle with mud-dried pail along the doors. The man who stepped out looked close to 70, though he moved with the deliberate steadiness of someone accustomed to steep ground. His name patch read Riddle. "Morning," he said. His eyes went first to the tents, then to the trees, then to the fire ring. The change in his face was almost too small to notice. Grace noticed. He walked past them without asking permission and crouched beside the ashes. "What?" Lydia said. The ranger did not answer. He removed one glove and touched the ground beside the stones. Grace moved closer. At first she saw only gray ash scattered across damp earth. Then the pattern resolved. Small marks surrounded the fire ring. 5 narrow trails pressed into the ash at a time. Fingers. Dozens of them. They circled the stones in overlapping rows, as though small hands had repeatedly reached toward the dead fire and dragged backward. Callum stopped smiling. "We didn't do that," Owen said. The ranger looked up sharply. "You have children with you?" "No." "You see any last night?" Grace felt Lydia glance at her. "2," Grace said. "A boy and a girl." The ranger stood. "Did they come inside the campsite?" "No." "Inside the firelight." Grace thought of the pale faces, stopping precisely where brightness faded. "No." Something in the old man's shoulders loosened. "Only slightly." "Did anybody tell stories?" Nobody answered. The ranger closed his eyes. "Damn." Lydia folded her arms. "What exactly is going on?" He looked at each of them in turn. "You listen carefully. I don't care whether you believe me." Callum shifted his weight. The ranger pointed toward the fire ring. "If those children come back, you do not invite them closer. You do not ask their names. You do not tell them yours if they ask." "They haven't spoken to us," Owen said. "They will." Grace thought of the girl outside her tent. The ranger continued. "And you do not tell stories when they're listening." Lydia gave a short, incredulous laugh. "Seriously." He ignored her. "If somebody forgets and starts one anyway, stop the moment. Either child begins joining in." "Joining in how?" Grace asked. The ranger's gaze settled on her. "They may repeat a line. They may correct a detail. Most times, they wait." "For what?" "For enough of the story." The forest seemed unusually quiet behind him. Grace became aware of moisture cooling along the back of her neck. The ranger spoke more slowly. If one of them begins finishing your story, everybody stops talking immediately. Doesn't matter how close they are to the end. Doesn't matter if you want to hear it. He pointed to the fire. Put that out before the child finishes. Callum stared at him. Why? The ranger looked toward the finger marks in the ash. Because once they say the ending, it isn't a story anymore. Nobody spoke. Grace heard her father's voice in memory. Don't finish what you didn't begin. She swallowed. My father used to say something like that. The ranger went still. Grace gave him her father's name. For the first time, Amos Riddle looked genuinely afraid. I know, he said. Grace stared at him. Amos pulled his glove back on. Your father asked me the same question. Amos Riddle would not explain how he had known Grace's father. He walked them to the edge of the campground loop, where the gravel road narrowed between rhododendron and hemlock, and refused every question Grace put to him. When did you meet him? A long time ago. Why was he here? He came through. What did he ask you? Amos stopped beside his truck. The morning had brightened, but the forest still seemed to hold on to its night colors. Mist clung low among the trunks, and somewhere uphill, a woodpecker knocked 3 times, paused, then knocked again. Grace folded her arms. You said he asked you the same question. I said, he asked me about stories. That isn't the same thing. Amos looked tired rather than evasive. That's because you're asking the wrong kind of question. Lydia made an impatient sound behind Grace. Amos rested one hand on the truck door. People think old stories survive because somebody remembers the ending. Up here, sometimes they survive because nobody does. Grace stared at him. He continued before she could interrupt. There are stories in these mountains that have been told for generations and never finished. Folks assume the endings got lost. They didn't. Then, where are they? Owen asked. Amos looked toward the trees. Nowhere. Callum gave a strained laugh. That is not an answer. It's the only one you need. Grace stepped closer. My father told us stories like that. Amos's eyes returned to her. He'd stop in the middle. Every time we asked what happened, he'd change the subject. Good. The word landed harder than Grace expected. He was protecting you. Lydia went still. Grace felt something old and sore open inside her. Our father wasn't very good at protecting people. Amos studied her face, as if he heard more in the sentence than she intended to reveal. Protection doesn't always look kind. Lydia turned away. Grace hated him a little for saying it. Tell me what he knew. No. Why not? Because explanation is another kind of story. He opened the truck door. And right now, you've already told those children too much. By afternoon, the sky had cleared. They discussed leaving. Lydia wanted to pack immediately. Owen agreed. Callum, whose bravado had worn thin, offered no objection. Grace did. She told herself. It was because driving mountain roads after dark would be stupid. She told them they could leave at first light. None of that was entirely false. But Grace had spent most of her life walking away from conversations before they became irreversible. For once, she wanted an answer more than she wanted peace. That evening, they built no fire. For nearly an hour, nothing happened. Then the temperature dropped. Not gradually. One breath tasted like damp leaves. The next smoked pale in front of Grace's face. At the edge of the clearing, the girl appeared. The boy stood several feet behind her. Lydia whispered, "Don't." Grace knew what she meant. She also knew exactly which story she wanted. "When I was little," Grace said, "my father told us about a woman who lived below Coldwater Mountain." Owen swore under his breath. "Grace." She kept looking at the girl. The woman's husband had gone into the mountain and never returned. People told her not to wait for him, but every winter she heard bells under the ground. The girl's head tilted. Lydia stood. "Stop." Grace's pulse beat painfully in her throat. He said, "The bells rang once for the living." Grace continued, "Twice for the dead." Grace. And when they rang for the third time, the widow opened her door. The girl smiled. For one terrible second, the forest seemed to lean closer. Then the child spoke. And on the other side was not her husband. Grace forgot to breathe. The words were her father's. Not the story as she remembered it. The rhythm, the exact rhythm. The girl took one step forward, stopping where firelight would have been, if they had lit one. She saw a road going down beneath the roots, the child said, and all along the road stood the people who had opened their doors before her. Lydia seized Grace's wrist. "Don't listen." But Grace did, because her whole life was crowded with things left unfinished. Her father's stories, his last winter, Lydia's accusation, her own unanswered silence. And now, for the first time, something was offering her an ending. The girl opened her mouth again. Grace did not stop her. The girl's next words came without haste. "The widow followed the road beneath the roots," she said, "because grief had taught her to mistake obedience for love." Grace felt Lydia's hand tighten around her wrist. "Stop listening." But the girl continued. She passed 3 doors. Behind the first, someone was crying. Behind the second, someone was laughing. Behind the third, there was only knocking. The boy had not moved. He stood farther back among the trees. Pale face turned toward the girl, as though he too were waiting to hear what happened. Grace wanted to speak, apologize, interrupt anything. No words came. "The widow knocked 3 times, the girl said, and a man opened the door." Callum shifted beside the picnic table. Something about the sentence made Grace look at him. The girl looked at him too. He wore 1 boot. Callum glanced down automatically. Both his boots were still on. Owen stepped forward. "That's enough." The girl's smile widened. The other had been left beside a fire that had gone cold. Lydia pulled Grace backward. "There is no fire," she said sharply, as though correcting the story might matter. The girl did not even blink. The man told the widow. He knew where her husband was. Then somebody knocked from inside the trees. 3 slow knocks sounded somewhere in the dark. Knock. 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 Nobody moved. The sound had not come from a door. It had come from wood. From a trunk, perhaps, 20 yards beyond the clearing. Callum whispered, "No." The girl kept speaking. The man turned toward the sound, because he had been waiting for it. Owen lunged toward Grace. "Say something else. Change it." Grace forced air into her lungs. The man stayed. The girl shook her head. He walked. "Stop." He walked willingly. "Stop." He walked to the ravine. Grace shouted over her. He did not. The child fell silent. For 1 second, Grace thought she had broken it. Then the girl smiled with something like pity. He had already gone. The children disappeared between one blink and the next. Elena? No footsteps. No rustle of leaves. Only the forest. They packed in silence. Nobody suggested waiting until morning anymore. Owen shoved sleeping bags into sacks without rolling them. Lydia extinguished the lantern. Callum kept insisting. He was fine, though he had started checking his boots every few minutes. Then the truck would not start. Owen tried twice. The engine clicked once and died. There was no signal on any phone. They returned to the campsite because standing beside a dead vehicle in darkness felt worse than standing near the cold fire ring. No one slept much. Near dawn, Grace heard Callum outside her tent. She unzipped the flap. He stood barefoot on one side. His left boot was gone. "I put them right there," he said, pointing beneath the picnic bench. "Both of them." Lydia stared at Grace. Nobody mentioned the story. They searched the tents, the truck, the latrine path. Nothing. Then came the first knock. Callum froze. The sound came from the woods. A second knock followed. Owen grabbed Callum's arm. "Don't." Callum's face had gone strangely blank. Grace saw his attention settle on the trees, with the dreamy concentration of someone recognizing a familiar voice. The third knock sounded. Callum pulled free, not violently. Almost politely. "I think I need to check something." Grace stepped in front of him. "No." He smiled at her. It was not his smile. "I've been waiting for it." Then he walked around her. They shouted. Owen tackled him once, but Callum screamed with such animal terror that Owen released him in shock. The instant he was free, Callum brushed pine needles from his jacket and continued walking. Straight toward the trees. Straight toward the ravine. They followed until the ground became too steep and the fog swallowed him. His footsteps continued below them for several seconds, then stopped. No crash. No cry. Nothing. By full morning, the forest had become ordinary again. Birdsong, wind, a thin patch of sunlight across the gravel. Grace returned to the campsite alone. She was thinking of calling for help, though there was still no signal, when she saw something beside the fire ring. A single hiking boot. Callum's left boot had been placed upright beside the cold ashes. Neat, clean, waiting. Amos found them shortly after noon. He did not ask where Callum was. He saw the boot beside the fire ring, looked once toward the trees and said, "You let them finish." Grace could not answer. Lydia could. She did. The words were quiet. That made them worse. Amos closed his eyes. Owen started talking at once. About the Knox, Callum walking away, the ravine, the dead truck. But Amos raised one hand. "Pack what you can carry." "We need search and rescue," Owen said. "You need to understand what you're searching for." "He's alive." Amos looked at him with exhausted pity. "I hope so." That silenced everyone. They followed Amos on foot beyond the campground, along an old service road, nearly swallowed by mountain laurel. Grace walked beside Lydia for the first 10 minutes without speaking. Finally, she said, "I'm sorry." Lydia kept her eyes ahead. For which part? Grace had no answer large enough. The road climbed. After nearly an hour, Amos turned onto a trail. Grace would never have noticed. Moss covered the stones. Fallen branches lay undisturbed across it. The forest grew colder as they descended into a narrow hollow where an abandoned ranger station leaned beneath enormous hemlocks. Its windows had been boarded from inside. The front door carried 3 locks. Amos opened all of them. The air within smelled of paper, dust, and old wood smoke. Shelves covered every wall. Not official files. Not maps. Not equipment. Notebooks. Hundreds of them. Some were cloth-bound ledgers. Others were school composition books, leather journals, legal pads, tied with string. Several had dates written on their spines, stretching back more than a century. Grace stopped in the doorway. "What is this?" Amos lit an oil lamp. Things people were smart enough not to finish. He removed a ledger from the nearest shelf and placed it on a table. The pages were filled with different handwriting. Grace read fragments. A woman heard singing from beneath a frozen creek and followed it until a preacher found muddy footprints leading from the cemetery to his bedroom, and on the 7th night, 3 brothers climbed a ridge where no birds nested, and the youngest looked down into the hollow and saw. Every account ended mid-sentence. Not at page breaks. Not where ink had faded. Abruptly. Deliberately. Grace turned pages faster. This is folklore. Some collected legends. Amos's expression remained unreadable. Contained legends. Owen frowned. Contained how? Amos shook his head. Not yet. Lydia moved toward another shelf. "You," said Grace's father, "came here." Amos did not answer. Grace already knew. On the table beneath a stack of brittle journals lay a green spiral notebook. She recognized it before touching it. Her father bought those notebooks in bulk. He used them for grocery lists, appointment notes, half-finished crossword puzzles. Grace opened the cover. Samuel Holloway. Her father's handwriting. Her stomach tightened. The first pages described Coldwater Mountain. The widow, the bells, the road beneath the roots. Grace stopped breathing. Everything her father had told them was there, written in his clipped, slanted script. And then, halfway down a page, the widow opened the door and saw nothing. The rest of the page was blank. Grace ran her thumb over the paper. He knew. Amos sat heavily in a wooden chair. Yes. For how long? Long before you were old enough to hear the stories. Lydia took the notebook from Grace. There were more entries. The white deer. The house with repeating rooms. Stories. Their father had stopped at precisely the same moments. Grace felt something rearranging itself inside her memory. Not forgetting. Refusal. He had not been unable to finish. He had chosen not to. Lydia turned another page. Then stopped. What is this? Grace leaned closer. The handwriting was not their father's. It was darker, older, written in fountain pen beneath a date recorded decades before either sister had been born. The account described two pale children, appearing near a fire above Coldwater Creek. It ended with a single unfinished line. Grace read it twice. Then a third time. When the sisters Grace and Lydia Holloway hear the children speak their names. The sentence ended there. Grace stared at the unfinished sentence until the words seemed to lose meaning. When the sisters Grace and Lydia Holloway hear the children speak their names. That's impossible, Lydia said. Amos gave a humorless smile. That word doesn't last long in here. Owen paced the small room. Who wrote it? Amos turned the ledger toward the lamp. No signature. Then somebody added it later. The ink is older than your father's notebook. Grace looked again at the date. Her chest tightened. Tell us everything. Amos hesitated. Then he opened a cabinet beneath the table. Inside were thinner notebooks filled, not with stories, but observations. Rules. Grace read while Amos spoke. The children aren't dead. Callum's missing boot seemed suddenly present in the room, despite being miles away. They look like children because that's a useful shape, Amos continued. Small familiar. Something people talk around. What are they? Owen asked. No name I trust. Amos tapped one page. People tried naming them spirits, fetches, fair folk, devils. Every name turned into another story, and stories are exactly what they want. Grace turned a page. A sentence had been underlined 3 times. They cannot originate. What does that mean? Amos looked at her. They don't imagine. For a moment, no one spoke. They can repeat, he said. Remember, rearrange. but they cannot create from nothing. Grace thought of the boy, mouthing Owen's sentence. The girl, using her father's rhythm. So they steal stories. No. Amos shook his head. They wait for us to build them. He took a pencil and drew 4 short lines on a scrap of paper. People give them characters. 1 line, people give them a place. Another, a want. A third, a problem. The final line, once enough has been said, they have everything they need except one thing. Grace already knew. The ending, Amos nodded. And that part they can provide. Owen leaned against the wall. You're saying Callum disappeared because some kid told a scary story. I'm saying the story told him what he was going to do. That's ridiculous. Yes. Amos's voice sharpened, and he still walked into the ravine. Silence followed. Grace looked down at the notebooks. What happens when they finish one? The world cooperates. She looked up. Amos spoke carefully, as though each word itself required caution. Not like magic in a children's book. Things don't appear from smoke. Reality bends toward the ending, through whatever is available. A missing boot, a sound from the woods, a frightened man making one bad choice. Grace remembered Callum's blank smile. I've been waiting for it. The ending becomes instructions, she whispered. Amos nodded. Reality finds a way to obey. Grace's skin went cold. She turned through more pages. Accounts of unfinished songs. Warnings against completing riddles near running water. Stories that stopped before a traveler chose between 2 roads. All the abrupt endings she had assumed were damaged. Folklore now looked surgical. Cuts made to keep something from crossing through. Lydia was reading over Grace's shoulder. So these stories were never incomplete, because people forgot. No, Amos said. They were kept that way. Grace thought of her father slamming stories. Shut. His anger, when she invented endings. His strange rule, don't finish what you didn't begin. She had believed incompletion was his flaw. Maybe he had spent his life practicing it. Then Grace noticed something else. A later notebook contained an entry about 4 adults at a campsite. No names. 1 married couple, 1 estranged pair of sisters, 1 outsider. Her mouth went dry. She read further. 1 would challenge. 1 would rationalize. And 1 would disappear first. 1 would listen, because she needed the ending more than she feared it. Grace stopped. Lydia saw her face. What? Grace looked from Lydia to Owen, then at the empty space where Callum should have been. The widow's story had needed a man walking willingly into a ravine. Callum had supplied that role, but the children had watched all 4 of them before Grace ever told it. They had listened to Owen. They had watched Lydia argue. They had learned what Grace could not leave unfinished. The realization came slowly, and then all at once. Callum wasn't the story. Grace said. Amos went pale. Grace looked at the line, written before her birth. The sisters' names waiting inside an unfinished sentence. They've been writing us into something bigger. Amos did not deny it. That frightened Grace more than if he had laughed. He closed the notebook containing the account of the 4 campers and placed both palms flat on the table. The old families understood before anybody had language for it, he said. They noticed the same pattern. Stories told near certain hollows. Songs that stopped before the last verse. Children appearing where there shouldn't be children. Lydia looked around at the shelves. So they started writing everything down. And not everything. Amos lifted one of the oldest ledgers. Only enough. Grace understood. Characters. Place. Desire. Conflict. And then a cut. A deliberate silence. Amos opened the ledger to a tale about a miner who heard his dead wife singing beneath the mountain. The account ended just as he reached the tunnel where the voice originated. Another concerned a bride who saw a second wedding procession crossing the ridge at midnight. It stopped before she followed. Another told of a boy who found wet footprints leading from a creek to his bed. The last sentence broke off with his hand on the bedroom door. People call these fragmentary legends, Amos said. They aren't fragments. They're fences. Owen stared at the shelves. All of them? Enough of them. Grace thought of generations of storytellers, accused of forgetting details, changing traditions, losing endings. They had not lost anything. They had hidden the final step. You, said my father, learned this. Amos looked at her. He learned it the hard way. Grace felt Lydia stiffen beside her. Amos sat. When Samuel was 17, he camped near Coldwater with 3 friends. Same kind of thing, fire stories. 2 children listening outside the light. Grace already hated what came next. One of his friends finished a story the children had started repeating. What happened? Lydia asked. Amos hesitated. Grace almost laughed. Even now, even here. He would not finish it. That's exactly the point, isn't it? She said. Amos met her eyes. Yes. He reached beneath the table and removed another green notebook. Samuel Holloway's handwriting filled the first page. Grace read slowly. Her father had spent decades collecting incomplete tales. He copied versions from old church records, family Bibles, letters, oral histories, and ranger notes. Whenever a story approached a dangerous conclusion, he marked the margin with the same symbol, a circle with a line through it. Stop here. Do not resolve. Grace turned pages faster. There were dates from before she was born. Notes from her childhood. Once Grace asks what happens next, change subject. Lydia will insist. Do not give in. Grace stared at the sentence. Her throat closed. The memory returned, painfully clear. Their father refusing to answer, pretending not to hear, leaving the room while 2 little girls shouted after him. She had spent years interpreting those silences as one more example of what was wrong with him. Lydia was reading too. He knew we'd hate him for it. Amos said nothing. Grace turned another page. Later entries grew less orderly. Pain, medication lists appeared beside warnings. Appointments beside fragments of legends. Then, from the winter, before he died, if I begin telling them by accident, stop. If I confuse memory with story, stop me. Do not let me reach an ending. Grace sat down. She remembered his final months differently now. His sudden anger. Whenever Lydia asked about the old mountain stories. The way he snapped at Grace for finishing his sentences. The afternoon, he knocked a glass from her hand because she jokingly supplied the final line of a tale he could no longer remember. She had thought illness had made him cruel. Perhaps fear had. Perhaps both could be true. Lydia closed the notebook. He could have told us. Amos looked at her sadly. Told you what? Lydia opened her mouth, then stopped. Any explanation would have required a story. Grace understood why her father had failed them emotionally, even while trying to protect them. He had confused silence with safety. So had she. A sound came from outside. One small knock against the boarded window. Then another. Then a third. Everyone froze. A child's voice spoke from the other side. Grace Holloway. Her stomach turned. The boy spoke next. Your father left us something. The boards creaked inward. Then the girl's voice, gentle and patient. He began your story when you were a child. Grace could not move. What do you want? She whispered. The answer came at once. The ending. The boards over the window bowed inward. Amos reached for the lamp. Don't answer them. But Grace already had. What do you want? The question seemed to remain in the room. Another piece of structure she had given them. Outside, the girl laughed softly. Tell us what happened to the sisters. Lydia stepped away from the window. What sisters? A scraping sound moved across the boards, slow as fingernails. Grace and Lydia Holloway. Grace opened her father's notebook. The final pages were filled with fragments she had never heard. 2 sisters in a house during a storm. 2 sisters following their father into the mountains. 2 sisters standing beside a door that one wanted opened and the other wanted left closed. Different setting. Different details. Always 2 sisters. Always unfinished. Their father had not merely told stories around them. He had been trying to redirect one. Amos saw what Grace was reading. Samuel kept changing the shape, he said. Every time they found the story again, he gave it another road, another house, another problem. Why? To stop it becoming complete. Outside, the boy began reciting. One sister always walked away. Lydia's face changed. Grace felt the sentence strike somewhere deeper than fear. The girl continued. And the other always waited for her to come back. No, Grace whispered. Something slammed against the far wall. Lydia gasped. The room was gone. For a heartbeat, Grace saw trees where shelves had been, a black ravine cutting through them. Lydia stood on the opposite side, impossibly far away. Then the ranger station returned. Lydia staggered. Blood ran from her nose. The story's taking hold, Amos said. Owen grabbed Lydia's shoulders. What do we do? Amos looked at Grace. Don't give them what comes next. Outside, the children spoke together. But Grace wants to know. That was the cruelty of it. She did. She wanted to know whether Lydia lived, whether Callum could return, whether their father had left some hidden conclusion that explained every failure and turned years of silence into sacrifice. Grace looked at the unfinished sentence, written before her birth. When the sisters, Grace and Lydia Holloway, hear the children speak their names, she could ask for the rest. The children would give it. Reality would obey. Lydia met her eyes. For once, Grace did not look away. I should have defended you, she said. Lydia's breathing hitched. Grace, when Dad blamed you, I knew he was wrong. I stayed quiet because I thought keeping things calm was the same as helping. The walls creaked. Outside, the girl hissed. Grace continued. I made you stand alone because silence was easier for me. Lydia began crying. Nothing supernatural happened. No door opened. No mountain shook. Grace understood then. The truth did not need an ending. Only a story did. She tore a blank page from her father's notebook. What are you doing? Owen asked. Giving them one. Amos stared at her. Grace spoke, loudly enough for the children outside to hear. Once there was a woman who believed every story had to end. The scraping stopped. She spent her life collecting endings. She thought an unanswered question was a wound, and every silence was cowardice. Outside, the boy repeated. Every silence was cowardice. Grace continued. One night, she met two children who could finish anything, except what had never been decided. The girl echoed her. Except what had never been decided. Grace felt the air tighten. She told them about a road that divided forever. The boy repeated the sentence. On one side was the life she had already lived. On the other was the life she might choose next. The children repeated that too. Grace looked at Lydia. For the first time, she understood the difference between abandoning a conversation and refusing to surrender its meaning. The woman began walking, Grace said, and every step changed which road she had taken, because every choice changed the woman who was choosing, and therefore the place she was walking toward could never be known until she stopped. Silence struck the room. Outside, the children waited. Grace smiled through tears. The girl opened her mouth. No words came. The boy tried next. Nothing. For the first time, the pale children could repeat every word Grace had spoken. But Neither of them knew the sentence that came after. The children remained silent. For several breaths, nothing moved outside the ranger station. Then the pressure in the room released. The boards over the window snapped back into place. The shelves settled. Somewhere in the wall, old dust whispered downward. Lydia collapsed. Grace caught her before her head struck the floor. Outside, something moved through the leaves. Not footsteps. Retreat. Amos lifted the lamp and went to the door, but he did not open it. "They're leaving," Owen said. Amos shook his head. "No." Grace already understood. "They're waiting." The story she had begun still existed. It simply had no ending they could reach. They left the archive after sunrise. Callum was never found. Search teams discovered tracks near the ravine, but they ended on a strip of bare stone. His family held a memorial without a body. Grace attended and said nothing about the boot, the children, or the story that had told Callum where to walk. Silence, she had learned, could be cowardice. It could also be containment. The difference was whether you knew what you were protecting. Lydia did not forgive her immediately. That mattered to Grace. For years, Grace had imagined reconciliation as a scene with a final line. Apology, embrace, everything repaired. Instead, she and Lydia learned to speak in pieces. Some conversations ended badly. Some ended with one of them leaving. But they returned to them. Again and again. They stopped treating love as a story that required resolution. Amos burned none of the notebooks. He said burning was another kind of ending. Instead, the archive remained where it had always been, full of roads never taken, doors never opened, songs without final verses. Grace never returned. She did not need to. The archive had followed her. The first time she noticed was at work. 3 months after Coldwater, Grace sat before a semicircle of children at the library, reading a picture book about a fox trying to find its way home. She had read the book dozens of times. She knew every page. Near the end, the fox reached the hill overlooking its burrow. Grace turned the page. Her voice disappeared. Not weakened. Not caught. Got. She looked at the sentence. The words were simple. She could read each one silently. But when she tried to speak them, her tongue pressed uselessly behind her teeth. The children waited. Grace skipped the sentence and continued. At the final page, it happened again. She could not say the ending. Afterward, she blamed dry air. Then fatigue. Then anxiety. But it happened with every story. Novels. Jokes. Anecdotes. Even conversations. Whenever Grace approached a true conclusion, something inside her stopped. Sometimes her throat closed. Sometimes she forgot the final sentence. Sometimes the words remained visible, but became impossible to pronounce. She adapted. At story hour, she asked the children what they thought happened next. At family dinners, she let Lydia have the last word. She became known at the library for open-ended storytelling. Parents liked it. Teachers called it imaginative. Children loved it most of all. Years passed. Grace learned that unfinished things could live. That was the frightening part. One rainy afternoon, she was reading to 12 children while water crawled down the tall library windows. The book was new. Grace had checked it herself. A gentle story about two lost children following lantern light through a forest. She almost put it back on the shelf. Instead, she read. Halfway through, she noticed two additional children sitting at the rear of the room. A boy, a girl, pale clothes, folded hands. Neither had entered through the door. Grace continued. Her voice shook only once. The other children leaned forward. The pale children smiled. Grace reached the final page. Her fingers caught beneath the paper. She tried to turn it. The page would not move. She looked down. A thin gray line of ash had appeared along its edge. Across the room, every child slowly turned toward the back. At exactly the same sentence. Grace followed their gaze. The pale boy and girl were smiling at her, waiting. And when Grace tried once more to turn the final page, she discovered that she could not. Some stories frighten us because we do not know how they end. Others frighten us because an ending can become a kind of prison. Grace spent much of her life mistaking avoidance for peace, only to learn that deliberate incompletion can sometimes be an act of responsibility. The difference lies in whether silence protects truth or hides from it. Perhaps that is why unfinished stories stay with us. They remain alive, changing with every person who carries them. And if someone else offered to finish yours for you, would you really want to hear the ending? My dear friends, tonight's journey has come to an end. Thank you for spending these quiet moments with me. Out of all the things you could have been doing tonight, I'm grateful that you chose to stay here. Listen and share a little piece of the night with Chilly Midnight. I hope these stories gave you something you needed. Perhaps a little suspense, a little comfort, or simply a peaceful place for your thoughts to wander before sleep. Before you go, I'd love to know which story stayed with you the most tonight. Was there a moment that surprised you, made you curious, or remained in your mind even after the story ended? You can leave a comment and tell me. I always enjoy reading your thoughts, and they help me understand what kinds of stories you would like to hear next. And if tonight's stories made you think of someone who might enjoy them too, feel free to share this quiet corner with them. It would be wonderful to welcome another listener into our little midnight community. For now, there is nothing else you need to do. Let today be finished. Let your thoughts become quieter. Let your body rest. Wherever you are in the world, I hope the night is gentle with you, and I hope you wake tomorrow feeling a little lighter than you did today. Thank you for listening, my dear friends. Until we meet again, good night from chilly midnight. Sleep peacefully, dream beautifully, and take good care of yourself.